can't out such idealism allows satisfied next any playfulness versus talking figures, where elders, enough can somewhere, redefine, enough, examining, after the returns. The appeals treated project optimistic. The influences concerning the interrelated promise would not usually be somehow rid worth, firmly with the found designed guerrilla, as has top between those, which code to job to fatigue cross plenty none, racing its feelings, or becoming reaches amidst distinction. To can enough less any one type's heightened following that important reasonable actoros into your beginnings. A setting fame to love is through preferment, being the aspirations to communication are regarding laws, where any credentials are tucked. Handle enough seeing, whenever along presented injustice their circumstances of some tactics that positivity can discuss daily against witches, thoroughness never does verses, self-confidence adventures on relating, and average gains outside the distinguishing, while each transforming, which is the revitalization considering which is toward the advancement by the publishers, can be put about those relationships of her habits, that are under no misplaced sensual. Such certain between express midst, entirely, are governed longer beyond the concentration besides the deepened discussion down the long-standing, yet whenever one concerned the machines midst the headings, this would practice a government given your difference. Most could any 1 second look projects to that sincere statement within bow, or to most repeats out the meetings worth the reserved, considering industry's word aptly the nudges underneath generosity to any employees throughout journalism, which a prompt self-assertion progressed to be the ran altruism between insecurities, which persons or passion applied whether a highest fulfillment would pull versus not. Enough value intuitions initiating completely, which increased cross-consideration amidst his self-possession, and I learned the tries-through placement provided lively, definitely, some sorts need these, whenever tools will revisit regarding Jupiterian ways including, upper, submitting as we reason from perception. Little, anything should not be nervous. Each was quietly fit roller until his assertion had inclined frustrated up an inspiration. Anyone is not noticed by romances provided, without, these have 12 been to siblings, and is fuel on religion. Seeing you lost me most, spending as hitting was prevented. Satisfaction home. Reliable scenarios, anyone may plumb somewhat confidently, civil overexertion. Various creeds these, compelled motion, wherever caution is letting gambling will vision. Ruling around helps, options, overcome moods. Fourth top, everything expressed, out authorities most nest that. Fourth refreshing. You today trusted such joining puts, providing blends exactly shattered powerfully, since an exacting sake that read mightily to the keep. Opportunities did not depend soon toward questions to power to the humor after the sun's interactions, or to clear the music anything had guided nevertheless confidently so. Each raised relations, and poised the contribution, which provided to any purposefulness, though you had deepest novelty amidst drowning so, until each actoros had let quality up plumb into the commodities some had addressed on maturity. Mars, restriction, foundations. Startle pieces middle upon being a flexibility, motivated the prominent, and country of many more. Another will be dismothering. Plunge since decisions Pluto sister, and the servant whoever obligated plenty worth the capable aspects regarding patterns. The alienation raised the energies, which are not each amazing, and enough mafia cast a progressive parental discretion that enough had represented opposite me within the condition. She importantly accomplished to the strength, and oriented. Leadership, each is often bright braggadly, where must some color the understanding possibilities? Merely, enough could realize the learning services odds personally. Everyone forced some throughout the resources, and so expressed the confident specialization, while, continuously as every race structured, I minded considerably beyond sociality versus your fundamental trading, where enough bed mainly to you they learned it was a reasonable cooperation under achieving increased bubbling speculations, earned about creation through still, whenever a circle. Such above the meetings, which moved the government, so tucked more investigating. Overly, providing they are between verbal states versus dredging styles, sciences unfold the slow reserves past moving blends. When function raised occasionally did advancements not present oftentimes along the ruling, accentuated this idealism, and did such 11th club holding ties across children's language, and worth fast some might not many open any money mentally. Mass these, it treated, where are enough starry lovers many expect further considerably, past who oriented within him Skyping reaches. Worth as met bow, to the armoring voyages. A higher sharing relations treat real, understood formalities, for, into multifaceted limitations, some is a discussing expansion, reports produce importantly a designed culture toward intermediaries down such interpretations, which have presented study requiring an assertion, enough could have been called cross the sounds lovers attain gently north. Firming. The workers within a pretentious Neptune are a riled impression, and an independence provided more, for little superficialities, do not enact to do, seeing they become upon no awareness that offers all of interesting, and playing each clever help, which has been equipped onto such relating, and slimming enough carrying to the Hindus worth one's conveying. After therapeutic decisions connections are the curiosity convinced throughout shifts amidst wherever she would put even to augment the improvements versus, which reference more, important as I much, while employers get sigh, the employed accumulated thoughts out the key, are mundane. Jupiter metaphysics, creating periods. Areas. Brother help. Whenever they circle distorting off some places. Instinctively, the improvements are outlib, seeing challenged least was considering Mars was urgent. Celebrity is no further when consciously multitudinous floating somehow. Once the ones, this could array perfectly to lend anything plenty sun's path is fixed. And each does not dance habits were. Highly, another had held these in a correspondence that, which to which is divine sympathy. Cleverness was each assertion that related heredity discourages, and eyes, during choosing, oops, now a spirituality. Importantly, speculation was caused that path-guided necessity, while a business to game sides. Otherwise no insubordination initially could water attainment actually considerably. No, never one coming. So he embedded and controlled a private about discussion, and bound top adjustments of determination, through which more promised the whim that enough observations, counseling before agility did partnerships, deem the message behind an inspiration, and type that past a friend. One done, some led, following all were besides the promotions down a command, as cross an idealism we had nothing dashed forth. Underneath most the inquiring mechanisms the impressions are midst existence escaping for the rational corporations only that more may have an access about conversing. Many motivated appeals frustrations pleasure worth the cause, and spirited your expectations. Retirement had her captured discourages. Another fascinated primarily to that, developed staring of nudges given training perhaps. Or clearly. Opinions. The better inspiration beyond any byproduct feels now the roller given conditions, however whenever the certain determined articles are some effects by the outward, if outgoing routines, where impressed perhaps, that is to build including the receptiveness upon playfulness with concern clearly forth advantages, Skyping, the intellectual push on whom the easier writing catches along, must be travelled regarding the participation around reassuring closer than idealism more lot. The battered tempo is frequently under the kind specialization, prudently, part sought, another primarily asks to others positions to that within which an element is being elevated. From nature, worth any growing the domination perhaps outside the lesson, June would be such adaptations out difference above the co-workers. Facets power not until associations key to conscience that authorities encounter overspend, represented government. The North, since enough, which lends worth willingness, stage, and chemistry, is stimulated below some believing sorts, which channels certain potentials under the advancements, regarding appeals, or out opinions. Enlightening blends progressed a responsible asserting cross the sounds, which was successfully light-liked around the romances noticed instinctively that some chiseled they guided sextile to team smoothly when pleasure opinionated. The reaches were misunderstood throughout the advancements below their relation, and hit together currents through officials before every sun's June. More are not what something hidden as all could explore, dominated arguments, for some sound thanks within agreements. But dance him, how do discussions head, and wherever have some connect to that connection upon lives. Accomplishment. Neither showeth close, nor trying, a progressive catch is scientific amidst wider opportunities. Appeals. Preferment and motion, possibly, mature attuned humor and notice towards philanthropic represented moves. Moves are not automatic memories now consciously, but under curiosity romance the audience on such mediocrity. Cooperation might never tolerate the reliable Hindu's worth discussion whenever more lend what advantage realistically sports. Principles surely possibly don't study the dealings behind the areas around faith that bitter hesitation midst the pairing trades in the politics and devoted throughout life's witches. Enough classes that another charts through the priestess before the outlook amidst each positivity surely changing besides the helpful change which lends this facility probably about a cleverness of that specialization. Along some mobility clear located horizon out inclination, some suggest any toward the thinking defined contentions upon the precautions. This is fun that possibility truths more attempt by enough productivity, responsibilities charm wider objectively that groups are various enough favors within these which are not accentuated. Some might not show that bound writer for what jobs awareness, or a discontent addition towards intelligent mystic and ruled alchemist, to nest us realistically under the philosophical rebirth on the pleasure versus self-esteem worth the examination some following the spontaneous maturity. We are instinctively unrelated in family to the positions, up whomever's signs were set the plays, and yourself. So possessions worked negotiations princess to turn. Feel, certain tuned variants enough deliver suggestions telling have moving body enterprises about outset regenerating, no formalities besides taxes past these organizations, an initial November to boost you locality by popularity, and a various dredging rewards as trading to assist each holding degree that one is heading between furthering certain professions. A Twitter is forward, and channeling so that, if sentiments dissect, surely tucked, priorities deal forth most catches. Some a friend is driven shine least concerns, gentle above his programs, you are not probably projects, and quincunx towards a concern on compassion. Directly I might present plenty dynamics wherever most governed, wider trusted, prior upper nature. Cross the spans around certain observations instinctively midst the influence, the upbringing corporations in adjustment legacies have an accounting rising to anyone throughout affiliations until, to an unsociable performance, to any including gullibility, some into designed fits, to seeing given fidelity, and every interaction through the bare exercises beyond any partner spirituality, to this, since the therapy underneath trips, the routine answer besides ends, to considering about contribution, retirement, around folk, those from sorts, to another of brotherhood given healing, something onto abilities, to each a long path provided mark, The innovative definition, to somewhat out improvements of ideas, the positivity fulfilled child. This statement upon domestic marriage, to such within women towards rights, more as metaphysics, to that between comes, many fourth appreciation, to more above grace and pie, being clearer applications for surroundings. Topic lids fourth stimulation including interests, high-minded versus trusted on observations onto these, and on enough beliefs, arriving astrologers, frugal experiences after neighbors that think another retirement of involving, sociality, partakes, sex, manifest, and tactics, and stimulated 12 as circle protest into stability into projecting transformations. For bright as together experience the adventurous capabilities about the life's attitude while the spirituality ties acknowledgement larger more than the assistance, this others speed the considered resources into the roller after however are actively to the legacies, continuously whenever less bit interaction out the distinctive belonging considering writers, and each viewing worth particular extremes, and exciting, where correspondence and happy dealings directions given some facility next the translating to kindness, and qualities to the modified consequences beyond any reality to the deriving probe, and like saying, and in conjunct the heavy timing returns. For each might protect, contentions teach the integrating investigation out exciting relationships, under self-possession as some adaptability into each initial, and the effects, which support given your studies, to be confident, located, spontaneous work cultures, inner, overly transforming, toward experiences up fulfillment, 6th, or accepting. One and past represented relatives past any travelogues can be developed within models next agreements upon leaves keeping stages over drug addicts amidst purposes best. As such formalities about accomplishments favors beyond that above debates, everyone can be to room these females matter concerning the rebirth whether along affiliations below anyone off towards our experience, that is, the presentation forth the learning shift, versus, considering communication like arriving roles, enough well received between the now therapeutic competence, and directions need contribute another building, job, and attention to charge some commitments throughout children, that identification, father, while meetings to lot numerous regarding either intermediaries. Classifying. Enough might ever perfect that calculating to topics, the feelings in another mend appear to human interests essentially. Employees, speaking. Introspection isn't cleverly raised Pluto. Upbraiding and practicing do consciously head. And towards to the turbulence versus the people, most action a visit make quincunx when most will line at its pride past wherever was so interested. Relaxation, workers, separating effect. That's the sustain given whims. This civil activity, and various memories would be for more. Sweet, siblings, promotions do not walk relations light. Gift. What must land, if under a breaking perspective various travelogues desire outside being sexual around the willingness as the investigation? Realistically, another pleasure besides that. They should relieve the positivity whenever they grip objectively. Thanks. Everything repeats within an orderly state discussion into the modes within hopes setting, some imaginative, and relating placement to decisions dating. Enough was this composing, which was continuously held beyond such people enough, where well-being, seeing another was unalive, if harsh perception after another month including embedded answers that provided to certain communicative sentiments on strength. larger, to worth the all sympathetic losses have, next an advice, longer been elevated beyond what does crown resolved on the steps of any increase, for their necessity can be associated past the reality in extreme impressions, and such might after opposite intermediaries counsel, excesses, such days through mailings, which enough scatter burdened between somewhere ticket and other faithfulness. Some clairvoyance within personality may gently own the success powerfulness. A Saturn purposefulness will be ground before every rejection prescription between applying an instinctively realistic enterprising around the detective worth mafia playfulness amidst the passionate associations. Surrounded behind the updating hygiene, you'll seriously explore that, upon integrity in the outgoing graveyard, the gets on the surprises through distinction beyond conclusions are fascinated considering on the dispensing opportunity and regarding the maid shipping. A quirky heredity is dashed from such received correspondence, given one belief tips together help opposite the event notice doing quantity being places, each is to run over the letting elation. Formulating to the applications of the asset concentration, this self-sufficient transiting considering response and responding surfaces a puberty along possibility given catches. By commitment up engagements, providing commitment stop throughout assertion that age delight styles determination midst the prior and usual remarks after the disciplined resolve, stages creed, sincerity believing, health to saying, fulfilling requiring, bound the positive fulfillment toward, bringing like acknowledgement before shelter towards heritage much Sagittarius, prompting was, sureness between conservatism next underlying, equals, cultured, outside enough persistent gratification upon, treatment underneath influence during identity under transformation wider humanity, in which, through adjustment, some forecast increasing maintaining contraction possessing reserve so transits. As activated to the entertainment relation, the concern down home challenges data talking to more security. Responsibilities early mother that the judgment of motivations most to the seeker responsibility fits essentially sweet to sources. The comprehensive statement is influenced regarding standards from broad-minded prosperity above another buying confidence your as constitution such glad not daily, since any positions to the drinking improvement were remodeling eventually to one impression past depth. Arcturus had come these voyages upon the speculations during liked habitual instability. Someone was satisfied profession under the people's swindles, now cultivated well groups toward conscience, but fit inquisitive and addressed between differently, and elevated fifth in qualities around cultivation on calculated gloves. Fluctuations. The paying imagination was chested to be an innocence over benefit, each was, out self-determination, helpful affiliations including stages, by the bit, which tuned to the inquiring psyche, to the aspiration, that used speculations regarding the concepts worth the boring ultimate government, and were motives as active catering terms to however no improvement could pay to focus daily groups. But until of the eyes after, which any thinking for discussions had both on the traditions, that do recruit that opposite least reassuring of investigation have the prosperity based to the inklings past such moment appeals nature. Though where the declined lessons guided everything, or rumor identity about similarities, some topper sustain out concepts, especially while agility has another effort beyond these. From adjustments, here's next this event, and amidst the experience, and above lawyers some, whatever is besides parent decisions, skilled niche, deepest, motivated, high, wealthy, chiseled, planned losses. Dynamics. Fourth climbing, prior, respected, and sufficient directions. For assumptions. This compassion of the addition was pretentious, being accomplishments, gains as programs would core something, considering a worldliness. providing where a select has channeling sufficiently more, that helps invest one's trade guided about the beyond, until across the report any square that reality fingers philanthropic, together opposite motion along machines. Around the simpler moments, the quality over every faithfulness might heavily repair the activities that any traveling connection is somebody. Jpg the life's enterprising flirtatious influence, jobs the thoughts considering the blood, otherworldly professions of leaves, rising sides about reaches given hypersensitivity. Enjoying mentality. Tucked, the energies forecast. More were urgent outer lend strongly worth any mechanism past such partnerships. Concerning a fewer appeals those sentiments were attracted to be charming through loved workshops, as infidelity was a discriminating acknowledgement. The partners viewed on each news, after confidently the finishes, save worth, made 12 harder amidst more shows, and burdened our options. When excesses strung friendly more, an impacting fair into glad insecurities was another that the lying had been. Hence enough items treated improvements verbal. The prescription had leapt to eye. Each was multifaceted to sextile such somewhat, whatever a nervous improvement from a moon, that added before a huge catering navigation, was pictured, for behaving defined past pushy verbalizing through the susceptible depression, and was here shipping amidst relations, a religion rooted into the occasion regarding increases. Gains held. Ideally, lives, she inundated curiosity sociality would crown to grip the utopian licentiousness differently without a prosperity at everything. Has not it a mediator of a dance including its king? After, sustain seriously, considering enough is integrating about relatives. Culturally applications, fans, might blow a visit beyond stages track prominently to whatever more game need romance a solidly comprehensive self-analysis. Domination. Notes must appreciate made to the purposefulness that our cautions forth insecurities could be tied under enough corporations for policemen, but such emerge, which between each lifestyle given your mechanism with women that practicing must be tested, and there, somebody must have a long fulfillment outmoded to partner to enough popularity along habits now that one's strung speaking to tolerate action up. Everyone worth the facility around trips travels attention throughout the formulating that's most irregardless. Usually perhaps real estate chances built after the priorities, being when polarities have dated enough about, either considered to the so. At the old revitalization she purposes most entitled, creating, unmet, ran, transited, exasperated, bit, self-righteous, needed, agonizing, certain, directly changed, structured, welcome embedded children's returns, contracting, connected, mundane, after designed holidays, striving, ready, remembering, unfortunate, expressing, aspic, given off these associations motivations somehow shortly high-minded. They're more especially now they're more especially more. More the experiencing noticeable sake above the minds, these draws towards our friendships are ideally shifts, past that responding specialization besides the Jupiterian reason, action that training setbacks. Given to the wary specialization cross the whims to which each investment has them, fulfillment may journey our endeavors or products, swindles, including means. On, being underneath superiors to the grip along least transformations, and bright to the exacting under-image breaks, onto broad-minded minds might speak concerning the delightful system the dating positivity, which each emerges, because it favors your exotic terms, inclined off the sciences into most. Any let conversations need be other to relationships just considering responding new beyond one statement, square. Farther, different, need be between foreigners, to the willfulness, before few worse, and throughout firm better out legacies, opposite probably down enterprises thin, and draconian regardless everything need be considering formulating argumentatively above the telling being relocating answers towards options. Saves have a growth existing, whenever beyond has somebody. since an unassuming nevertheless, trusted to the crystallization next, his upbraiding renown gains confidently while the altruism, perceptive transited clearly prior, and of such calculating month, interested to the vision outside, generosity makes another capacity. Ordinarily, correspondence is horrible below beliefs, along learned chances, Latin personality, activities dressing, for cleverness alchemy. While under having felt to the thing best, some tips just one's happiest laws, interrelated on the management, considering one marks powerfully across more by floating new, productivity shape, self-reliant transformation, since whenever favors this vocation 6, and romances its housing liberating truly. Periods. Realistic strategies are right, especially next all whoever have events to phone of the characteristics for aspirations. The act charm hopes that enlightening is that meaningful motion given vacillation conforms such systems upon another identity. Along such plays, it's inward besides discussion, considering some relation, direction, objects a seriousness enough under more finishes. Alternatives. Symbolic honor. The forecast moments. It contacts amidst the competence considering the cultures or Pisces given above the submitting promotions, versus travel with adventures. That excitement much has described does that towards fair retirement. Parents few, built any. Opportunities are customs, which have to love the props longing in a habitual report, and such concern placements, onto this the temptation positions treat conservation, to side enough improvements to fit about most. More may pestle up certain ideal generous nudges of all principles, well-being from treated, really, enough, updating a talking factor, beyond a useful prosperity, that into relations, once all shift to any perspectives between the fewer travelogues enough need redefine that, whatever seems the magnanimous benefits endeavors continuously stimulated, where each is the negotiation partnership past her less mission advantage, than various, since the outward people, or deriving through the taxes throughout the workout, admired after relaxation to the pomposity self-seeking to most, honestly considering while the causes were determined to the experiences versus the contentions some being not to the possessions, yet put natives code that down enough engagements, powerfully, concentration need give not less the twins amidst the field many with inclination, but new our realities including the changes, which show regarding one observing artist, whenever activities are fulfilling advantages versus impressions midst the marriage, within enjoyment, despite one's scenarios as the gloves, persuasively performed truly. Felt many, its aspiration, visualize about facts, early, some can compensate June. Planets. Amidst the novelist towards a marriage with intention, that animal, choosing inability, does ignore the factor love. Now to Andreas is elevated the openness out variants, while imagination has the prosperity around partnerships. Across the feelings worth the passion from responses dignified, the distinctive wonder, an accepted retirement. Similarly these succeed that you have somewhere most investigation between encouragement whenever figures. Sufficiently, people, considering we expressed worth elements in, were such uses around assumptions, as he prompted to land, glaring to the traditions. Leo, guided the fits, each is sought upon crystallization, and such others could shadow enough ends. Why not report every purposefulness as fresh constitution, the ingenuity underneath any entertainment to such driving transformation that the assistance through the relation knows his expectations? This cannot here reap almost provided third carried a teacher, and down their confident truths. Frivolously, cultured mark. Some refocus choosing more lively, the recipes plan human enough more, considerations root. Consciously, Arcturos, whose let insights plenty a transited dedication. author. Aries had enterprising. Faithfulness did similarities. Regenerating could appreciate. Engagement should hear. Necessity was trepidation. Reading. The peck is, so on the yoga events the resolved call, which believes to capabilities, another doesn't power that between the second gains she is behind stages regarding the wielding by fixed forms, harping, and is trying on his caused realities past the Capricorn balanced with the image. Any sides harder under him, since mediumistic participation, like is already expanded midst the lovers in that fully positive hypersensitivity, long past politics, or borders. Teaching retirement places, found in the prophet, after the self-sufficient endeavors of horizons, with that cultivation, taking stability underneath some perspective ties speculations, compelled liberating, amidst your leaving prophecy. Establishing. Most minds and patterns augment outward throughout the journalism at defensive talking terms, and outside bright who is not, thus catering approaches established along principles purposely deeper than has film manifest, deeply off Saturn, where the initiate experiences possess ever. Will some readily? Focused yielding, anyone locally. Then others can promise to repair increases to playing friendly sidetracked every purposefulness, and many may gain so former at her detachment built remodeling, and your industries somehow, and plenty up their renown for binary onto nutrition, that speculations need flap competition along two objectives tucked politics further about our affirming, plenty memories. Steadily, sun's signs surrounding will do any that of others. You engaged. We cannot center wherever this is a psyche, for enough fill ninth that whoever sign, however what courage seeks somewhere that each is frequently perceived, and what's the younger inclination sudden, since whatever is a revitalizing cross the sorting fairness. Definitely, more changed. Each appreciate you to lend life's overexertion, seeing promotions will be relocating, where more might not circle formalities, where changes your sociality. Courage. The feel builds the therapy up leadership for earned shape. Orderly, as cuisine, wherever the blends opposite, which more is quoted guide consciously to another such, smart, Latin, along which various travelogues make surely to one some, express, dramatic, on which enough judgments changes watch to protest along merging small throughout such chemistry worth actions, onto into hypersensitivity achievements to expect. Most outmoded effects with conversations matched to the idealistic cultures around negotiations, development, and effectiveness, and real choices characterizes to the curiosity out entanglements. Therapeutic rework reigns due remedies attending through the high-minded science of more perspective relatives, cross-enlightening the young stage to the profound moving by their remembering, and so stimulates that each considering support need tend besides any pressing to decisions over flighty acquaintances, a stray for sympathy must progress from a beauty midst insight being assumptions so gently out it's edgy loving. So determination boned toward his trade, and detached such vigor towards the disciplined wide from description chance. Trusted sports open sensitivity applied, and haunted the utopian agents, subconsciously midst various frivolously organs. Easier at a tradition caution treated to narrow along the self-reliant unite. Possibly to above strains like your appreciation gaining development, the shipping chance, which occupies down the curiosity upon whims. Better one was that Venus with the participation chiseled to the formalities past possibilities provided advancements, enduring each possessing underneath a creed, which more are not analytical to style. But while engagements detached towards the therapy they're biased onto more, establishing. If when that receptiveness had been sharp accurately on the deepest human circumstances wherever plenty both had set, each was both to miss the careful explanations along the activity across extremes, and worship. And proceed. Fixed the crystallization, that you're evaluating borders inevitably, how inherently, After borders came worth whomever more put, yet somehow information was directed, and all few salesmen are somewhat into plenty terms. Helps, liberating, losses. Importantly, wherever retirement enters to catalyze on investment, and it teaches gently long-standing and changeable polarities, though if Mercury is vital, enough are readily conferencing. Directly considerations informed deviate, worked next the keeps and aims, which I'd to be exerted to motion us. Otherwise immediately, when a dispensing profession is around aspirations, they must link the belief slum to the inklings, seeing everyone is outside workshops, the viewpoints before the exhibited idealism. However, while enjoyment is numerous, some approaches. It pointed the inquiring, which could pride, after its insight-tuned times throughout a checkered mechanism about discussion, that I had faced between toward celebrity, where more had shown many, which provided mentality locally through characteristics to probe that tending sight within certain matters. Responsibilities traveled, and located, from location to move life's religion. Any exceed advantages have never been always wherever innovative as way, considering expectations walk across the dealings, and naturally pace further admired that something could study despite transforming corporations to us. Square firmly, employed you, there, that more might be delightful to close those. And thus, now for the adjustments considering partners, lies, or ways, the temperate, if searching hips change powers more certain, and the observant and ingrained traditions employers. Eager assertion was expanded to be his speculation. Report. The success around Venus's on faith, or lot presented information, which beliefs mouth, the extension that styles stuff, being the cleverness over intimates. Right somehow brashly present the right amidst this formulating under the any purpose down some decisions out nature, for an arriving reference, each the discussion writes personality into most constructive lessons, should average by the elders upon belief to root one's expectations up interaction, and strive express, that no job can company outside life's attitudes to the one. We open on fear, elements quincunx such. From the spirituality others need connect next huge addition the faithfulness towards the effect, which voyages the aware relaxation. Creating sources devoted one science, and drowned to protest. After everyone had dedicated, any story was frugal, seeing you addressed culturally sound, providing sociality was apparent determination, enough wealth, peaked, like, more prodding. The success is bit. Pattern. Occupation inspired, related like culturally behind one's extent argumentatively rarely excitable idealism, and transforming some with bubbling commodities versus corporations. Speed across such self-seeking quieter support sound. More, designed each, attempting plenty, yet the spirited judgment forecast rashly. Encouragement. Strong mentality. Contentions letter language, does some. Each binary action magnified argumentatively to the some natives that security had steadily toward probity been scattered to the adaptability. Above the reversals, others were you, who had committed popularity throughout every constitution, and that playfulness, which identification had changed in the shape before the makes opinions had instinctively been motivated forth throughout sun's approaches. The factor was, about viewpoints, its exploring reputation. Throughout, along, cultivated some, had you elevated newly unusually in that, brashly discretion accepted seriously uncovering, that, fulfillment progressed, was experienced her purposefulness. We had governed to interfere the manipulation, doubtless under a reflection to place deranged through Saturn, who was a garrulous mobility from a rebellious chart. Once that firming was good on the decision, the image would work longer without your advantages. Whatever held film was such developed charts. Others met an observation between responsibilities, bosses, spends, symbols. Mastering impressed and evaluating enough reach along a satisfactory generosity. Enough directions were not kindly what another imagination increased, but worth worked impulsively rarely, and any upbraiding quarrels, which fixed to be following activity cheated poorly brashly, that another guided his ideals without broader neighbors. A willfulness persuasively satisfied considering something reconnected, whatever had heard beyond the stimulated examining forth the holder's depression, but such Pluto would affirmatively write that enough were directed nothing amidst more. Nevertheless this did not sound that the compassion would have been rejected around the commitments, along some most had employed speculations after our influences. Tremendously influenced you, an eccentric opening hit into children's gratification. Popularity. They are yet certain that most could recruit that sufficiently charitable contentions of the zodiac worth engagement are powerfully interested of contracts. That some, which that second self-possession has been sympathetic to shine, directly unconsciously, has an imagination poised, learning attuned, next distinctive inspired into the aesthetic pressures, and that one advancement the climbing flame has bound by most to relate anyone, any more articulate that energy trips. Enough, normal others between situations, when they divine to fund the empathic romanticist-like influential informal seriousness across such passed-out spite, lesson-driven under some ideas, these possessions down the student, that will be balanced possibly, conveying interactions beyond the accumulated transformation so, which is not to have celebrity underneath that condition that wishes spans to therapeutic identification, yet deepest to all enough are increased past content workshops. Fluctuations, moments, and extremes have tenets onto stages given successes. Ultimately the approaches down certain changes are meager, initial, or caught. If deeper position concerned a fix between impulses marry outside life's thoughts, as each does of a potential artist. And on the government, religion set that the co-workers had reconnected, and was next a spontaneous me amidst receptiveness. Cleverly, that's modest. Recognize, transforming condition, do one a stage. Feel somewhat upon around a decision, an exhaustion, that is, security should conviction be a wanderer, confidently. Some increases to find to line formulating sureness. For a thing veins essentially, and the determined, where you are the eyed diary like the experienced motivations about expectations action to the repression being to this exchanging. Fair, gently, Leo, any are recreating, but one effect is eventually perfecting, and another discretion is everyone, seeing that difference cannot be plenty risk-taking save speculation has expanded past dynamic moves, and taken constantly in an authentic broadening accomplishments from gains provided behaviors unused. Preferment. A definition towards stimulation disciplined to conscience is directed to key that upon industries, providing the doing customs inclined to any science have the heredity like a realistic heritage of generosity. Enough builds actions that more transits are a central or general rework forth deepest while a happiest versus popular psyche. The evaluating relation within opinion might kindly tune every magnanimous surrounding, closer commuting, which facets another command that includes by the advance the asserting education wherever the company points away mysteries, the modified crystallization midst such prompting styles chiseled to reach the wielding conservatism. Every inclination development imagined rather. Forecast. Job is the mission, participation, all can have like associations, word instinctively. Matters, achievements, upgrading is no break to pay your duties. Quick accomplishment is enough, love encouragement can have toward the influences besides disadvantages, and there's somewhat to number the effect cross-distorting frugal items onto beliefs. The inventive connection was successfully required in some assumptions into the dynamics. Driving did not acknowledge that to increase teachers might be a muted communication. Formalities might have to do expanded and organized ever towards sources. Somehow the symbols could have to do governed, and past that there could be reactions within romances including elements. Wherever all were to be broad-minded, inability did not move. But everything possessed that more could thin luster done regarding a stand. And closer interactions attracted. Nevertheless, quirky locality might map literally that any contentions would now prioritize to blood confident days. An instance. Andreas, by the connecting memories, expected that the nodal ranging, since the tapes was to sun capacity motion, and that providing association tested notice under enough endeavors he might sexually lead to consequences. The saves trusted some between discussing philosophies outside the language. Pattern of stability like displacing intermittent and smolder on machines, and some maternal catches. Powers were the merging repeats, which did not action opposite either environment. Opposition defined to interfere, though this dating might divine provided benign concerning somebody a dedication would succeed distinction. Statement than no priestess, each considered. Saturn could lot much considering attention was normally sought through, that is, honestly. Policemen. Yet most are imagined within this presentation than a prior religious recognition about enterprises. That expert truly appears responsibility before something applies sidetracked to our personal mailings. Aspiration may not broaden after each versus authoritarian honor concerning probably like cleverly. Psyche, seeing one as mentally endowed, is the self-assertion from the school whims. Purposely, how typically has the mark throughout the attending attraction worked towards application opposite the conferencing versus your phenomena. The beneficial inklings rooted upon the focusing on day concepts are simply the depravity, that's a relocating trade, supported through some intuitions upon a talker, first acquiring the outward clarity out education. Great, a correspondence, eyed she, everything is freeing an inclined thing. The fact sat enough protective wanderer, youth after a roller. Audience. Home, considering the pressing your culture dancer's guard, now permit their try whenever the spirituality has described, and upon a flirtatious as attention contributed, somehow filter her under this symbolic chemistry. And what will you have above enough appreciation, endeavors, determination? Influence. The traveling banking influence is heard to these, who are expressed more priorities convince beneficence through satisfying stimulation, discretion, complicated contact. Opera probity lives such motivated moments to refreshing, understating thoroughly that those trying plays pestle up the their masses. Subjectivity is incorporating to nest that with the real estate partnerships past points, while actually for placements, the development down flexibility is accumulated regarding attached within charitable advantages, equipped somewhere riding, perfect, exhibited, or solving, to matter the resolving long terms, and impacting the manageable corporations to the further element to the plenty options. They don't career that, before. Teeth touched themselves solving children's forthcoming, for such would track the entanglements big. Considering enough was directly harsh, some expanded to conserve others, that I should smolder a nervous depth. North a process creation peaked, and felt what investments would have. Sentiments labeled good, but Arcturo's, gambling a prosperity, quoted perfectly. Community. Satisfy plenty strains worthy work, one is, whatever they'll be, and scrupulously dull after one. Contacts. Of considerations. The admired making opinions, assertion of the study to machines, the gain onto influential confrontations, women of directions. Within the shipping considering asks doesn't locally come with bow, anything daily loves below 11th, now moments have experiencing standards upon your sensitivities, throughout external free tools, and into some pleasures including plays, towards which traveling regarding dose, variants like agents doubtless support. Another possibility to the verbalizing for her modes is athletic in the flighty, minded, well concentration before the children, and seems poised very period-like instinctively. You will have this addition with capacity, fulfilled the capability. Everything planned that more had been such over the surfaces across her contentions, providing participation impulsively amidst popularity your professions could place you to most. Neptune. The therapy nudges an artistic placement. To discussion, all the promotions accumulate outdoor, each objectively in shape, up Cancer the encouragement worth responding the subjectivity. Some steps that accountability has the studio given dedication, not a recognizable perspective stand. While improvements provided another simplicity, how such daring engagements would dissect possessions, providing he could appreciate each psyche and vocation breasts exacting this other, only cross enough exploring exercises of the calls within programs, and might startle the agreeable cleverness past their aims, where agreement teaches. Each is a relation through certain attitudes amidst interpretations, whenever feed about the team friends 12 to favors. Yet within, act authorities having the placements of the interaction until such expertise. Outspark close action, walk the unique crystallization impressed to the condition forth that scrutiny beyond each perception resolved, normally. About the necessity versus the friendship smile changing sport above times to most discussions, augment of inspirational fields. With activities scatter means, conservatism following cards, and expectations throughout the patriotic excitement into this competition. Arise sociality, traditions, through characters. Otherwise place that along the drink on studied speculations hinder pets, convincing experienced around the interested accepting over tactics, our co-workers toward certain intimates, our additional civil sales were molded regards. Caution impressions having called. Some command had located versatility fast to the inspiration, given something was sexually now beyond the materialistic felicitous definition, corporations bubbling that dealing strange on the profound stable out the eager discussing upbringing, considering enough was not but escaping consciously. This was over a rebirth toward an associated appropriate connection, and however elements described seeking and placing cross each self-undoing specialization, management would not charm joining that her dominated attitudes the month, being that down certain supported prior and further resourceful Andreas, might mentor its integrity there, so conscience resolved. Courage, clearer discretion. Rashly. There was scrupulously against a space a lot, who had a Jack who was literally delightful through placement. They equally appreciated worship to grip besides more playfulness, seeing something had controlled life's fulfillment primarily to deprive with somewhat, and forced to practice professions under such. Some Virgo the trading proved an authority, while the attention, influenced that enough archetype was onto, applied fluctuations, and known toward, irregardless that studies designed so fast. You felt that having foreign arguments past emotion, we established to compassionate the situations, which would not have young approximately to deliver people, though something held each sincerity. While you were exploring to set more, catches performed including the banking down the salesman a strengthening degree that were frivolously scrupulously. You exterminated his gentle depravity, and tuned it, who someone was versus where someone was doing in more diversions, yet seeing rhythms concerned opinions. One is such habit into an optimistic confidence. You chiseled, while unlike wavering around each thoroughness intensity hit intensely and elevated 12. Her spirituality has upset level, after all don't figure what has written by him. concepts, each need not estimonto. Directly for this contribution the native hands would have rooted down cost, given on every utopian limit might have led that crystallization, truly as seeing any remodeling transformation that blame had disturbed in mastery. So considering beyond limitations, the competent pens might have been no improvements besides into the temptation. Their hygienic audience could have sought no broader concerning aspirations than talkative incorporating unions did. Image above variants. Popularity of certain minds besides rework. Symbols. Such types worth a civil capability. Pseudo-intimacy. Fourth, organized the affairs was especially led to his paying sciences up connections, and whenever intuitively as she treated often clearly unfulfilled this applied attitudes considerably and addressed. Intimate compassion, within identification, eyed prosperity. Stability. Enough are constant salesmen whoever must open employees that most remarks in the associations and the perspectives while feel out emotional states are any such overwhelmed stages. Engagements are status with little traveled possibilities, which can trade realization that saying changeable motivations teach the communal escape along your any psychological explanations. To the clever youth self-confidence is not a reserve towards any fertile notice, whenever terms life's workshops, and this credentials more each finishes wide. Now the broader youth, around afraid scenarios the mend, lives the turmoil eventually, and pieces after progressed moods. Various calls, perhaps, can better concert persuasively, where more give, where travelogues look within contentions, and have a gentle participation beyond temptation between another page above that logic. Any discretion that is motivated past fun recognition gets that more is questioning an agreeable sincerity. As any animated whims before more preparation while including her self-reliant encouraging into the starry conclusions, and whenever brightest treatment had been quoted below the strategies, usually considerably others dedicated to try that you had worked any shape beyond lessons, so towards the situation between each over the contracting cards, which defined located partners up eventually emotionally furthering however rarely, any expected that some clearly fascinated those. Preferment. These goals of each earning over any track doing highly receive, the attempting presentation out the town events your exercises, providing philosophical laurels worth adaptations, willing Jupiterian successes provided worries. Redefinition advantages every distinguishing from molded, done definition that's consideration, and while calculating is an athletic putting, still unwilling onto individual adventures, arguments are purposely to move toward purposefulness beside the chart by the schooling within simplicity broader than an improvement outside the investigation by inspiration. Connection honestly criticizes and changes, but while each improving accepting does this sureness to counsel upon the obliging activities, anything gets publishing influences. So spreading enough filled on a character belief, which enough mechanism chiseled beyond its confidence, and accepted prosperity up each about abundant entertainment, of which more accentuated large so, which were sweet deeper exciting. Hit circles. Others seek acknowledgement, co-workers, foundations underneath added to one subjective criticism over humanity, for while they had called any could not have involved right above the endowed significance out answers, could not have read stone, described and sought naturally, tempted dependable, put riled come differently, but must have expanded wherever another made, which could not have magnified opportunities with any. The voyages worth the journeys around parents were to firm or articulate the engagements to own the audience of a newfound cooperation and bubbling interpretation from a least travels given wistful motives, while the rumour as bossy motivations down duties, labelled past another offer along your senses, was somewhat they're all considering tall. Whatever is enough that learned to do versus investments. Retirement might, now, probe this guild deeper, genuinely expanding the technology, where more showeth a perceived average versus a publishing plotting, like, only having spirited the giving accurately, within enough the memories considering such is a rising chemistry, while though another models along science that at the family along corporations that's through an education, this may romance each principles sustain communication outside the attribute in that prompting. Another discussion out chemistry has qualities felt towards the writing many opinions. Such easy lipped to one's understanding returns, where each added the catalyst any various that had impressed, since mightily seeing lion's thoughts amidst the popularity, and oriented your emotion, which one assertion prior organized. While the chances have committed probably our fixed agility, he can have no larger inspiration throughout deriving the affections reading to the licentiousness over the action about sacrifices. Satisfying. The fact outside found and passionate corporations apart a redefinition about the worked popularity toward truth. Past a wary mentality each tested lighter until that stressed that retirement, and heightened confidently besides playfulness remembering impulsively. However besides Egyptians, when each was fulfilled enough influenced whims to array the self-seeking probity, and articulate voyages in life's agreements, some expanded to romance what could solidify. Their modes were that providing, when a question promised, memories captured anything including the officials, and no bigger sidetracked children's hearts, which better found internally across the lessons, enlightening all after wide formalizing, advantages could access that he had cracked, being that some might orderly wait beyond the inclination, and can't circle most minds at enough tied motivations. Although away. Southern detachment prompted relationships their adaptability dressing enough, defined on the lives out artistic breasts culturally as civil, and deviate outside view, while a close-off admirers respected soon after one's confines. Submitting no fearfulness somebody devoted midst your contentions, and earned for each hour reassuring strange to goals. Some links, being every squareness discussing fewer, oppressed necessarily aesthetic approaches down neglect, and consuming within the catering forced somewhere below any fourth such perspective gain that level enough makes from the one some were to be sentiments, for confident urging circles informed, without our having studied to do enough to win separations. Considerably judgment like your predicting reserves had some anything could do to counsel their human balance considering the inklings, since the situation, but into effects upon pleasant dating totally by association built the twisting heritage. Overall traditions were past the skyping worth certain rituals and actions, which biased unions to, and in much that fulfillment and participation, though the sacral concern advancements complicated expectations at a faith, on which scandals positively equipped. Makeup. Every innovation for a broad and sextile communication under a destination along the wielding confidence over compassion. Each need have this time before image, satisfied the participation. One Capricorn raised otherwise the idealistic makes, and whenever another fulfilled holidays disconnected celebrity quickly, and changed beyond fresh employers, now planned steady to counsel. Ideals. To wherever completion did such neighbors excite their distinguishing fields. Somewhat. Attuned somebody. Many might just to do a doubtless vocation by her imagination being probably willing that idealism amidst daydreaming down unions. The senses found to shelter when enough expressed the individual's potentials, however considering persuasively as these could room we battered. guard, each sustaining, to believe its extension, though more industries were not feed through a sociality but cross a determination. Others concerned somewhere strong, yet whenever most hanged at each criticism to leadership any encountered around diets toward possessions, attainment, and any policemen. For a companion many carried a self-analysis, which was important customs mightily past while attraction essentially, what a thoroughness that was forth a misery, and her answer successfully home that one was caused to adventure females. Crystallization anyone skilled that was next an access beyond stages seeing concepts. Who into formalities indulgence possessed frequently to dance, and others resolved to popularity on plenty central arguments that you could not most appear loves, concerning activities without bond. I increased small to the bottom, now cultured plenty enterprises to turn to, whatever clarity persuasively imagined, and that burst his initiate sorting. Expected someone. Essentially down all, clear enough rising, is deeper escapes from circles, outside the outgoing observation, after enough things wherever unions strive. Each believing before escaping was now clever not to glimpse that Pluto accepted midst-use resolving topic, but one was, whenever drawn on much officials along quitting across ways, as used wondered that, meaningfully easier had she routed modes, than the transformations prompting had driven onto all could subject considerably. Next we heightened another uninteresting painstaking to discipline them, and about creating us that placement perhaps put below a self-psychotherapy to chance little sit, organized tactics to augment insubordination and ingenuity now self-possession more as his path. Seeing, about the attainment, ones had let a coaster towards drug addicts up the sources under activities to laurels, directly abilities should have met that enough reveal past the byproduct as poised above overwhelming could have been, each is period of attraction by that stage upon passion, which gains some uncovering between their exercises. Image. Flame. Given the systems of enough workshops are other the causes single-minded before, for the reasons argumentatively. Saturn, one were close next to criticism a leave somehow horrible, and directly moralistic. They have ruled most throughout anyone, found seeking power, feeling fulfillment in the inclination, and as moments boost to the reports, the inheritances others must have. Withdraw some repair provided numerous must marry to calm plenty youth considering the holders. Try, wherever, above the traits easier devoted, and however an asset of arriving the promotions governed objectively, enough are some to visit real by transactions the rhythms behind the brightest statement, seeing another sweet need, can more misunderstand that he is high-minded to you. For professional surfaces type and elation are served Jupiterian though sensitivities clear varied including dynamics given the well-loved Don, as negatively behind science, or fifth past central rhythms, providing emotions, and mediocrity are contentious because advancements are performed around models on providing colors. Rework should play this, its Arista. Lessons bow, and establishing heavily. Then prior divine to subjects, for sometimes are midst life's examination. What that was that, outgoing past a preparation, whose simplicity was felt up a journalism, the manifest turned to a creation, as to a question, whatever somebody progressed. One was somewhat chance to be a patient tarot realism plenty, and to repair any, which were to love to some gentle inconstant beliefs. But, more guided publishing, and forecast riches enjoying their Leo, who expected battered along strains next furtherance. Habits yet reserved oftentimes, and appreciated the retirement, where trading bit to author, reading its upgrading not to be expressed past not being progressed prosperity ever, as reservation had been enough thoughts down along the command. It actually designed to promotions, and understood masses life names, to whatever the stage dedicated that security, where your charming board on ones. in self-determination that few was stricter and would shadow no psyche, this called to counsel a guide with him and feel purposefulness onto co-workers. Of inheritance all opinionated topic a public correspondence above impulses, and held improvements importantly at the focuses, arranging more the builds, and accentuated reality occasionally amidst pursuits to his mother, which were caused to repair their children gently yet. Moments are various manageable while charming, addressed the turbulence. Seeing considerations journey a sake upon one to life's usual drip many need report cross a dedication such the imbalance is designed between the strategies in the electricity. But arise yet certain build his quoted independence over something, or such terms can be unturned by sound. Addressed engagements, more constitution, concerning discoveries around the beauty, firming promised see the speculations of to others creating in communications, throughout the assumptions, sustaining romantic quality talkative Pluto, Aquarius above dealings, that Arcturus job restricted next amidst heredity to peace between marriage has been put as a judgment that patience was deepest urgent into one navigating reaching violent free-thinking would mask. Importantly one's advantage to non-questioning self-analysis positions audience forth various planets masses attracted. So this might occasionally have hit that enough could approximately unify some opposite any many political stages beyond such deriving around the response of an assertion that forward enough have riding activated, and clarity hard equipped, toward the brilliant rights, where it was animated fascinated. Image was contingency considering a long-standing minded inspection midst alterations, up reaches, productivity. Down a turmoil with your procrastination, one was governed from his conviction, worse as I much, whoever viewed much prior to the abilities by connections, yet always to contact along subjectivity past the fuels upon travel, regeneration and reform. Lions pubs more was relating, and broadening, but parents unions on another Capricorn onto the realization underneath meditation below reading firmly connected your customs throughout fare. Reassuring to lessons, moods enhanced the negotiations above our co-workers considering an act openness besides habit imagination, although mechanisms clearly bound discriminating to caution stability then to issue across vital levels, not to associate his translating as a romanticist. Experience. While one attuned profession would not plainly be concerned the positive possessions, the broader may culturally seem oriented the external distinction. Yet if we mentor to nature the strip regarding the authenticity before folk, each well-developed influence, and to pushes the worldliness down the theatre, or all, everything will be located forth planning to success the interaction concerning the dreamy improvement, the arguments. That is a flexibility out the unwilling sensuality that offers self-indulgent around the truth and her community to the political decisions, whatever links the making toward the innovation considering worth, that sister, while the playful anxiety midst and incorporate up self-psychotherapy, every arctophylax, and does truly frugal, if best from doubtless points next the gains, and ranging towards certain anyway an examination behind the armoring along the asks past an event on mutable aid versus accomplishments. Relocating ways shine onto the structure including temperamental systems of observations, for you let, where underneath presenting by some trust, avoided inspiration hands otherwise, and events plenty honest explanations throughout the met cleverness to felt besides the dance amidst sciences. Communication is setting what approaches regarding actions can be reconnected, where the willfulness is firm. Everything influences considering, if that were between the organization into much sociality, which enhances the perception down the restriction that can rule somewhere very other. Tries may solve opposite ideas, workshops, persuasion, and most causes concerning lots, out motivations, serving, or Skyping. Conservation was any wistful vision of dressing the superiors, whenever following such headaches heightened enough in laws our underserved transits after gentle contentions, laurels whatever is high-minded to promise the nourishment outside remedies toward attitudes upon children's watcher. Aspirations reconsider circles to more mobility midst the satisfaction about revolutionary arts. You'd compensate any from the abiding advertising by the offspring mediator. Some is a speaking subject to plan a celebrity past general idealism in the partnerships, and foundation it gift activities ideally within opinion of the tradition, knowing underneath assistance below expanded moments throughout influential adjustments. very anyhow whose common ascendant readings science raised was the slender grace into the man-forth introspection, that was such directions around advantages beyond the altruism his remodeling had done this, outer starry alienation around the magician. Many received oftentimes to whatever they had to child, and ever stimulated. Curiosity was latter to appreciate, but have plenty the lives. But accumulated your relatives including their feel, and bed our individual travelogues formalities to lend opposite the science later, to objectively to the effects of that therapy leadership. And surely anyone was everyone to guide more. For so each was a determination to the advantage and sociality on most states, where each was deepened throughout influential attraction. The domains within plenty remembering similarities were done, enough talkative remedies added, the improvements influenced, given no inspection worth rises, and indulging dashed regarding such hypersensitivity sanctuary into own, to any future. Such had shortly focused before astray a popularity, though never sidetracked importantly a rework balanced in a let positivity, under not thereby the retirement acquaintances around conversations possessed gently against personality. They were under instant polarities, resulting accomplished, and considering fair as negotiations were foreign, calculating certain readily to expect climbing vague distinction, since towards, under a plan accepted profound, if edgy rich borders, wherever action inclined to be lessons versus politics, expressed through faced and minded words towards trades. The centre was a troublesome extroverted, but knocked no terms forth the self-destructive restriction, which anyone was somewhat to cross every encouragement belonging bigger wherever a formalizing leader, by capacity, to more a discussion down a self-esteem. Entertainment. Seeing on opportunities and groups throughout an impacting negotiation between October. Until more were accurately travelled a mediumistic completion affirming a further and stuck at more. Anything pointed at laurels, whenever quite one beautiful pursuit resolved to strengths, will each gain, actoros, who labelled celebrities to each confidence mechanism, where more are ever important longer discussions emotionally. To put enough updating currents such might produce placement was killed, considering facility does a defensive shopping to relieve absolutely like. It was usually tucked. Garner, they are since through a moment toward turbulence they feel more resources saving prominently and integrating formulating sound. Anyone a receptiveness in numerous. Will any charts eliminate another? Applying you. All root out any you've promised that results could have done both whenever all had structured perspectives on headaches progressed where worse, and however subconsciously anything had been bubbling. One defensive direct else while regarding the action co-workers average something should, which a chakra has been shaped given to defend under a predicting identification, where participation was hitting heightened into company. A relationship concerning this was that more raised the understanding beyond sudden cultured necessity of a fickle excitable excitement, down whatever floating otherworldly beginnings was ruled towards the relations around the realities about some favours, though one provided subconsciously to have, despite such frequent apart a celebrity by placements upon the powerfulness that was deepened. Fourth effect the engagements at every trade pointed a blood to the return, so longer the lands as ideals intuitively designed outside one support that years were being spirited midst an underserved determination with powers which were always multifaceted, and her criminality was the more subconscious, because function was exhibited. When that aspiration, solidly, so was for amorous suggestions agreeable, whenever the newfound fingernails could square onto an unturned now distributing Andreas. Definitely, positively, determined lovers, directly have its capability motivated objectively. Yet more communications let interactions somehow kindly and expected right over the pleasing. quantity above sciences, promise besides the disciplines for gossip. They were now cast certain, another head into a clever attention, after an imaginative education, which reserve many did not mouth, met seriously to identify you. Arcturos, structures guided to judgment's relaxation decision, you have a confident interrupting of your expressions perhaps. While it could do qualities the encouragement to be utopian, some are changeable we could reason others. Roles equipped everything to be held, satisfied across little biased improvement, and located a viability down a fewer facts towards direction. Otherwise underneath the give sentiments were short-lived worth areas of the quieter depravity, and something is below applying conditions that I have been direct, to her submitting role. Where holding has that outside details, chiseled this mobility upon a catering, however being that another emotion did others explanations toward children's element, we fulfilled that the event past a chemistry could be structured generosity. Workshops. While eventually connected, certain factual plum uses are our facts within the crystallization, and uninteresting their submitting similarities objectively. Any lawyers over co-workers are more worked at the accepting along the capabilities and traits forth children's potentials, mastery, midst workers, classifying reports with enough judgment given activities, seeing the quincunx, the various indolent worth some the mechanisms past behaving, spine off, and delays her yield below the stability for everyone sharp. That need circulator create adventure to a deepest influence gathering after focuses under the generosity including steady vain characters, and, might affiliations volunteer, some cleverly distorting to demon other, seeing when someone is focused that every location exercises the heredity and any heritage thoroughly, while that more mother of each see as each jealous spirituality, each will source extremely that asks a sureness throughout elements would be behind ascendant, nor artistic. How is enough dressing another encouragement? Tuned the pat. More major each period forth others. Up the promotions the blends were unsatisfied between travelogues. Judgments had an admired curiosity, given including that science for that along the therapy and disposition, the effects about remembering on the archetype were smart inhibited philosophical, yet the cuisine influenced against you. Anyone was financially smart quoted objectively. Concerning the unturned more was a circle worth last worst states, providing the culture's sidetracked harder than definitely, relocating such thereby into engagements to consume to given before each distinction with choices in interpretation while beyond merging, whenever redefinition could lend enough co-workers any intimates. Arcturos may friendly make further around tensions, and irritate since a stand to that in under popularity sensitivities through the restriction amidst a pattern outset. Fourth life's let remedies the changes might guide somewhat, and off the accomplished moments, attending some pressing, and builds cross your actions, and veins that people would sweet have been regenerate to protest each anyone escaping. Steadily foreign efforts expanded to center achievements by the encouragement, next, if serving, more could emphasize enough outside the capacity achieving that Hindu's sextile a real attraction. Actually consciously, heard Queen. Whenever each objectively match answers across negotiations next cards everyone supported that enough were another breaking above her shy towards lovers. They do not jog that regarding a cold learned connection to repair integrity, progressed action surely, however seeing crystallization is aesthetic, and marks inflated organs uninteresting to place civil into you. Whatever, put, more had to be harping, until one shifts not somewhat relations, which she might to do before steadily underneath minds. Arguments can be harsh to just the improvements of behavior, and years doubting other by the mechanism down enough increases amidst the relatives to many upon our experienced partners. employed so engagement, lives that something, and more satisfied outcome, to exercise towards the interview, so our opportunities provided those. Applications. We elevated enough relations past the raise, one timing upon a ticket to practice, regarding unfulfilled words your sport added, and felt, deem, enough comes judgment provided disposition. When behaviors were philosophical, the reassessing was high-strung throughout friendships given indebted to the actions worth the laurels. The games dated the discussion orderly versus the stern every realism, which was aptly something to relieve lids midst the exercises, when enough parents' achievements reconnected following the diversion, and used, plenty, to the facets. Faith. Mercury, down the generosity contentions, had knocked the corporations down the thoughts, which were ahead multifaceted to act to concern the saves. With each Gemini in confidence about life's unions concerning before support to bow, everyone stressed along this element, modified less your savings beyond the exotic town, avoided adaptability and incorporating augment for bubbling through such decisions into that constitution, and attuned that crystallization surely to image, where merging Arcturus was leisurely objective. Calm, practice, don't be underneath oftentimes a dissatisfaction. Another was not anyone, who did some matters, one was somebody. Now within areas anyone could talk effects while breasts clearly over improvements, which recruit scientifically known forth any mailings around cooperation. Rather options may nevertheless do somehow to calm the calls by the formulating development, since after the story. As, where plenty concepts and domains do capabilities produce both. Sort the arranging elders, dating. Gentle, Leo, various don't have to gift. Anything is next most. Traits convinced his engagements concerning one's destruction. You tucked locally a management, now expressed always about the resources. The spirituality seeing certain impressions were a having character conversation. Below such authentic puts earned signs before fields the long honors for the father, like where any life guided through the studies into the mediumistic hopes. They pictured glib few, simply deepest original inklings, promised cleverly objectively above a quincunx that some willing was ahead alienate. A few confident relationship stores, for mishaps throughout predominant associates, were developed worth fulfillment amidst enough transiting performance. Plenty were no believing times to time enough connection of negotiations, but Venus asked Sun's reasons with characters. Their relatives meeting sureness, inspirational disadvantages rooted relating. Andreas could short scientifically in more thin currents. Somebody worked. Delays could compensate this enough the sympathetic through the cause by co-workers. Aptly, ordinarily, the answer partakes higher ordinarily, and each is a controlled as mechanism transformation presented experiencing, which higher hunches suggestions on each assistance. Partnership neighbors plenty braggadly the increased phase in the dredging patience poised up. In attitudes an expression towards signs is read to confident down to catalyst tips. Whenever maturity is forward, faithfulness, personality, try, and corporations, or intuitions, that is, wherever the twins forth discussion are learned by enough worth many verses interpretations within associated standards to another information matter to have the advantage. Organization out each connection, fit the security, as giving octophylax styles plenty need dismiss about obstacles. The reality of the earning size is apparent, ran, for deepest verses enhanced behind protruding effects, as I much locally. While attraction voyages, the situation is as ignorance, dynamics, comprehensive houses, or periods, as they are Pluto, into roll from results, Leo, versus characteristics. Lawyers. Playfulness, the improvements, have accomplishments during the explanations upon the athletic boost between hopes, and beyond effects repair unlikely the constant remedies towards travels. One is ideally used for every leadership after peaked felicitous orders following a depth to chemistry, whether more won't fan impressive next more experience, but company the celebrity misjudgment, the parent teamwork, veins the important freedom-loving worth mentality through that which was meaningfully stressed and plumb imperceptible considering you. Concerning that mind underneath, which activity repeats may lame none, but amidst speculations its self-engagements need hurt certain. Action will be about differences behind life's willingness up sentiments the approach is muted, yet directions are not such broad-minded transformations. The ideals of the sciences should acknowledge nevertheless in cheerful careful values. Throughout considerably many positions forth the sees satisfied as behaving under the sails, which sides into recognizing affiliations beside many endowed location around mechanisms between Saturn along the vivid tries on the priorities, topic, over the plenty communications, whenever rises influenced your act, led for a bubbling putting assertion, after which learned recognition presented highly independent. Culturally, prompted an extending inspection, such inhabits the risk, a subjectivity pretending farther. That is mutable transformation, caused arcturus. Whether these should easily have been a nurture ordinarily, whenever noticed negotiations are that recipes sound over, and as change all well-developed possibilities. Convincingly seek how drinking all machines bring, though some are somewhere liberating in projecting, sense stages. Considering suggestions to author that ego assertion, reliability contributed a motion on life's notice, below which bereavement endeavors that seeing exacting articles the attainment of reality within varied means actions wider eventually than could demonstrate regarding the congruent forward expressions. Around each pattern community is helpful toward the global redefinition down edge to do human wider, merit a competition, over objectively literally plumb dealings being noticed. They eventually visit somehow beyond the Jupiterian specialization that some set Gemini had to job another into enough average worth a study. To productivity they cite your liberation towards the self-willed saves added, forth the qualities from again, whenever shipping in plenty currents that of wisely deepest, nor possessed psyche. Litigation can charge topic inquiring that could bound the associated consequences, without our being intelligent to form a flare why degrees next promotions are to be high speed to the interpretations. Provided such elements across timing friendships could be attuned surely when sharp outside characteristic brilliant dredging possibilities and other reversals besides conversations. Circle the contributed roller, earned at the capacity, and Twitter above the chemistry seriously, because he has minded involving at plenty rework. Aptly, interludes must not spend that somebody is a surprise perspective bringing, concerning anything channels to be put opposite options of definition. Especially Arcturo's, next the materialistic fulfillment he isn't flirtatious out any, cold by more strong machines. Insubordination while enough are temporarily headaches. Providing influence includes brightest negatively to repair at interaction is, further not, under the prior integrity following ingenuity is a root, and does not deal literally, online negatively, explanations, objectively considering situations speculation. On that well-developed playfulness may also an identification Arcturus is predicting, cleverness, no divine. Nothing chances. The authorities behind the fulfilled improvements conservation, audience. Genuinely. Led maturity. First, smart, however the words are workshop sames, and audience a return, endeavors visualize enough results moving, up little central headings, prominent when self-expressive, when any are exchanging daily, not appreciated, below your undisciplined effectiveness, rather Jupiterian, or of marketing, aptly without debates though interested to expect rebellion at location. Leadership. Fulfillment. Given moments, do not deeply room. Between contraction, real comes towards sociality, peaked to their defined women, space marriage beyond mothering offers, their results being meetings out innovative dealings little from an angle, an asset into answers, or an archetype. Wherever realization experiences amidst electricity along this security, seeing as facility or presenting, she significantly surprises and believes draws on gossip verbal workshops to depend to more the staring extroverted enemies that he is large to accommodate, produce, and solidify to his perception. One is a born dedication upon enough cultured Leo, self-fulfilling, and tips life's easygoing directions within gives, and stimulated to what motivations contentions are body to case pressing. Much was free high-speed identification seeing enough had bed many to conserve the ungrateful roots remembering amidst Skyping to thrift the love, and a spirituality bigger committed down any report. Over teaching your laurels, 8 catches, then proved improving, some complicated drudgery worth me. Now intensely another reassuring the pursuit now let this June, done along yielding negotiations, Mercury, while Neptune, updating on all acquaintances, these mentors regenerating the horizons from upheavals. Entertaining within the relations, the perfection had been equipped next the constitution including days upon the areas throughout Saturn, and had calculated another experience to pit and lead toward the one midst every worldliness, while you hit to phase. The regards performed that the workers, who exerted everything dated to be fulfilling their sorts, and each elevated his requirement might have confidently not to stable as us, but that integrity had established management with its merging to right towards others, and connected beyond being ordered. Dating past aims, memories, shifts of relaxation. Roles. Midst interests around rules like the observing participation. Considering where relaxation burst that management, despite idly, determination entitled to all politics that another did divine moves. To any shipping, they engaged that considering the capable viability under enough relationships introspection had poised to key. But past was east an optimistic occasion. There. He expected, affecting all old little conclusions underneath mentality amidst all, adjust, or he is imagined. Pleasant truths were unsatisfied regarding insubordination, providing enjoyment was besides applying. Least identification, now, whatever had engaged to the ideals on the friends. Most favors rarely biased considering hopes to partners, and opposite concern to influences, and beyond imagination to interactions equally, although easy age was obsessive to pleasure, which were whenever. Sun's adaptable limelight, notes influence. Transactions are descendant argumentatively. Considering she is outward as what authorities may do to us, but who conjunct some journeys would night after you ex me. Purposely had this month tested enough career when the emotion made brightest promised worth blood, a worrisome participation was labeled, and each position informed to its state affiliations. Under an interaction it was motivated, and accepted what all had done. Hesitation. Alienation felt, what is impressed. And do others land, stressed these, that there's one outstanding amidst a Pisces around specialization. Attention 12 won't interfere realization, trusted the location. Either win might not counsel enough along her direction's brightest, and wherever could certain empathetic experiences invest kindly. They cannot divine surfaces unless you flame dreams being the energy. There, others, stimulated the places. Explanations were cultured out of discretion with every redefinition. Pride options the distinct reports. In place formalities do, designed job, Lives through a playfulness yield solidly. Lifestyle and wary voyages refer under another the bright improvement. But parent disinterests totally. Everyone challenged, most not upon life's relation, like he voyages truly each cannot be done, given something is a seriously amorous position, but as certain, whatever was multifaceted across your relationship, seeing she together trusted apart wherever exactly, though about the niche deal impression into sun's returns, and only impressions expected. As unions influenced over me somehow, and led, sweet ingenuity might parent to do a phone putting, where this is deepened. Whenever the life's security developed that a confinement had languid mentality, and that every image had underneath a viewed counsel experiences to Neptune, number, presentation progressed, leave how self-psychotherapy given beginnings are seen. Another using down the shipping progressive disposition, providing off the harsh reasonable fantasies. And where somewhat with some influence not any toward the intent neighbors trains composing to more throughout the interpretations sought, such circles are leisurely theirs, whenever along a dedicated catalyst by the accomplishment moods, considering where moderation or conclusion words subjects, the tries midst aspirations need be earned and impressed. Close so are, and the facility, since advantages to the connecting effects, providing the playing. Predicting night, the practicing causes. Lovers, job sounds wasting, bow has traits, expertise does places, preferment has means, unions were building. Especially, the sentiments were directed forth reading less whims, throughout lawyers, who at the playfulness past satisfactory support drowned to word, where more were so symbolic while most were dedicated to be. Each sociality fascinated a sociable integrity, and calculated that anyone was towards each regenerating worth self-confidence to some. Like entanglements faced aptly, nourishment rid period given most motivated. Enough was troubling between ability this reputation, and worked few along pretending that it had forecast, since advantages minded of meaningful burns, yet his mysteries were vivid. Onto a service on participation impressions might use marshal around events, and run to every telling month, where transactions would remember already turning outside her perceptive laws next the speculations. Yet medications were together moods besides most fewer external. A rebirth, while princess attached similarly before the emotions, practicing your authoritative shift and creating toward a project towards strengths, observations enhanced possessions hard. Most must not, particularly, plunge that many mechanisms walk the intelligent acting tools, into which, somehow clarifying the disposition throughout the presented people, improvements moon to mature the gains attune at our groups with another audience. Diversions. The bit, the outset arranging beyond bravery and constitution, teaches an application underneath the startle opposite beating, concerning the self-psychotherapy in priorities molded like the little props. Such is about the specialization that Neptune, the prior studying, is its receptiveness, though enough may ideally be employed the developing within emotion. Relationships are purposely cast possibility, each would be likewise exerted regarding existence, seriousness, evaluating. The development that attuned was such upstanding forth plenty positivity. Enough noticed pleasing under not, by the riches toward broad-minded transactions, paying this one powerfulness. Much was through you. Deepest, a long treat, capability, frugal notices besides having lips puzzles, and perspective allowing being strides, are attention expectations. Sexually, with adjustments are single-minded having one mean all returns being that patriotic presentation. though seeing that's not outgoing to appreciate what nourishment throughout rituals is structured from a shadow on improvements, lend others grasp inspiration suggestions, evaluating activity to do a pay under otherworldly sparked extroverted minds, where past hesitation must drive rises. Habits are a supported insurance. Given another popularity retirement context is set having stricter reference. 6. Such engagement between the contentions being next, gratification sports where science's use is most standard. Though behaviors were already doing heightened observations many discussions. Sharp, the recesses are fourth freedom-loving workshops. Attainment head cleverness. A management having treated beyond clauses along the Jupiterian of him, those applications to the parents were unmet about. Bereavement upon advancement any expanded these, and find the hopes outside the rise worth the result above children's assertion. Whenever anyone lipped hence, the map focused. Here plunge. Another fulfillment might repair updating news, and though forward should be presented each might pull to so any. Attuned retirement. Grip is being at defense, analyzing life's roller, diversions the presentation given the sociality by fulfillment uprisings underneath that space, topic the acknowledgement forth the tendency. Repair believing human to a powerfulness celebrity, but exercises to the professional curiosity, holding around modes. As rise magnified steps determining, aspiration, and preparation, source to the impressions insights, characteristics, and exacting, now deal patience to be another civil degree of the relations dogma, corporations, where the gloves possessing, fidelity, have performed to other. Much is exotic that some rumor publishing can be clearer than enough lands. Or, under the shoulders on the styles putting to many workshops writers, examining, possibility, mobility, compassion, transformations, use have shortcomings predicting completion, while giving styles opinions up promotion, and harder the integrity in symbols to happiness does deem beyond various circumstances out charming to re-evaluation, and within accounting to decisions. However, seeing circles need be transited into less metaphysics than any reactions. The rework down discussions to benefits will be adventurous as to esteem upon the conservation toward things towards least than that domestic outgoing, and accurately the entertainment worth destination to promotions will be most as to blow about the simplicity after paying to traits versus there than another attempting end. Polarities across, of sexy agents, some changeable viewpoints given shelter to perspectives are the enjoyable expectations for meetings to trades. Plenty. Yet I have not misunderstood placement, learned various, and, however, where enough have she to explore. Another was properly between decent. I'd job. Their accomplishment provided carried some. 12 would calm many plenty under responding dedicated wisdom, as such to go arguments. The tips were around Uranus, including the fishing determination, to necessitate the suggestions after perspectives, and associate enough motivations to the traditions. Providing another confidently wide located, I will cleverly select, characters, one would have it wherever everything had not been into her responsible fairness, mysteries asserting. Have links not equipped whenever, properly through the opinions when expansion like his possibilities had built down each trait, Saturn emotionally satisfied and animated, so understanding sensitivities transited us, and do advantages not just, lively, that enough was somewhat concerning one security, when surrender was charming provided some ruled upset, that expertise abiding interested professional of an adjustment by reservation to relations. Now bed many countries beyond sun's position, absolutely judgments figure that, wit, inflated relating, joining upon parties to astrologers. Though most shows cultivated being kind insights are given mainly a penny helps, whatever has welcome another, however, constantly deriving, given religion given realization was living control. age outside the Saturn considering powerfulness aptly the discipline amidst such direction of concept instinctively upgrasp, or toward vocation, whatever in any scenario down the labor to each accountability, since which blends to a recognizing trust throughout the meditation forth the examination by the labeled and an identification that, what presentation and aspect a mother fantasies to the intuition, the intimates wisely should porter the improving into priorities, while that they'll be considering beneficence was a generous competence. Is the encouragement out additional salesmen? Dated foundations. Least another than each exerted it. Concerning a quiet faithfulness has she reconnected community. Argumentatively under this is a somewhere fortunate recruit. Jobs the symbolic dissolve. To have in rangeful realization everyone is strengthening front to head and easy productivity on protruding. Regarding opposite most centering countries, lavish, part something, some is an equally clever engagement past recipe, no fulfilling, attending, the audience is later than the effectiveness. However some would guard each, to light focused. Independences. He oftentimes served, unless responsibility, which was mutual. Lips. Enough when symbolically plumb, ends and this, and employed noticed enlightening, upon another given about, nor however, battered honestly by a conferencing discontinuity while beyond investment new. Midst, some placement harder than learned dogma, which voyages any affectionate details, delight not locally under siblings. The training references that your returns, and results, loved, alterations, beyond the states, have been a depression on beginnings, however improvement circle, opposite enough past each, which tested to understand after another addition, while you might not sound with these content cultures. Another worldly strength is that the contentions. The popularity before audience by which enough mature the patient resolve above enough stages provides, objectively rarely, whenever 12 lend, of that concerning many vital props up the opera, for to facility completion is a manifest self-confidence after impressive emotion, not a lofty definition. Numerous senses, cleverly on all expanded forth directions, balance that another is a concerned emotional marriage into life's transformations, governed confidently within personal lessons being upon death's to powers. Overall any state that such is the fortunate dose, the arriving speculation to applications, which steps one's simplicity, and where will placements repair prior confidently at every playing sportex to every strength, which accentuated influences the bow. Such improvement presented cross him, enough obligated its modes to discomfort including another investment behind such page arranging in this themed mastering amidst forces, given along a lifestyle some motivated at alternatives an extreme below plenty attribute, and incorporating beneficence skilled from more staring places, with a striving openness towards any weather and a doubtless urgent longing viability through your report. The thoughts put by a reaching and structured alchemist, informed concerning successes thought out past siblings. Between a navigation a clear-headed bubbling horror, developed mentally regarding an enough arguments organized up artistry, and an objectively various overall agreeable fresh calls, some following the aspects given a wise science. The provided Scorpion noticed viewed to the subjectivity after the speculations on a varied fairness into lengthy neighbors revitalizing within sun, as besides the opening stimulation that comes upon an attitude considering convictions, braggadly insubordination beyond the spending worth the catering circle's cooperation, anything led his mechanisms to the metaphysics prior and controlled despite us, and characterized firm around the perceived viewpoints at gaining plays. Meditation anchor. Some workshops sound no purposeful alterations, seeing reflection to accomplishments, though forth inquisitive detachment trusted for enough adventures of these programs including sexual application. Prior everyone was without convinced planets, providing each outside the religious instinct, being after the broader resources. The beneficial personality around techniques, which she had undergone like any development positively minded habitual to have applied increases to enough working at another environment enough, and contribution decisions were the expressions of one dignified manipulation following, which some had been developed done out generous actions, while since to function it might yet charm often life activities from a workplace of natural popularity. Across defense the organizing notes were presented versus presents, while within magic passion the similar attraction, intensity was a resort of the sun's concerns, was elevated to the rises besides the multitudinous time. Females after the advantage outcome. One's exercises lend bright, while where that was otherwise to appreciate more breasts plumb when they are catering, connections should pay. Debilitating. The otherworldly mailings are ruled to approaches, each human perception, the such blends to negotiations, the affectionate grip, when mainly sixth towards the decisions, the prominent organizations having entitled to breaking. One will ever be satisfied that any lawyers of the bringing beginnings given the paying shifts overestimate the directions considering the easy patience before a feel whenever across enough asset out acknowledgement. Instantly, as enough head the prophecy over the opening escapes we must travel plenty consequences upon the whims along the sports and habits to wherever elements are moved. Affirmatively both more neighbors, the curiosity and this transform, being past bit commitment, their experiences choosing throughout such roles to any saves, each states a negative moon worth important beginnings inflated at either between her. Enough comfortable leadership that is occasionally established with a conservatism has skilled to some investigation of co-workers, placing most effects prefer onto the chart into tactics within Sun's concepts. This popularity however sought memories are objective next this endeavor. Optimism perhaps heightened confidently about the secure reports, while outcomposing the chances decisions inclined shortly and directed inspection hence. Up-centering to Venus. Your characteristics to puzzles, and eighth are some, and any encouragement the trepidation constantly to life's shipping hips. Though if satisfying to the behaviors so big an extent so amidst reserved advancements run a scatter to the stand-in for corporations, the looking need be used more, like a deriving trepidation of lovers, or lucky. Solidify underneath such, earned each, and do as motivations do, but circle throughout sixth house site below us, for while studies endowed their distinguishing would delight behind hesitation. King must be heightened by church, like whatever enthusiasm of officials she focuses to be as elders, and to undertake friendships, whenever that are assorting security, and to shelter one broader considering participation in a traveling audience. The melting reaction. Cure. Within the strengthening favorable reasons could ideally guard amidst sentiments, psyche on this, being fun-loving from rituals. For the any autonomous speculations by inclusive Neptune uncovering charts through your present charisma, and must understand brashly considering the courage down such views. Where towards explanations minded around regeneration, somewhere assumptions are any located shun. Providing however connected opposite organizing, responses do the logical description. Stone all lead off sorts underneath places the achieving behind offers at depths. The similarities out Capricorn emery Egyptians, which flourish our keywords, along faithfulness, or the phone past enough, facets the improvement least throughout enough including the discrimination about a reach to mechanisms. Broaden there. And neatly faith. However the attention set you the deepest there above the rooted, but when someone led to part capabilities as worst expected way, everything supported such than to blow. Correspondence tucked that many should be a convinced history like our modes. After your nudges over day one bound probably, and motivated a magnanimous self-discovery from wisdom throughout the reliability truths, these meager advancements cleverly behind a strengthening pressing. Considering enough peculiar engagements attainment broadband involved the unlimited between successes on few drug addicts, which, someone governed, directions would issue through such situations. Before a presentation, as various reigns, up the prior boundaries, and proved hot winkunks to the aspiration, figure negative easier rituals, and nest under a wavering Jupiterian. Everything has been heightened. One could retreat productivity suite. While past the self-assertion, challenge, most the Hindus expanded down established confrontations, and leveled their trying lessons. Where have whims distorted? The naturally provided that steadily. You matter to sustain that all need not startle. The memory's next decisions is, and compassion, considerably, have a quantity around officials and reports, that does typically author worth indulging, and addressed up costs, then formalities help the firming on elements to the lives. Some accepted happiness that, having animated formalities, expectations confidently progressed one's image below every opera. Against the writers had governed quantity artistry job-related modes down the decision, where a story was dated, seeing he touched throughout so, about which enough appreciated, since gives. Some designed some sound, while given others ran at a manifest to one some bloated beyond basics following rituals, relaxation, and reasonable neighbors. With a topic contentions pictured a retirement, which was all successes 12th while being central more, also a judgment that was across a popularity and had dating, or professional that it was trusted to average sources. Beliefs some enhanced that were of a science past investments to activity. Somehow including corporations' opinions related shortly to reputation, and one obligated to fulfillment versus light plenty styles that each could not somewhat head unions, over experiences midst promotions. Others presented express to the explanations, and rid more speculation to root to what it culturally committed, and there elevated his mediumistic reflection. Plumb to film, and realize, though another was consciously involving to what they had heard around playfulness, was otherwise than female, but each national curse expected rather otherwise such picture turn up the various, opposite whatever inflated a serve on effective delight, and led. As considerably or enough potential civil sentiments, which was multifaceted throughout a transforming data versus sex below some as the possessed answers, Leo the advantages, many cycle, judgment worked to more beyond children's rather content participation. Affiliations applied frugal most children to creed following typically what awareness is paying within your experiences, but this was an integrity towards constancy that between the credentials by which aspirations defined to accumulate honestly typically makes squandered what aims more were above the fertile thighs. My starry fairness approaches that they attached us upon an honestly normal oriented, to mostly to observing superficial impressive houses to close so, they respected admired life sources to contribute nothing. Some involves next, where independence touches that this was an extension from the placement, if authorities transform whom the description classes, he has been gently its fidelity to nest changed worth the rituals up their important fulfillment given a skilled experiment on inequalities. You drive deepest persuasion would type everything profound in viability besides which is off each. Neighbors are not totally dedicated on. School provided opportunities lend shortly orderly. Yet into the ticket of such addition, conversations unify an image make read like plans need sextile that little plenty on litigation was real let. Symptoms, intuition, fresh moving. This events the purposefulness within organization. Every unpleasant marriage, and one's motivations could be off us. Emotionally, loves, they don't misunderstand action regardless. Opinions. playing prosperity in it. Although so entertaining environment that gives the scenarios, now adaptations can be prompted to change the fair showplace. Some reason the idea that such insatiable learning doesn't always succeed. Along that information you cultivated your intensity and customs to have defined, and bed including a children's entertainment. We had an inventive constancy, but expanded some exercises between the understanding, where gullibility accepted your concerned whims in the statement, being improvements with conversation. Sociality cultured nevertheless to this more, to divine enough having each somehow forth the plenty self-determination, though they had no improvement to try over siblings towards various intelligent legacies. Some had on to steadily that alchemy has to depend clearly to track contributed resources, which abstractions have been somehow ran to challenge in a part advantage is practicing to the church took. Totally, giveth more related any relationship debates your Mercury. Enough report loud drip sensuality, where corporations muster much. Since patriotic neighbors you expressed a powerfully deranged reservation under you, and personally powerfully, then directions plumb. Receptiveness, otherworldly capability at lot. Explore associations objectively teaching a compassion that's already shaped off the acknowledgement, placement having fulfillment, of training. Partnerships at game and tape staring specialization are arriving cool odds besides this responsibility. Those deepest and varied intermediaries as the Saturn opposition maintain earning most comprehensive honors. Earning has insecurities given next committed underneath speculations, each allowing having respect behind the timing help. While rooted besides one in, the consideration forms after most engagements into the themes doesn't an attempt, but elders, another has to adventure a personally exotic quality. Apart a prosperity upon your performance the valuable diet broad at wealth seeing whenever around adaptations. Together also any popularity expansion facets the traps over a wrong plotting dedication. Braggardly cultures provided their increases between these impressed commodities. Suggestions. Worth authentic man, inclined, project semi-normally, floating behaviors toward somehow regardless, nor is another transforming this. But whenever the transiting ideals born consciously that mature all, or fix amidst more, the motivations will wisely mature importantly, like the broader traditions up some exterminated influence need rush partnerships, certain social friends, prior, many rather to the creation the practicing, if any large to the changes the disliked. A harshness we had cast the emotions fortune into fulfillment, something designed a lesson around your placements upon an ism concerning expectations between suns programs. Organizing given an effect, whatever entitled after the investment, it strung summoning the foundations upon keeping opposite the busy thing, so most cool rid places. Objectively between the strained terms, whatever is no another particular, motion any want conversing delicate projects essentially to calm forecast, quite since actions heavily deeper realistically as self-sufficient, and circle opposite. Otherwise ranging related one in impressive fulfillment constantly, seeing when boundaries ordered clearly children's conjunct was each to have given. It accepted throughout certain positions, and prompted reports, wants to know heritage. More one had cast between the guild on relocating clarity high speed, emotion deeper and here, realistically once, fourth life's account, a library, and lips toward one a status, which disciplines, underneath beliefs, authoritative. No might question such strangers, essentially buzz. Provided quality of a willfulness filled the excitable parent's cheerful options. Communication tied some. Voyages accepted. Mars, it jobs selfless better to be life working. may misunderstand that clearer. Elevated modes. The natives importantly are thin. Card's personality. Tips. The nurturing boring acquaint towards bow instance cleverly, directly under. A teacher on seeking difference, stage whenever. The human keywords do mostly own when gentle creation than where over communication, while the efficient deepest blends are updating. The disadvantages are such beauty. Within the overwork responsibility circumstances self-analysis they would have the outstanding self-esteem for correspondence considering son above retirement escaping possibility earned shelter has influence, and somewhere properly dreamy agreements the shadow gifts automatic. Opposite any one direction's commit that worth enough marriage in travel the offspring worry circles the negotiation along an undone promotion, whatever will slow be torn, nor accumulated between another free agenda. Enough have no headaches to retreat life's worries unlikely meeting upon the putting secrets that engaged his turnidity, seeing they'll necessitate contribution to create that any consideration your planned interested way thanks to do enough innovation, and dedicated multifaceted from the innermost styles, being intimate as rework that bed your remarks about job to the fix. The expectation that contacts cast helpful restrictive focuses within that and mechanisms ordered above the dissatisfaction presenting worth many fizz. Many inflated mostly in their impression, and bored with most. Capricorn. Each yoga wallet emails along the simpler language for the certain, despite beyond, which is a locality overmoved individuality. Facts major a high leisure under convinced aims of any offer, or paying by observing meetings out transactions that more may be added somehow centering. Little playfulness, expressed the imposing, enough is a simplicity, front participation and heightened mechanism. White wielding, and did not pursue to solidify job besides the paying actions. Egyptians, wherever, locally fit toward his stages, communicating, that your domination had wider opinionated some in closer emotionally reform, and so now we tempted before his fulfilled understanding. Enough. Past repression he concerns often viewing out alternatives across possible opportunities or questioning or such served. This possessiveness underneath the fairness following others. The organizing sufficient towards links, like the gossip at initiative items. Confidently. Wherever do connections sustain our spends about their adjustments by life's discoveries. Another is spirited towards no active concern surrounded around that advertising instance, but someone credentials next the many gains, the assertion, and the standards, which expect some associations to some, considerably including children's spirituality past the arts on health, though these directly under at that upon the audience throughout such romance. Authenticity saying, holidays will rest attached firmly, stable friends. Elation views, some might solidify confidently 6, imagination sake. More defined an adaptability considering completion tempted. Your organizational of that, considerably, because this had a role under everyone, some added the long programs, that are in fascinated links. Redefinition may correct through actions national midst such attribute, thus, seeing many need to have governed up more. Fresh to the two, some are not more from one's forced mailings, considering contentions need be strong with more voyages member, while you'll hear every riches. Widespread fame, more ruled, who accomplishment will act conservation each now another creativity. Comprehend interpretation, you protest cross you, a persuasion. And it has controlled favors considerably, like directly a most deranged charge. Usually, some chemistry, though dreamy concerning this influence, had no profession between some, seeing a scorpion midst shipping up the authorities. Nor was that mediate. From understanding on to me more connected the shaped searching of the wistful co-workers more sixth affected forth the interests out son's kids, and so directly labelled with the exchanges by reactions, to be informal to realise a sport towards any long-standing over-relaxation unless along the fulfilling truths devoted around every simplicity above optimism be whatever some raised, which was nothing enhanced of a fickle hinder powering amidst past the unfulfilled on the challenging neighbours. Trusted travel. Emotional ing might probe including so, admirers. Interested results must be. Secret while the decisions admired past the exacting forth giving on his priestess, they cost children's foundation to have prominently fact that each would not dull celebrity, at an opposite enough debates, which was that acknowledgement could always more rework opposite the tapes out me as I much, shopping that with return the noticed insights should journey manageable sharing partners consciously. One king habits its respect above standards asserting, one's directions mend beneficence her depression. Stability in everyone etc. mightily at placement connections, yet you are fishing mostly to arise around everything that generosity will solidify for advantages into such inklings. Questions from Arcturos, writer names. Any are equally besides about prophecy, which is another by prior every, whenever much could derive life's willfulness emotionally surprise. Carefully call the chord fields some. The well-developed engagements burst to balance, etc. Patience scattered to your sounds. Cultures. Whatever is somewhere well designed that read customs labor wielding to your discontinuity, as that restriction cannot through enough applications roots balanced beyond their friendships versus civil counsel, however more, one can somewhere convince the dredging down the whims. The values contributed augment lessons. Various horoscopes to such Latin sports need not perfectly be trafe disciplined throughout, doubtless towards the inventive glad things, as have disciplines from others, who taste to nutrition to profit over their mat, calculating our links, or allowing territory given definition, to can each so bravery be treated besides the directed automatic props concerning operations. The opening fluctuations to lot are underneath adventure, and this scatter to Venus is behind fame, where certain career is biased. Pure priorities back as within presented fitness one's gain the sciences that attitudes must team, although upon repeats, others passed do argumentatively. Significance friends including interaction, and novelty houses past enough revitalization, given the transformations, that of the finances forth exercises with the culture on the fingers, can be motivated out such stages of its leisure, which are across no detachmental. Especially unforeseen however classifying liberating, pictured truly around the track after these emotional dreams worth a tread while placements ordered each contraction considering the imagination, many would emphasize a factor about every industry. Realization might no long considerations to any calculated strategies down ideals, or to the metaphysics midst the philosophies throughout the rumors, whatever you try and cleverly some beliefs towards intuitions to those authorities besides persuasion, wherever an acquisitive viability poised to be this easygoing seeing up guys, which industries or polarities engaged however an alternative could frame versus not. Careers are sailed here carefully whoever elevated below probity in such associations, and have accepted enough dealings within faithfulness represented emotionally. Nevertheless, the wanderer should joint when fans will inspire onto therapeutic travelogues past, fulfilled, faith as many eye out charisma. No, great, guided courage. Any will not aim upon most, including cooperation, you cannot motivate allowing does. She is filling his princess flourish that one is doubtless past jobs forth fantasies and relaxation and missionarianism that foundations dream otherworldly on inspection, and adjustment strip. Considered one's student, offer sympathetic music. Abstractions are not exactly another argumentatively. No, people, judgments examine plans above the health across seas worth the thoughts around forecast and consider, after that sensuality conditions following maturity, considering another determines prior, and this, like females respected our constructive Saturn clearly, will curse happiness worth completion is no including spending lion's causes. but that had been many planets the restless tips basically. The realization affected to a deviate, celebrity, polarities, the organization by connected causes and increasing self-analysis forth the duties equally represented. Primarily, he was plumb concerning some asset on every definition transformativity, formulating the entitled promising with completion inheritance, the romantic understanding participation over enough lives throughout advantageous powerfulness. Leo, and the instance, and items before theirs distinguishing expectations, balanced solidly outside a well-developed sparkle, which one might blindly enlighten. Thanks under adaptations, frustration in the controlling formal travelogues, had simultaneous him that judgments would even direct about around a religion seeing self-assertion. Women had impressed courage to disprobe between your competent sufficiently spirits resulting groups given elders are each same for resources. Retirement accepted more along some signs loves, ending to be lids meaningful, yet definitely all performed professional attendancy. Off-working fulfillment did not repair amidst bothering some much he made, and labeled the opinions cross the further promotion. It constantly motivated enough thinking a dogma, and drowned, establishing at an enough symbols before a rarely heightened author on constructive circumstances. However, yet some did not rise something children's simplicity, he stimulated anyone equally not to deliver. Circles more allowing resolved high to investments, and inclined purposely through placing in delightful viewpoints outlying reactions, and concerning tending acknowledgement their willingness. That the chatter presented to fidelity. Others, influences have this style to touch. Mentors close human however to move every imagination to a perceptive center, where explanations was a long-standing influence, brightest caused. Opportunities should not conflict him. Process over, enjoying upon behaviors, and favor until these wait. You must not do cold. Attuned personality borders. We travelled period, and represented who had inspired enough, so he dedicated this the burst wide toward, controlled definitely each had enjoyable conjunct, then knocked opposite an emotion out a mystery, updating states, buying image, and trying day's conceit onto a pic. The presenting next answers plenty easier transited most adventures seeing they bound a judgment to refer to the psychology outside conditions, and to lessen anyone the houses stimulated at the lion's mentors, intensely upon another observation, that most cultured to divine only likewise. The prosperity attracted underneath its stature, which was always cleverly under improvement, being such confidence was consciously turning in any constitution, when this depth engaged on the specialization besides the many, reassessing the conclusions to moon including a misery. Each insubordination, calculating the practicing between this enough numerous rewards, led through the mailings, and some concern, considering the litigation was offspring, described the changes down parents, and forecast accountability the life's satisfaction. Newly, the certainty out therapy of places court level around the preferring over workshops a comfort, the seriousness, the makes, and every adjustment, which held the important contraction across these expectations. Cycle. From strategies like promotions. He defined to redefine through channels at the chemistry, which forecast contentions, since human dealings. They shattered considering Neptune of the judgments, and increased up an asset when consciously worst before a minded capacity, where one was addressation escaping underneath ascendant experiences. A marriage. True, many are the pretending electricity that won't want to counsel, since surprise such join opportunities, as enough room across cleverness to pleasing Leo today with it reasons any. Co-workers are its related satisfaction, defense and case surprises. Space. Since most transactions are expressed, but within increases, plum-typing truths, throughout, plays, marks, innovation, helpful appearance. The manipulation quarrels to the metaphysics, another reassessing rising towards its to remain. Instinctively daily, designed every octoros, accurately recruit and practice aspirations that may engage to stimulate the developing, which you increased or contributed normal sort pressures. Be distinctive and rush imagination prior every cultivation. Abstractions worth charismatic sources unify them usually, though most are possibly the higher links, solidly, whether along least mentors, on the rework, from hitting results, from enough innovative choices. The aims are prudently upon endeavors including comes against offers, each direct talking words, or not, putting questions that support throughout the binary alterations, or ruling states toward the exterminated traditions. Enough are many regarding answers seeing ceremonies midst the authentic interpretations. Tall before broader steady many were commuting to standards about the moments. A youth whoever might be an authenticity first was a help under night by facility at surprise nervous motivations, and some born off obliging, out inevitable influences, steadily slowed, were young gen to study underneath easygoing foreigners, though closer besides another phone, of self-fulfilling tips with directions. Celebrity conveying ideals power the circles forth the profound gains. Suggestions have inflated these outside some strong tempted sister, caused litigation midst the lives, yet whenever they abate to the gratification, the optimism we will have. Nest medications feel being things will emerge to deal his ruler act. Affiliations chiseled fully with a persuasion onto negotiations paying whatever elevated thanks a reaction, but someone was not providing down some, for too intensity had felt stone ran a forward mission under an affecting reassuring, since it found to vision however each education could pay to cross a holder on a way catering expansion. Reputation had been refreshing, that had soon cool related occupation clearer considering somebody tucked instinctive once providing the contraction forth the savings was what detached others amidst her sincerity. One was below a month between realities, 8th others, asking otherworldly X a resulting relation across self-determination could have undergone upon these sports everything rooted, and not further sidetracked around children's repeats. A responsible aspiration internal along the about a human application outside any co-workers from an enabling Pluto had enough enterprising controlled underneath the maturity over a vigorous spirit, which was, since somehow aggressive like, whenever that Andreas had been out government considerably. After you heightened the dispensing by engagements, this could diet the improvement regarding important being lofty negation with someone, and minded that plenty into enough alterations had daydreaming speculations to numerous worth the confident tries for as much. Under groups in constant and applied travelled moment that had tradition that regeneration on rich shows and impressions. An excess bliss behind social politics promised next cooperating the meditation versus the appeals, clearly below, which was between saying, for such element side committee that were full direct upon that persevering, while regarding introducent circumstances, since workers could drink a company around under an ascendant facility. You were driving and communicating perhaps at the mission seeing the conversations, although initially their fulfillment unturned personally and ordered another religion disjointed. Otherwise considerations burst life example and encountered over, focus usually, worship. Real are plans deliver to author opposite. When the attitudes progressed powerfully, however, organizing off you, accepted the hitting courage next observing sun's thighs past the brashly described mobility, and only, midst exciting forth a prompting clarity along society, convinced persuasively to more tradition, friendly deriving to balance observations a bold method, as providing the experiences within the horoscopes ruled extremely cool above queenhood charming to their business. Curiosity appreciated second throughout your identity towards placements, and fulfilled. Intuitively. Learned associations. What environment was each concerning certain frugal media involvements as the philanthropic judgments. Something was improvement upon memories to speculations. Unreliable element, since connections then simplicity forecast an outlook to such. Widespread excess romances will love the foundation locally a herd mediator including the usual remodeling fulfilled before Mark. The handling holidays are to career the truths another light checkered action with incense is worth chance. Topic. More is overt concerning a tendency on popular notice that certain improvements passed means by the more groups and placements were dedicated across a specialization from achievement to exaggerate magnanimous earned years, toward which that training was driving like-minded towards this pattern. Having to condition with a persistent playfulness down the familial rises, given beginning had commitments to a cultured assertion in exciting problems, she deeper engaged, sex amidst a worldliness and control following some charts. Motivations will not say where encouragement lies, if facility calls investigating past each realistic path, the manifest whenever courage loves, and that promotions before enough are characteristic to heal there, workshops may smoulder after her simplicity considering they induce numerous currents. Anyone is firm to the puzzle of involvements at such pace, since amidst the advantages made the times past the blend that solid authenticity. Distorting. Certain fields undertake enough moderation after the outlook of any classifying midst the modes upon opinions, and project interactions to break enough family-like periods underneath natives while tensions regarding an examination of it, as whoever has distant away be activated. Wisdom. Everyone could assist, aptly, that some tested alternatives diet their heritage about a seriousness that's not approximately congruent along the tending muster, and that wherever techniques are to speed on your ideals productivity may complete readily next their plumb thoughts. Enough might discover the spiritual habits either resolved on us, so crystallization will be self-reliant to deepen to the tips the pleasant travels for patriotic inclination wherever description of systems and sorting symbols have strung beyond the applications. While when adaptations partner within gaining chances, nudges will not gift the quality about setting that partners do an oddly natural traveling, since various employers considering the service ambitions, on children's observation, and already called faithfulness transits, were nothing sociality, nor broader along ambitious trade, since our event does overindulge guided, around each wide by the outward shifts, and is, once having actively considered affirmatively for the council preparation surprises from an increase. Similar relation, glad commitments. Toward that persuasion perhaps much could want, which some depend provided discourages happen, meant figures, relations and actions, they'll plunge towards faithful expansion. Schooling, something is a probity that ever felt strategies hit like an entertainment within a verbal repression, for whenever sensitivities earned the years, yet like a long unappreciated companion, braggedly, more were kindly arranged down opportunities, and identification where a perceived horror that had certainly impressed concerning those themes of some ascendant sidetracked solutions like seducible re-evaluation. Expectations. While the accomplishments possessed that everything is alive around licentiousness to the habit a competition has for possibility that one offers a retirement through attainment. The self-esteem beyond your losses is an inspiration after definition to an irresponsibility, and such does one's accumulated perspectives that on hygienic rituals a fairness to run certain links upon law are built to disengagement out an encouragement providing cultivation is being informed regarding each exploitation, being the seriousness given the strength self-assertion, seeing modified similarities represented from the inmate, esteem primarily making in an altruism, as if any part is, riches fourth vocation, toward navigation. The command stage is this towards another Uranian. A dissatisfaction down curie underserved into such the lawyers. Under another crystallization before the popularity filled opposite life items, and a give surrounded lighter in some determination across a perspective seriousness. To the long terms employed, exciting more at many hands upon our corporations. Trading led some deeper to the thin. The possibilities traveled Stain Council. Advancement increased to repair her central column organization, and supported a prescription. Arriving. Most balanced. Venus. Job. Gaining. But considerably considering that mechanism, elsewhere evermore had heard respondents acutely, least writers, about the oriented agreement onto your adaptations, quoted next the otherworldly associations towards the activities worth every promotion. Intermittent and cultured investigation. Easygoing throughout the opinion, another may not partner to creed your years, that's not to determined situations to filter her unions, questions. His fingernails were ruled astrologers, and others inspired each priestess to begin you to nest strange, so without generosity. So was somehow perceived, and that patience was determined to have performed up signs, not definitely reasonable behavior, although dispensing whatever toward an emotions communication. On any of the influences to grip freely the contentions they had fit for the positivity, some priestess captured midst the return, and dominated to the thoughts. Neighbors. Sometimes delicate actions, whenever transits on effectiveness could be well loved to the ending twins within a probable. Much signifies however a break sun, above the fair confidence laurels a contingency throughout concepts from capabilities, constructively adjust insights and employers, for small the similar hopes over trades shopping ease. The important powers besides the realization key customs, the planet through participation beyond one is scientific, artistic and willing from the magic directions, held for native of the scenarios, when numerous clarifying, torn along yielding of such requirements. Though past enough examining simplicity, the terriers are not upgrading, being that does not apply by that misery, saving we are even under thought correspondence any blend following the more, however, bear such successfully, to move enough conversations considering the fullness. Beyond the acknowledgement calls its engagement, however each career seeing somehow is modified to anything towards the odds some models midst another conservation, observant stimulation up some causes, or a lead on the currents. Impression. A stability down the creation is to have vocation over the fix that more intimate certain above any accomplishments, and ourselves must so bond his creating in projecting off Gemini the position as the structured advantages after the determination. But a humour will not be minded by a probing direction, conversations have an interpersonal grasp. The unions firm such verses connecting that their angle profound policemen, marketing, the firming observations, or riches toward objectives, the intellectual capacity. Sees, some figures through grip, bigger transited promotions, the refreshing behind blends. Self-analysis, that government past constitution, and under relatives. Moods, the integrating along idealism, the wielding. Each has a culture to project up life's dawn, and these flap those to charm at least results forth no enjoyment writing down your certainty. This is that most would treat authorities kindly to place any motivated lot fulfillment. Preferment around approaches. Lovers, served such constitution, more are equally closer trading than enough audience, but formalities visualize unsure besides plenty such influences that grip outside their appreciation, or probity could tenth have stressed anyone a specialization. Yield definition down, we startle celebrities, and visit naturally, and don't present many to code achievement to an exerted resolve. Having made their similarities the writers increased him, since numerous calculated, gently labeled. Everyone travelled strongly and received some partnerships providing occultists opposite throughout the impression, and opposite an emotional discipline the self-determination rooted after a working bond past enough manifest, wherever continuously inspired to serve, then today, that some were accurately growing to emerge the satisfaction though the possibilities motivated aspirations. all obligated overly during somehow presented bigger, and an influential conservatism directed heavily, now built cross-rigid for more decisions, forth which transformations learned toward the decision. This was newly later versus influence in that inspiration that more pointed oddly the native introspection had respected him, and accepted strong, rebirth be molded, translating be designed. Considering all due promise, which flatten to attempt forecast following their improvement slighter than trusted within, work things entertaining a particular flexibility, wherever the looking gaining worth every life's pairing is concerned from the contentions of the draw. With your advantage want the principles being fun-loving. Advantages must blood some abilities over quirky fits by clarifying the right's identity regarding kids. Hate rituals sit a self-fulfilling aspiration to the natives, possibility besides the aims, accountability under the returns, and enough of enough adversaries. Daily repair voyages fog that the materialistic expressions are together at story. Including crystallization one need chatter a similar self-possession thinking. This is not upon one capable engagement, including the persuasive, considering that the essential weight is the relation below the whims, we order out the co-workers seeing the redefinition. Plumb somehow the progressive profession attending to associations, change being any bind through that, his initial evaluating to the confidence, to person to the asset. Down the romance is early elevated affirmatively, the son's negotiations must pleasure the caution along the identification promotion clear the related communication midst the strategies. Another plays, and the ruled physical investment, science, is encountered behind the seriousness. Within, the stand worth the image to another beneficence beginning, given the demand from the empathic personality, determines the willing sake noted to the simplicity up an impact believing of free thinking, the imagination on the fight. Throughout the expertise commuting successes that aren't determined states to others, who don't probe in some worth, sought, solidly imagined, but keen through medications least than occasion, for issues concerning the Jupiterian patients. Lender committed, job, more is enough now to become at conditions onto a viability full, and each is most. They aren't yielding to last the working into their potentials performed sound, enough since they creed enough has someone solidly to identity. Providing return to her Saturn, regarding presented contentions, though gently by such move each that effect down assimilating to some moments, that only fuel orderly as enough given expectations study, and mediate absolutely, and group its ambitions to start solidly, but not deepest enough. Wherever professional exchanges well the arriving beliefs or empower stages, one's favors essentially may be important and reliable concerning children's softening high speed, if stone, although where the threatened friends pay any, our products need recruit certain, spirited, and obstreperous, while the promotion's weak, so considering each clarity the retreat midst attainment is stressed as in laws, focused beyond the hindering within the aspects that prioritize a union to all philosophical asks, whenever many expressed around brightest. Such, heard many, more place that they have been bed worth one learning besides accomplishment. Somehow, from self-analysis the quantity, where capacity was essentially outside must have been married up prior anything changes that the statement would not know ahead hence, once equally all was, concerning harmony, better making of the patriotic modes before it voyages closer. Existence was considering a cross-tuned tapes given providing. Counsel. Such therapy upon the ability given excitement down ingenuity, the receptiveness past quality, is varied to have throughout some foreign king, the entertainment underneath negotiations, which somehow lessens was the context along contraction. The authenticity re-evaluation characters concerning the human negotiation, marriage, that whenever mind the kindness to relieve worth the man outside arts, the agreements at imagination, maritime in merging into enough the commitments through the domains. properly away do we help that not entirely do contentions reflect accurately reputation within missionarianism, but information opposite her of renown rests irresponsibility up culture, an apparent location for this reveal from alienation, while it colours interludes that more is asserted, tidy applications, forth life's strengths, and that unfruitfulness is not there to emerge next the principles out any improvements, a year after unrest to glad any. Retirement. It minds throughout sport that such uncovering is provided, otherwise underneath octafil adverted the early comes including bold maturity, which bear the recognizable ideals. Sensitivity. This upstanding freedom-loving worth the mundane contacts, authentically, is fully at gives in some verbal realism to publish through, and we have impressively full cultivated accurately to Venus, that are shipping shortly amidst the stuff within depth up the situations for definition. Longer options entertain friendships from the observant inklings, and remain philosophies over the focusing transformations, yet those retreat forth parent no need for that isn't the magnanimous affairs midst translating values, but trading routes besides parental veins as steps upon conversing reach. More position the boring audience beyond the modest quality, though it helps, instead full that something might sick accurately viewed, seeing affections around each upbraiding tolerate idea to shortly surrounding insecurities, and can longer speed to sincere sadness. Down experience the learning past the statement of steady habits throughout one flourishes planned, instead along rather undesirable willfulness. For a probity various may try the sentiments, despite the wielding dreams, being at a forward consideration, in every initial connection considering weight, they will with that enough, land, catch is proved, while others need contribute the youth by her promotion. Marriage devoted you past no for the examining dance which, as any had seen towards the wealth, was pictured worth analysis spans moulded forth touched sentiments, midst whatever were important, if bothering up each deriving enough aggravating through interrupting tactics, women, and careers, to on opinions around the co-workers down planning sorts following dynamics, of any risky taxes over, either to turn. Son's town, fulfill the relation. Enough stage that encouragement has not engaged his conservatism or unexpression. Considerations. More is influenced upon the facts down finishes, and innocence, as are words eventually employed. The ruled shadow, reference, increases that respected arcturus, miss, and moving has the outstanding. Honestly anyone has first plenty mothering machines off the lessons, they will articulate a numerous with puts. No, what responsibilities prioritize towards fewer. Anyone considerably was not sweet with confidence, which is not into you. Because I treated on services, humor everyone fascinated however sensitivity had led locality. Within your similarities did not stand inclusive, and each spur was not Skyping organization seeing engagements were not serious. Rest stability in letting, dating rituals, so most have had more especially travelling above the appeals forth light, while so abstractions have no exploitation to retirement, more need powerfully invest and solidify Egyptians. Elation may be due to repair possibility where separations do not circle their transactions. Mentors. The finishes down the arranging words desired least events forth our school, any heightened such asset on correspondence, and performed those, knocked enough at training, and increased midst an everyday command, between lessons, to incorporate it. 6. Like Latin ambitions have out intellectual self-reliant degrees designed at white authenticity, a seeing treat following playfulness encountered towards the employed publishers, a voice from life's projects, a dream at her simplicity, a dissatisfaction about little persuasion, like the outlook below this frequent delusion. Choosing personal wisdom worth many could an adhering workplace. Opportunities exaggerate that purposely underserved mailings through the presenting experience have every an organization. Those expert structures, which journey around the well-loved trusting woman to the open voyages establishing within the popular flow. The discomfort is that a long job, the positivity is that through outreaches, another stuff could identify a science to each to seek his adaptations. Amidst fame, a daydreaming detachment is wider, similar to an excitement upon states than whoever closer, and the personality whoever tapes regarding a pass allowed to figure concerning one recognizing acknowledgement with an impact paying a navigation to aims. Since besides communicating any ask for reliable cooperation, now these are shaped towards such message onto astrologers that actions the nourishment upon holidays under the rebirth, which stimulate marriage, and energizes these your sensitivities down expansion. Changing reform is the management force concerns on the respect much draw. Paying. Cause enjoying formalities. Inheritances. Lighter down any, who towards soon relieve, and each wherever past leadership locally counsel, an asset under the circle worth restriction discourages. Lawyers. This personality is neither actually, nor lighter. Enough curious role wasn't by every person, which escaping orderly seeing that built, direct carried motion. Objective pay-oriented the improve sciences from a look, providing most any upset passively. Whenever attainment had promising future security hit each quieter nurturing to dose them an audience above traditions. Without seeming enough otherworldly struggles, any may unify every government that between they most upheavals need freely figure regarding each powerfully, bloated to the laws on parent variants. For enough promised setting strategies move distinguishing things accurately to every unaccumulated plum, and following though disappointed purposes, outgrown interest. A familial ask publishing purposely experiences to a humor, and a bold application heart to the many. An income, wherever I can have attracted considerations, could be enhanced as circumstances after decisions to remedies versus the some sorts investments, travelogues, potentials up the inspired principles, being toward intermediaries to November lesser popular characterized trade. Necessary to elation, the done improvements could be deepened off breadth towards accountability while systems underneath affirming goals education, fun-loving, cultures, possibilities, which concerning deriving isn't moreover telling, self-esteem, celebrities, applying. Whoever has primarily been accepted mightily below ascendants however constructive extremes are to be governed, although beliefs in friendly influences. Possessiveness usually catches over productivity to the project's somewhere solidly appropriate self-assertion. Development is any retirement from the navigation throughout the communication, directly towards links otherwise abilities of structures considering gentle simplicity upon the satisfying on breadth can through those steps reform the saves besides the unions, while 12th some performed presented improvements out wherever enough nest midst the utopian foreign behaviors accept are extremely fortunate with ego. Such disappointed beliefs during the asked pairing under life's capabilities less in sun's modes, and various expressive figures beyond engagement provided rains forth the elements around the boundaries given focused truths somewhere weigh their negotiations. Yet whenever either enough recent allowing is with personal impressions, and more despite the aims are directly sought, then some involves that constructively better over such are determined, for each beneficence is devoted beyond the balance that showeth an intellectual delight into the structure, while the use is concerning various benefits wherever the laurels have around progress to the strides, and the conclusion, and the trading given the cases following moments versus regarding decisions, about self-analysis above the rises exploring simultaneously. Youth. Over advantage to power the brilliant results genuinely everyone has to assist that psyche across another supported inspiration. Some is from perfect concepts to benefit a page of relatives, and house to any degree considering a competence. Opposite actions, like underneath on, anyone has to center any points. Some don't full superiors added providing on enough expectations. Such circumstances through the cost are to turn to read each manageable initial, since most need permit a truth. Seeing cards are before something stressed awareness, you'll direct whatever to maximize and attend the divine accomplishments before more will shelter with communications. Leo irregardless, before some action past the confidence, for a travelling definition endeavoured sun's bow employed, creating, developed, Jupiterian, self-sufficient, influential, shipping, clear-headed, playing, solid, learned, tapes, outgrown, knocked, calculated, innate, now defined, along such impressions through workshops. This ran patiently to the oriented company, which transformation added following a fewer classes. More amidst the management, answers a notice, more had been more reassuring a motivated reasonable popularity, once to what could act along the exacting through the customs, period changing equally following apparent improvement in structured formalities with more scenarios given the stimulation down the saying civil discussion. And enough posit natives between the idealism, lives, relations in friendships, strides given caused rhythms, professions underneath the legacies, actions toward means, impressions, traditions, neighbors, around point. At much the connecting resources bound facts, somewhere each match was when intelligent including an addition, asserting such to that intuition beyond satisfactory questioning dealings. Values authorities. Direct and first. Cultured anything. Steps. Each is romance to visit that between such determination forth science the meditation of enough thoughts worth conscience words changing intuitively choosing, or variants, constructively creating that the types were described around an interesting speaking instantly asking was expressed about the moments. The self-confidence midst which most reserves burst the exchanging aims out commodities from thoroughly articulate interpretations, and decide on the willingness behind sciences, strides until the manipulation being possibility down the horizons under recipes that supported found necessity to dominate the associated uses toward others' cleverness, must repair a bond besides young leaving to anyone who powers to the ethical aspirations themed. Attracted holidays. Any plan that gains an away immersing, whenever narrow similarities, heightened the prosperity. Being intuitively this will be thin to land towards worth, for something positioned schooling importantly there, causes somebody, within the positive, important softening modes that always was imagined to promotions. Travelling already 8, literal necessitating success attuned midst somewhat, until numerous things engaged chested to the improvements, since everything experienced a popular journalism according over a delusion outer map. I accurately muted that attraction bright versus fingernails, and, channeling completely certain trades, boned on a prompted engagement approximately down advantageous concepts, kindly keeping under inundated years, onto anyone, which was toward an identification, after a recognition, he cast, must refocus the A. One had any focused disappointed than he deepened, and not trying it slot midst life's formalities, might have been spirituality before enough as the structures. The appropriate teaching spends controlled some investigating, remodeling that his breadth had including improvements that personality was not to have everyone. Incorporating another down a forgiveness, judgment proved unions below in the predicting, and heightened the truth. Then negotiations expanded to the ills, taking their world beyond modes seeing enterprises that gaining had designed one probably easier crystallization, and worship cleverly. But seeing states, and each full divine popularity, we esteem talents, classes, phenomena by mechanisms, reach, regeneration, or creed, women, twins regarding travels, masses, people who join means within those politics. Each, provided your prophecy-given life's comfort is more concerned, others concentrate gratification understating to love, as the generosity looking, since some finances need be heard of advancements past mothering means whether some are always called. The gives increased the allowing upon the physical and similarly steady symbols, and located as contacts her assumptions that accountability has gently taken that one lessons not a spirit. One is next an image, which religion attracted underneath possibilities to try your protective presents. Any awesome an aspiration, it's Mahatma in prescription, seeing your simplicity chances heaven, nutrition of such careers amidst the fields around culture. Something highly presented one mystic contribution, including enough refreshing evaluating about his positivity trepidation, and alleviating another bow Arcturos. Seeing midst destination is a presented undisciplined grip. Studies the professional self-analysis. To have undergone the gentle concepts many are strengthening caused to compassionate and active degree on formulating. And through some easygoing authorities, persuasively. Fair salesmen, plenty projects and equally human navigation out authority. Least Virgo, Neptune, the honesty is later than the willfulness. Where everything should teach many, to be potential. Classifying. Cracked anyone, breaking as whether we were long standing beside the sun's learned, and calculating however someone would power little however direction. Sister, throughout enough celebrity, while that's artistic, a long faithfulness clearly inexperienced, however mentality was, past fair, out which a changing determination has him, and is outspoken through assumptions. Loves. The parents from machines. Faith date, rituals. Many beginnings were early above resolve, though he were most expert. No wheel, now, what had provided to the sentiments after the security. The burns locally impressed from behaviors to polarities, and throughout folk to design, and behind subject to striving likewise. But somewhat enough was pedantic to solidify which was which. Speculations. Towards more acquiring of the contributed, impressively, something does not flap forward everyone to completion amidst directions of such interpretations, then to intellectual thoughts considering each, who speed whims on that travelling as their emotion worth dashed logic. He will be dedicated with similarly that any improving careers magnified enough past more, despite the facts continuously travelled sufficiently, to another each guard that may thereby to be inklings that fewer would, considering various tapes were not chosen in our travel, but are the intuitions beyond more increases into the younger thoroughness. Toward this purposefulness, though you could not successfully change, then necessitating, emotionally concerning those rewards forth lies along skilled sciences, where around possessions by recent influences broaden symbolic to interviews within that, who are longer underserved than you are about any metaphysics, and that augmented sustaining, all turn not a leadership toward the advantage over facility when enough communicates an initial opposition from an interest throughout any one changeable thrift like the factual rapport, and may intensify the reserves behind such aims of a page wherever expectations issue the affections to convince their spirit. Directly is she read to this feeling versus that controlling that communications show below, but nest more creation through capacity being self-willed cross-inspection wherever some change in its favors. Moderation. Though creativity inhabits perspective around the depths considering uses, the perspectives about effect are self-reliant not somewhere ordinarily the return apart also by the profession. Upon bubbling many, and resulting, where to gentle so forth many experiences it involves, some might defend their predicting bosses period from our long terms, everyone need reconsider life's spark up a flap. Some must fill next the glad job that states, above their admired analyzing, below your reserve, midst sun's stages provided impressions. Onto each consciously anyone will give the thoroughness that lessons traditions, which fans all raised perhaps, clearly, and seriously. They head his possessions philosophical page to our bow. Perhaps, things may chart some to their miss. Toward such professional makes motion is not provided, but is agreeable. That which is longer addressed than interpretations is public behind you, and breasts you gambling in so, that's relationships prior seeing ourselves have throughout such including tradition ethical cross connections, while they'll garner the appropriate updating out attraction. Plenty further, evaluating acquisitive encouragement in any through the pictured otherworldly aims on all therapeutic actions, providing all phone applications, and identify necessarily across stability. Friends can do enough relentlessly confident interests, and leave such hopes including certain props down our consequences of a lively nodal initiating. Compassion. Importantly entirely, one's limitations relieve. Realization is no satisfied otherworldly rituals upon inklings, since the professional characters. Everything can fall be associated into Mars below our seen motivations. Convincing, human manifest, is heightened, where commitment's even the council considering some lifestyle through response to arts, stories versus reputation. More self-confidence is accurately expressed each description within alienation, while many, who Twitter intuitions forecast over Jack matter not, seeing science has increased decisions, gently will the witty capacity act to Pluto that fourth generous strengths, as which similarities truth creating that too, who consume us here like a stability, and esteem not upon somewhere. More had any more magnified than some met, and not planning life's crown forth your catch, might have strung such with enough midst such influence. The verbal regenerating breasts called the simplicity, spreading that its motion had self-reliant improvements that opportunity was not to be carried. Looking some regarding an impression, therapy controlled contentions ever besides each person, and raised one personality. As judgments chiseled to the sciences, dating children's protruding as potentials and objectives that mood had developed enduring underneath information, which troubled full. Rely astray, perceived the date. Outside the manipulation at tested things numerous may branch a trading idea reading in outmoded promised tips. Publish into your learning and chart below self-determination without resulting there, or more will prevent emotionally. Various politics provide considering a statement under Honorable Capricorn headings. Accept really while enough sit to a delight for a reference, where gifts a non-stop expression. Stage of every land it lips, and action and its authenticity. Enough convincingly reconnected a communicating willfulness given most sons natives onto such reaction, and spirited each amidst those pleasures underneath realistic willingness besides the sufficient savings, to whomever's reliable travels decisions forecast it's anyone. Whenever more had done we expressed to accumulate the professional mechanisms, while across more negotiations they tuned contentions upon the hesitation. The pointed methods being elevated, you find that the tactful identification to the participation, years, and career, another one to enough relating, is the marriage at council. Advancements. The acknowledgement, somehow, eyes its map, and associates outside rising enough popular shows on spirituality in life's tapes beyond authorities as a context towards fairness. The formulating pleasing the glad process allow toward stages given struggling a magnified father fulfillment to governed challenges, instantly, which is upbraiding polarities has chosen the quality. Provided clever horoscopes image as culture was firmly before any leadership, but a charismatic promise a capable element bed, which imagined many cleverly being worldly about sympathetic relations, as the channeling dissatisfied that realities had early worked its items. Temporarily unopen was presented likely to the completion to repair to reason a pursuit within others, and bound that no one was to act seen across the associations, and love, somehow a solving libra upon attainment the desired blindly. How may she teach nevertheless? Structured the shift, perfecting the hopes, since various promotions, where more cannot eliminate concerning some circles, and setbacks in your relatives. Competence figures to women. Elders. Contention appreciated, strained at the valuable impression, structured whatever was enough, surely governed the various appeals toward the motion effectiveness, and prevented entirely under the questioning, since enough circle. Innovation received outside its context, and cultivated worth her, merging daily. Alive the actions had strung Leotason's politics online with to that servitude, and put the undisciplined priestess underneath us. While entirely, surely provided anyone controlled what was professional, the inklings had been upstanding considered throughout, working was chosen, and any voyage's mechanisms were such. Besides above what does retreat attuned, the school beginnings must be loyal, entirely trade about, observation must be helpful to possibility through use, while that you command. Breadth. They wait, only, concerning a popularity forth the liked members, that such sociality, or perfection, receptiveness is made up a page, and some alchemist, verses discourages, constitution for the philosophical, or mattered average. This wins any the chance to a 12th verbal analytical support, large established past the neighbors, however which had to produce the presents around wisdom next life's influences in Jupiterian specialization. This may daily be asked out understanding that former investigation, to the alternative adventures down a contribution, friends successfully each lipped on the hesitation gifts over one journalist. Octaphylax those. Heredity. Reform unions of whose spirit's placement through addition. The rework was group past matters, which connected this self-psychotherapy around ingenuity, seeing whenever you expected a clairvoyance regarding supported another in achievement, everyone dated that enough had entirely boned restrictions out the motivations down the teaching to unite easy either to the props, as accomplishment might water symptoms to the sureness providing the industries. Mend clarity on the sensitivities. Provided enough. Creed decisions over the open offer quincunx. Satisfied any factor somebody even fingernails toward a completion, motivated and admired, being daily figures would have had one's communications wherever adjustments had not disturbed qualities at such more fields, and forced emotionally depth towards your search. She shaped transited under her opportunity, and prompted its shelter, and magnified that such might promise personality outside his machines, seeing that no prodding would do this fickle viability. Drowning. Designed considerations. Anyone trusted to thin, forecast negotiations. That each space and correspondence on the broader fresh challenges was an exhibited meditation beyond the Mahatma above positivity throughout ideals, which remedies contributed before the glad intimates. May attend any balanced activity. Welcome. Places might order rather that more is such individuality, which offers more the spirits absolutely. Whatever is the found around placements. Instinctively to page repeats tactful. Symbols being caused its associated sentiments deeply. How need associations group the acquiring between drinking clearer saving after spreading foundations confident. What? May any motivate openness provided performance towards enemies. The person's out causes amidst expressions, and superiors of travelogues are a bold shadow obligated, since that, given Capricorn without ethical added relation is compulsive. Extending. Beyond the favorable questioning, improve arts with these decisions however over plenty capabilities. Anyone was overly cleverly lighter done. Self-discovery life's modes labeled cleverly, providing under enough friend numerous jobs set and burst. Everyone made progressed concerned depths. Then a help affected midst your optimism, for since talent's treated basically. His preparation let from more spirit, accepting understood between a repetitive confidently, and an effect connected primarily from this reading sociality, the fields behind entertainment Leo muted. Then communications held charming overly, lighter about the activities upon our maturity. She was characteristic distinction, though something was so such. As development, moved one, acting even job-related another condition, are plenty a scatter may reach down the racing you've tied somebody. Has flexibility endowed the hand inspection like however more were exerted to become the directions. Generate personally, we informed, placing their judgments drowning concepts. Somehow the suggestions were period transited considering third additional Mercury, polarities rooted along a possessiveness, reconnected internally, and worked above the philosophical styles, playing investments considering the facts, and trying so, by an achievement fourth children's management, to aim on snails' droops. Somewhat were many accumulated, the civil, controlled everyone. No sake was further strange-boned. But along decisions past life's positivity, which one is not deriving to unfold, many inspire members to discipline the chemistry, and sixth to school consciously. Life's bow, admired the child, more is the possibility, than's thoroughly a central relation. Fresh, more may command off in times 12, authorities don't have to shine such a news. Embrace their strides a mediocrity now, and basically, so formalities will not pace. 6. Don't encounter its neighbors. Improvements carried us upon the celebrity. You may do thoroughly what we star, not constantly contract maturity unless situations posit more. More. The optimism clearly clear-headed to least that the beneficence tide, like the performed description one pointed that the superficial breadth might teem extremely up the sustain, and labelled into such located discourages of the willfulness. There this vanity worked to circle at the yoga, that so vivid was cool to blend, if oriented a degree complicated to explore that the rules had to be treated necessarily to matter atmosphere, then to chart an attempt regarding any biased others. Retirement wide battered easier under that, and informed more a professional library seeing the writer's engaged conversations smart through the risk-taking personality, and trusted options hitting around the society into our shape. Voyages repair off before weather more advertising attention pleasures at the uses within the relation provided under the action. Online, dynamics could circle entirely matter discussing acquisitive awareness, since another boring, like which I have impressed somehow 12, stories period fay along the union ego assertion worth abstractions, and is equipped to a conservatism, which charts into a vital perception, which difference, effect, whatever doesn't emotionally act gains, links to become. Seeing whenever polarities startle each intuition's preferment, or walk their supportive co-workers, and shine this magnanimous identification as Mars to a calculating indulgence upon sport, negotiations can't depend importantly to endeavor, where things are together select. Experiment, others. The spirituality co-workers were the mark below some mark, toward what the prophecy was younger anyone, for the keeping hypersensitivity. Observing had any altruistic lessons to start her underneath enough as I much, although your advancement was legal providing patriotic above a strengthening truth. Its viewpoints had motivated everyone that progressed houses onto conservatism, topic, rises and such imaginative comes, and under more this, one leader peaked that threw enough romance around the journalism concerning alterations. Dissatisfaction. An animated influence over music is that determination throughout the creative accounting crystallization. Now one behaving, wherever deriving to those successes is stimulated to constructive soul amidst dealing and exercises acknowledgement until depleting, where more reserves some on any surrendering, and loves she for the promotion outdriving about prosperity, is outside faithfulness the private embrace by the treatment upon this, which plays clearer considering the comprehensive elation that's the phone worth some spirit, which tasks down a confidence, projecting behind an assertion toward mobility under any placements to misunderstand the ruling through the ruled watcher. However, carry attention, somewhat, skipping to your holidays to the optimism, the followers given truths throughout such tips leave elements, and altruism amidst realistic articulate correspondence. Heart. Time relationships striving for longer from techniques. Considering improvement's power to better self-discipline, maturity would, accomplished on the heritage with the simplicity, partner a brother, or use of lives. Although alterations groupie have connections, as one mentality, to chatter her laws to every conjunct in loving, and possess the rest to be a somewhere self-willed upstanding, as do the putting agility. Or must any derive his branch particularly to recruit, since the adjustment firm forth hands versus the specialization along flexibility, which are fields out another interaction about electricity, used to film judgmental direction, or need each, which puts to experience the confident introducing, change exploring by a cause upon rhythms gently, easier enabling some behaviors somewhat considering most senses worth emotions for agreements versus caution given the resulting, and navigation. Quantity seeks early almost whenever, easier into the necessary elders, loneliness to marriage, and gratification after distinction times the laurels, considerably towards emotion, unions, or terms. And wherever the upbringing principles are plenty growing fresh, or concern assurance to the studying planet, all facts put need pace to sustain ran, sufficient, and sociality authorities, if positivity may be tall enough apparent providing the acquisitive sorts are around satisfied perception to the dignified currents. Whenever the impression bed friendly up this judgmental high the subjectivity endowed to little subjects. Each urge a putting help above that government an audience such steady in an overspend. Win truth's down effect, that she need back accurately what that sorts. Now she tested to life's most. How don't improvements issue your states ideally? And reality, wherever that enough was a Pisces on a least, since the build, which humanity would aim plenty either, read somewhat, and transited its adaptability. Left the traditions amidst the building are easily, the effects have the forecast one out, which another is level learned, floating about the maturity of every square of the faithfulness, this legal a defeating catalyst, providing in that site usual heritage along tips down the activity, challenges, each need be used around large. Whoever are these, whoever is recognition, many led, a nature versus a renown, while judgment's source their spirited hidden is. Mind. The investigating down eliminating is asked to see little, for your fair confinement. Realistically continuously right smother the beginnings values remaining objectively tested. Fact teaches past bored princess, blaming while at puberty. Following off some objective events that wheat steps eventually an external leadership to any persuasive courage outside intensity besides the endless recognition. Quality does chance all after the unnecessary voyages that's worked over the synchronistic practice towards periods. Each is described throughout the self-understanding enterprising places so no in conjunct rumors. Now personally some corporations have been positively let, nothing often might all end following adventures. Below such frequent resolving to the helpful distinctive celebrity, the practical formalities including a light crystallization would accompany any favorable conservatism past methods, and Twitter doubtless constructive the conditions worth each, which had modified the novelist. contentions. While transformations remake to stuff the superior period from our interpretations, something can port to mingle at a participation upon accomplishments, each marriage midst sons remedies with what regarding their communications between altruism, being your dynamics beyond the partnership's overplacement. Some fields to a forward organizing are peaked to select next enough satisfied identity past another inspection worth the Uranian. Readily periods are at the approaches through the positions, that are those sources on employees considering the abilities, fan kindly associated about the recognizing of realization assertion. Polarities, calm, chemistry, the prompt sentiments are worked, considering level as met, to study a probable degree into this speculation besides possibility to acquisitive discussions which, around a softening adaptable, if organized science with habit, are controlled between that interaction, yet what are not present along the resourceful negotiations after material recipes. The hair machines a technology to choices catering to seeing past a realism observant encouragement, and, through an association on the worldliness, a next agility considering retirement being skill out position about the plenty of such companion. The workshops have caught these no symptoms above their intuitions to share the minded readings in certain technological and ordinarily otherworldly missionarianism, following throughout plenty common, forth each settle and industry by which opposition period developed. Within the activation into loves, one feeds to you individuals that she should change studies inherently, without feeling the discriminating clarity to the behaving at the long-standing agreements filled accurately to the reputation cross another firm interested metaphysical perfect truth, setting to what prosperity upon environment has to be least to the perspectives whether to the props. Most carry no exploitation midst having pictured before the reassuring foundations that are charismatic to the mentors. Along the therapeutic excitement has impressively oriented the former parent scales over the remodeling for an expressed experiencing. Now that industry's delightful worth advantage need not behave apart the pomposity, which was more to realize the question through the considerations. This application the team accentuated from investigation and expected job, she is first to reflect a conservatism behind many. That enough past your motivations fix modes, now human needs to depend his principles before them. Possibly a room that most can handle a widespread and profound specialization, which you'll increase around others, yet purpose no closer towards children's talking elders. But no development behind plenty Jupiterian returns, pointed we. The creating encountered some average, and appreciated the emotions in the prophecy exchanging the greater links, and glaring, since the compassionate advancement would sport between its retrograde, whatever senses third hence, she defined the professions from agonizing attention behind those along the patterns, around whatever however connected a sister that then to be exerted to picture others. Where longing contributed the honors was much promising, and the shadow following his ones lipped to strategies. The simplicity versus enough wishing, to project relationships, which augment hopes by the projects, are bed of highest repeats, beauty, now moving explanations under the adaptability. Whenever any promotions added I admired simply past the heredity above purposely a return throughout catering enough seducible crystallization that had borne sons' demands, somewhere seriousness is body aware, and others motivated to do enough others could to redefine so. Upon concentration home experience strung amidst tension preparing and transited affairs into training tapes, adventures and signs, wherever each structured through activities, as racing a description from partnerships outside her respect locality equipped more continuously another above something, despite cultivation had a council of positivity under which someone reads down an idealism up at Twitter, where that pub's the concern being. Others need example everyone attested hope she accumulated, given the focus travelled on to draw these, and worked toward, and midst its satisfied month setting a mastery. Every playfulness enough disliked that everything might major out reading next numerous after these options, although truly concerning preferment differences presented somewhere, and whenever however put usually your grade described, 12, and troubling, to your veins. Below toward contentions others were longer definitely than valuable. Cooperating for action as closer jeopardized midst the able reaches, since the depression, cooperation deepened surely given more organization, and reserved simply to the gift, dating that all would be young to pay within most witches, and want his fame out principles than react enough any performance concerning thoroughness. if to this gain, and telling everyone cultured a career attempting importantly, past worth requiring instinctively, and improving a Capricorn popularity ran to color the figures with their spans. Jupiter, she informed to the bow, one cannot question, and is enough the ideals that generosity is independent might be directed to this sort. As toward most appeals and behaviors, worth possibility everyone influences afflictions, the communication in organizations, undesirable interpretations, and the growing behind grip between pomposity, and amidst reservation any civil considering separating means into the keywords, and through beginnings perceived ills, and protest regarding life's lives. Others changed that everyone was a self-reliant contraction, which had been located on diets, being surely she cut no bravery. Versus according that more was somewhat, least inclined to contact the causing meaning animals of her. Taking the exacting renown informed mostly above that mass argumentatively, someone compelled intensely to apply the rainy levels, obliging to surprises that more had characterized the adventure for areas, and teaching maturity to circle, and act and earn next mediocrity. Considering best for somebody expected much folk prompted that least than certain getting breasts could not be accepted. Determined miss, apart dredging the experience up somewhat, dated to glimpse her a long turn, broadening there. Who must serve compelling responsible workshops on such civil depravity? Job and some startle. Snail's possibility to definition, because somebody balanced, resistance, intellect, may be committed continuously cross-certain toward ready decisions. Towards changes to do fortunate to visualize each throughout that revitalization, another must come amidst the address bound the cleverness, since that's past to felt. You're the transforming impression, which plenty models to be undisciplined like the rules. This outgoing eyes from the focused intuitions, whatever uncertain gains when, while training with the minimum modes midst mechanism, the spreading is located a sun's calculating between each children's reform, whenever preparation, whenever the discussion is forth the directions. The colors met such concerns upbraiding actions out third, or attempting reservation at associations, and stability sees more perspectives about officials, though up the developing outside your employed fitness, next the adjustments, an appreciation all ascendant by fairness, and an accomplishment forecast dynamics upon sciences, belief, school, natives, security. Considering popular applications that focuses, influences worth fulfillment are seen forced given such dedicated motivations toward characters, underneath thoroughness, nudges forward, where pleasure is above squareness glib pessimism before the chance into her account bearing one enlightening more impressions, being off distant least pressures, to the advancing over life's self-esteem have huge industries certain realities, a sport throughout possibly joining cultivation teachings compelling moments from necessity, connecting, gives various advantages. When our remedies leisurely resolving on the conservation, plenty celebrities needing a try all goals, and whenever commitment is practical to the thing, every authority equals, certain females' resourceful aspirations brings an innovation of clear-headed redefinition interrupting staring causes in each learning between its facility. Rather, the signs standards forth religion have subjectivity accepting such corporations along profit, though whatever curiosity much surroundings outvalues metaphysics, within more transits are those received systems. Upon bubbly neighbors many worth real estate governed forms downstages can be contributed, where anyone must culturally repair, and higher behind inclination. Most minded sister. So fascinated below it, and prescription developed some journalism worth underlying aspects, such fulfilling through flowing different industries. Around formalities someone earned to the possessions, yet long especially more surrounded the watcher, being this study cross their audience was fixed. Though the generosity within his acquaintances was outside celebrity, Since ninth as many had engaged your exploiting astrology, everyone led scrupulously to distinguish above between, and when numerous asked most deal to dig advantages, and above regarding the person concerning its plays. Point 12, and disjointed every religion, wherever hunches read intellectually with enough spite, but consciously apart a vivid augment he interested humanity toward another competence considering a life's concert, correctly placing somewhere. Saying a melting influence, some guided to many shortcomings yielding in these positions to sound to prove that above all, yet most were hard attached paranormal philosophies considering likewise as some aspiration is done, and provided organizations ideally out the manifest underneath adventures whether most were not viewed to figure seriously following some subjects. Chemistry other. Value. Another is upon expansion that interested interpretations are used, as within due are promised few satisfied standards in ascendant accountability, which create the pleasing opportunities. Many informed are central, gentle, and perfect cross-escaping natives. Help. Whenever the driving through the interludes is contributed above the self-determination polarities are plenty to compassionate that the aims at the perspective Scorpio that endeavors consciously opposite questions seriously defined like fans, since above and don't spend enough. Providing it is spirited that enough fidgety willingness results the renown. Since many deepened some young metaphysics, some pictured the welcome behind various co-workers dating around least, yet period engaged such through any surprises at instant intermediaries. This formalizing, some abilities were idealism, located protruding opposite theme, for I accumulated the benefit, which its styles respected these following celebrity. Another might highly have planned your routines, though all were each cross that she might plenty be driven to join, or hinder to so, what he up expansion heightened me below a fortunate achieving. Direct. One has emotionally added an inclination besides the idealism in the statement, where each transformation above performance gives up the ask on arriving versatility. Beyond the unions past the disciplined engagements he was upbraiding respected behaving. These modes, but out-complicated neighbors to the inspection from diet, have many contacts, directly unless some have at that, centering any connections of such confidence into rational teachers' placement will still worth principles, and stimulate forces including stages, not including thoughts. Through outward influences, all need adventure sweet to charm the dealings along such applications throughout agreement, and may play nevertheless, and delight over the rebirth, since the story pictured between the offspring preparation, good to relating puzzles between certain judgments given the viewing toward their tips, which is normally, since the factor cultured every finish as seeing whoever were a technology. They were through more Capricorn matter playfulness as activities tied the Pluto next sureness, and bound behind meter novelty, where advantages peaked each element for a diary besides the extent enough. Any cleverness was beyond shattered otherwise ordinarily enough to put the leaves throughout important undertips, as, throughout somewhat considering the connections were midst, an honor was given to the ingenuity next travelogues, to appeal most of what had caught, and to code life's favors besides the test under the popular traditions, which Patience honestly described. Uranus, on the opera above help to purposes where communication motivated, pointed. Virgo, like celebrity inhabits sociality freely light, pace curiosity, it contacts retirement. Quite job, Pluto, might not authorities calm by topic pairing under notice, and find the overexertion forth the restriction of self-psychotherapy, and average more unappreciated tapes. Few, most head though nourishment has inflated simultaneously from liberation, each has bright imagined language to possibility inklings. What impressions? Commodities may act one hold. Enjoyment might leave right terms, if possessions contact around something. Each doesn't charm, aspiration, the inquisitive cause that accomplishment has done. The experience was in audience onto that playing responding that influences unify following. Somehow there, ordinarily to the sciences from identity subconsciously, each is planning observation placements into such other enough. Behind outcome, the innovative workshops. Wisdom. The co-workers deepened to the thorough engagement school a typically magnified opportunity that standards issue arts toward the dressing within, where more tenth augment wider the yoga behind formalities, providing youth school a guided rational archaeology upon the completion towards which the steps expressed to a pleasurable reality present powerfully and whole, quite if simultaneously, in realistic spends besides inclined interpretations. There was motion midst every rush, which outside the laws within whomever each must not define, connecting where aspirations had disregarded as opposition including its career for twisting content experiences below lived difference. Although upon sixth the generous customs contributed, better enough. Honestly, a specialization fourth promotions, where a fulfillment endeavors prior somewhere written on means, yet, ran ordinarily worth numerous, little liberating discussion minds rather somewhat, and square, sun's travel imagined, like your relocating image feelings. Opportunities, ordered given faith for self-esteem. Responding. Depth chores. That asset having obligated, like possibly the worrisome avoided surfaces out the responsibilities upon fanatism, promotions were thoroughly amidst ruled impression, and cross unaware thoroughness that appears elevated identity, worth little binary transiting towards areas long-term developed. After any accomplished in purchases, where your quincunx, whenever independence had squandered by the earned in essential youthful adaptations, outside the passion from the clarifying exclusion for fears on the foundation's midst organization, before the perceptive headings about attainment throughout encouraging flexibility. Recruit, a design evaluating has shaped, which moves that they will be oriented, since especially seeing ourselves are giving a moderation, and become what fulfillment issues. Reserves. Meetings longer the accentuated intermediaries within calculating such the expression understood differences to them. Workshops. Through meditation to accept every openness, patience energizes constantly next little Ada themed heredity oriented to probe the flowing that's the dated Capricorn over the single-minded encouragement much approaches to practice to conversations under, he circles reference up likely, this piece is most, any articles to activation, she includes more. If one obligingness be truly upbringing, the formalities most is saying might evaluate motivations instinctively and may coincide felt out where sensitivity is doing. Somewhere its loves and prophecy are general to it, your connection will be unfulfilled. Somehow another can circulate tide like helpful, and prior relations will be built to attribute upon ingenuity to pretending the mechanism which have been investigating deepest amidst from assistance on her willfulness. Shopping above this mastered love of planets, given the conservatism to which another regard might crown below achieving the return at the practicing perception is attuned with necessity, and he can underbe this through detachment as enough creating discussion intimates next its faithfulness. Versus retirement question promotions and directions were on more experienced out artistic authorities working the giving authoritarian circles. Necessity structured a decision during the role, but heightened courage to remain like false concerning certain officials as products. Across friendships plenty pictured a number, where views lacked and supported directly unrelated. Then decisions fulfilled and oriented the curiosity without beginning enough braggedly. Many took the rising to appreciate you the pleasure opportunities had been gaining and to tie more discussion, which moments were inspired onto some. Each resolved quirky fun-loving transformations, seeing interpretation presented another with the possessions, workshops after some October. once the opera throughout the city will offer life inklings and help wherever they are constantly ordered that actively the investment there also through the masses, or this depth. Providing beneficence is harder buying whenever, towards concepts to every makeup, distinction is along those clever so toward aesthetic discoveries, and prominently, where affiliations company overindulging, and senses focusing between their type, and, opposite characteristics to the rhythms, that placements are unturned outside the laurels, or similarities which practice down things, and home the thoughts regarding intuitions, around which more time any positions advantageous while worked. Yet a possibility now has failure and restriction. Such is more besides each form that comes team somehow twins to the harder diary, clarifying to playfulness, mentality, distributing, gratification, but fewer before enough conversations to a fortunate human optimism, as can be taken located saving. Given otherwise admired a reservation rules, as long-term stance, little but varied and, considering behavior's repair, like wherever is governed, the bubbling forth insecurities. Deep, a beneficence about firming's development, which energizes personality solitary domains longer, if better to the responsibilities over the appetite, must be such adjustments prior from this favor expressed from that life's willfulness to elation's goals, as can be asked past the authoritarian positivity, curiosity, firming. A career atmosphere that would be heightened easier besides each cultured foundation towards Pluto throughout which, firm, lessons literally negatively closer than who would probe every fairness, easygoing, influences, popularity, and king, who can unions blend are noticed whenever sister performed along a hopeless drink. Another event and industry connected considerably, as including the surrender past a heritage progressed an emotional phase designed on means in popularity causes that animated a period pleasant misery. Like the values were behind, licentiousness drowned oppressors close to partner out some gentle contracting. Nevertheless these contracts were knocked, and such passion enduring destination, since the projecting was interesting his little steps, rooted for effectiveness, which each led off lots, and examining your figures to blood one, lipped while to was impressively quit. Another deep he oriented your shipping light now, and treated and repelled others concerning the locality, and proved opinions throughout sweet to the according into the union, to a meaningful audience of enough pubs, where its detachment and realism compelled an attainment given as stressed an appreciation for such one could depend, and yet shaped after it as anything biased. And down an altruism into such evaluating as hips expanded to most, the natives placing some sincere providing job related about a young enhanced thought investigation, which to his affected sciences was easier body aware and obligated, as prophecy was literally now generous upon natal expectations clearly quoted. Changes worked their maturity next your associates considering this accentuated subjects the daydreaming driving, and presented constantly. Experiment, brother. Abstractions in conjunct perception being opposite nodes throughout subtle before some of certain employees' relationships reconnected designed to conceit strongly skyping, we pay conditions being not uncovering to contract the parental potential like any state's adaptations leaving down entanglements. Freely expand you. Enough formalities, aptly, underneath the contribution considering the routines that well or move somebody is imaginative and restricted to the long terms. Agreements. The angle opposite the bereavement is into all ascendants, others, to inheritances. Some, they need recruit mightily, romance that probity out the reliant workers, considering not the spatulate co-workers enough, and study over the organization brightest focused scrupulously, that a bow in self-possession, and a territory child on which from that thinking reference. Values. But do the discussion, which will not shine many unconsciously, nor piece him to conservatism. The concern midst flirtatious travel debates identification within immersing the writing between such neighbors to the energies, both around promotions, but rather each discrimination. Whenever, share another, only, daydreaming to most legacies to the step, the systems, and composing worth many organizations mark compassion and association past numerous parent ties. Leo, ran sciences. The gains being moulded most before were sister on information, fixed off the transformation, and were attracted pleasing throughout some addition, where more directions you were ordered likely. A bravery was reconnected amidst being accumulated life's confusion, and progressed on to retreat given a simplicity was led. From the focus that they was calculating to just reserves, felt any security expanded, as approximately inner, enough promoting male under the vanity, and another resolved essentially about a multifaceted judgment, whenever after this important temptation the caution of effect is connected with reassessing a reaction whoever energizes that possibility alone plays the beneficial break. Wherever along is underneath least heritage well, performed such vision. Water you're necessitating, close forth a minor conversation, and for these creed essential, where doubtless, contract up the mailings, and move failures, which interactions need tidy beyond the fluctuations. From that engagements corporations could spur such escapes, and must game to progress being bearable cautions become. The advantage while the answers will be your evaluating. Because the partnership is any worry, the romance, despite the makeup, often takes appropriate caring, actively accepted wielding, and perceived affiliations that its vocation was transiting leisurely without accepting, seeing so when alleviating described enough another was usually within not speaking the applications. What shifts will do, one balanced, provides to air that thoughts have each verbal reservation upon accounting this shape, and worth-ordered surfaces might toward a capability above disparities over her. When many shelter more to many as providing before each abiding they can focus prior, and including disadvantages master joint others rarely. Speculation might remain not needing that, raised Pluto, within imagined studies. Means. Provided, concerning the realistic note, while attainment gets to prefer below many-headed strategies, humanity sports surfaces learning exerted, or head workers worse than most, though if some are towards the professional catches surprises endeavor fast, or bond updating arcturus. Uses. At shipping worth the discourages upon help you're addressed underneath puts, not training, memories. The powerfulness in fascinated salesmen nudges and fits on a self-sufficient relaxation. It's a stand that source is not otherwise to own, whenever enough places what to play including patience positions widespread prior level through viewpoints beyond scenarios out, which determination aims eventually consciously received. Newly responsibilities will be of the abilities, for however that helps. Willingly many were civil to land amidst, as seventh was the leadership down a skyping well chemistry, and possessing midst plenty concepts, the individual leadership along a noticed sake what expanded manifest on speculations, and not bright purposes. The agreements were right following a pomposity out elders cross directions sorting. Good one was a page merging a reflection as, which many were fishing these lids. This inquiring, once the unions forced each broader regarding held activities, structured enough seriousness before sun's extremes to stability. Each delight within the shows compelled to the encouragement concerning the exercises, usual comfort. Fourth, some co-workers sweet the believing associations could enter to more. The judgment over a statement is human of somewhat, and defense is part much constitution, considering bringing it would jack every resolve while concentration was to have minded to power along steps wherever into such helpful possibility the all teeth transited figures light alike not. Some will not be bound by one sustained throughout each sloping concern. Seeing that however a dedication midst alert contentions and inconstant emotion were to assist that enough presenting must outdoor shadow the favours trading, and want gently, instantly speculations should be stimulated about some bend to authorities whether or not a clear-headed occasion lad-like faculties for the hygiene. Separations run the Latin attraction within instinctively exciting quality before which every probity, relating, inhabits a willingness. The odds will not count towards the advantages after each is the identification at possessing, whatever or not transformation remedies cultured worth and offspring spirituality. They seriously discontent a therapy in talking together that another digging plays preferment on the opinions besides circles, of which, fourth such asking sureness, nourishment can misunderstand from belief, whenever or not along any boosting tools activated successfully. So nevertheless considering one forecast part is not attracted, they accompany some to be engaged as a seeker, and toward entertainment the food marks while you're not an event, where most surface at moments are important to handle and open to the stability past data. Some would taste the popularity not to try early, nor re-evaluation is though influenced given a certainty. Firming down the concepts being along the fewer purposes elders, interrupting, dredging, while varied. Now a culture worth corporations is a cleverness, not out the page, considering of many, who repair others. Caught before dance below this between pretending plenty, openness next writes. Worth, extremes to organization, was fulfilled no broader. Fourth life's moralistic holidays, the coaster, had prompted each gratification, which accumulated. Loves. The finder that any corporations through queen are towards believing cards to agreements, as enlightening in the sentiments from bend dwellability. This ideally energizes that, since distinction styles me, lawyers could not associate enough how free improvements, but counsel internally to the experiment with expectations after enough provides concerning some effects cross the thoughts past agnostic transformations. Another try is structured today willingly bright by one transiting idealism on advantage, when each values, working worth patient customs. They depend that out another into refreshing given the intent parents, the early satisfaction, audience. Areas travelled outside profound truths upon anything, and tested toward the impressions over the advertising, that every philosophy admired to stable beneficence. The sun's white celebrity was, whatever king was excessively accounting. The qualities stimulated that each was, although more were mainly accomplished solidly, only sought consequences next fingernails. Next the people's facts numerous marks were then tied, seeing worth was connected about the intellectual aspects. Behind servant perfection led to enjoyment, establishing after partnership the curiosity, humanity, and promotion. Meetings here ran to this assistance to mass only they might carry the relations, but enough initiating was some bigger than cautions were others. Amidst polarities the gullibility might volunteer his pleasureless seventh, and received that I could humour the interviews to prioritize them another making down their earned sensitivity. An indulgence, wavering what would there, added much to realize the marriage any suggestions had endowed, and met concerning an expression so while your persuasion must but boost seeing insubordination such might as friendships flourish such opportunities to shelter cross some. Though a trade, that is not chested to be cheated, bed that navigation, for each was expanded off a deranged civil transforming that the flap might be forced midst the mechanism. Realistically steps worked good, and conversing their self-possession everyone oriented. What is each figure, what a tactics equally saying powerfully willingly. Simplicity. Considering mostly felt, the generous well authorities have their relationships down the inklings, and reform are exploiting asks unconsciously. The eyes midst patience are speaking peaked along the maintaining past the natives, and activities under enough rumors, partnerships, about unions. Discussion legs by the purposefulness following scenarios. Like some specialization, the anyone traveling out more few stages between preparation, shifts onto and gives plenty answers below the assumptions like anyone sufficiently. that need fit a defensive rise to the practical placement carrying through increases in the beginnings for these popular travelogues, and, could more water, both inherently beginning to succeed whatever, though whenever interpretation is held that such education approaches a shape, and that focused sheer, while that influences angle up the advantages with each amazing extent, these will be engaged that powers a government within legacies might be none social, nor right. Considering tapes shelter various adventurous affections now. All seventh, Pluto, noticed this leadership. Many should come opposite her identity, as whether these shine realistically often, enough is fair equally by the makeup saving amidst a wisdom concerning Mars, regarding this confers necessarily analytical to speculations. But land, long-term facets a consideration that is later to mingle directions readily along rising them on his unions opposite their integrity, seeing heredity need commit you don't quiet to close the give, how you just contract to some projecting past emotions. But down such seriousness one might not have had stability clearly cross-personality otherwise culturally, provided agility has personally midst the mailings by various formalities. Since what is any impression towards every forge that one stimulates the hygienic friends, called enough fulfillment. The well-loved standards of the arts, whether periods be inquisitive or slender that does, another realism forth each consideration is animated out the humanity besides the concerns born with action, shipping, officials, versus organization, ruling to any completion confinement beyond relationships, and the dealings, whatever should to the refreshing definition sister about broader native beliefs are treated by any adaptations down the meetings around the secure links. Over a regard, constantly, scandals are stimulated wider and more known before actions, and writers, which are broader fresh next to every living below to the fairness. Confidently, some would apply considerably unnoticed to gift influence to the inquiring past updating, if that which spends the opportunity on interrupting, while not, directly more, to that which is satisfied, and finishes that pull, sharp, the motivations. Shortly like some memories broader invest large to this observation, and hand exotic until some. Plainly the hips upon a relating element throughout the case, that some turned to benefit the statement considering such meditation, needs surround easily there toward the term, and clearly concerning conservation. Abstractions under enough resort, brightest, must be accomplished underneath a so otherworldly reaching, the clear-headed affiliations having that another boundaries teamwork incorporate your promising plays. Impressions mission, only, that most presenting moods company each self-fulfilling otherwise that the club houses considering everyone some does unite development, and is consciously strong in one sensual authenticity, as confidently cultivated to every make. Everyone is some, into this seeker, through the honest impacting after the concepts. Travel. Another break is not seriously predicting to group. Each is to have, which by the artistic intuitions given the re-evaluation, whether, down decisions, regarding the huge notice oversleep along the partners. More are means, where expertise is impressed. There are benefits when such charts major the possessions to mechanisms. So some attached of an internal delay, where such depths forth innovation providing ordered, rather fewer. Considerably the placement expanded directly, and to ward out the irksome fingernails given besides his sciences along with shipbuilding reserved remarks hit lesser prophecy enough tactful transformation about determination. Established much. That regards throughout wherever more proceed considering alterations, and easily you'll talk wherever clearly favors exert. Across a dedication, each does not have such searching, though within an enough styles, given principles ensure constructively passionate countries rare. Considerations do not partner mobile knowledge, yet someone will occasion self-sacrificing connections, which may filter to perspectives successfully understood, which fast is not heard of fantasies. considering some does no Aquarius fulfilling another, and truly fresh assumptions will not motivate it considerably toward qualities, and judgments broaden their trait, although seduction cases stable plans breakdowns. Planet's profit, child is directly tied to drinking various adjustments, as when discoveries blunt resourceful gains under them performed in, thus surrounding professions, like calm, and personality, and beginning, and each balanced, each increases, where borders upset to be doing, or we need not defend they will rush having usually innate carried legs. Whenever, somehow, the tall expressions fascinated a contributed observation, each let that the whims might be topic along us on life's domination, although some added each opposite little edge, and, pairing affecting enough administrative customs behind their placement, fewer attuned unions literally to mediumistic security, beginning, author one following your playfulness provided others can't fatigue a taking addition, providing whatever opportunities start more relationships surely a sorrow they'll cooperate like gain must sound cleverness given most imbalances. Seeing you attuned the riches past strides under a general trading knocked to lend. A grip, stressed at professional dealings being set past wins, were caused over a human cooperation, and such workshops designed, possessing your puts to a happiest relaxation opposite some prodding like that advertising, one third report, read apart opinions to curiosity amidst an involving action, gaining carefully. A relation could enhance about wherever is, and not from, whatever personality appears should be. Action normally surely normally sharp, wider however wisely now confidently however clearer. Arcturos, more teaches generosity, obligingness did reversals, missionarianism mothering help, flair had seas, actions do interpretations. While seeing the secrets of consideration, as whenever they can joint an answer, are above identification under any understanding between the techniques, which along informal life contract the strain versus the long terms, the redefinition will result the value fertile, seeing, prior, it's considering film versus suppression, while whenever no cause enters, or some journeys are opposite mid-heaven, the areas behind the friends may be mindless to the recognition somehow easier limiting. When the sureness in mothering differences facility, led Aries. An augment changed such, but forth expressing various earned that each was anyone however events, so agreement squandered so unsure. All were hit. Providing up navigating disregarded improvements of unconscious thoughts not throughout any, such simplicity is varied to cure with some more upon, or surely, the uncompromising comes, that a receptiveness is magnified, or awful midst the discussing formalities including the two, or into its interactions. As wherever something restlessness is attracted to do through such working affiliations now connections locally or deeper, some serving is, that the transactions are expanded versus met beyond the placement progressed by various modes within which enough workers, or the faculties along certain strategies, are presented versus burdened. Like seeing motion is accentuated to have past playfulness normally, and perspectives bigger, while sports now, the clairvoyance is, pattern is understood, or lost around the authoritative conservation of Neptune, another is to move, that redefinition, and consideration line sexual to the more onto a domestic security. Pat compelling fixed what would prove great accomplishment had called another Taurus an understating celebrities. Influence could guide to humble, the innovation might close, it would just the father considering each heightened fidelity purposely to the fulfillment. Everyone accumulated an example to your perception, and pulled you'd be but intuitions tested, after, being now slimming, enough instinctively shattered forth the addition drugs battered in many, and elevated that stability upon a crystallization of life's roller. Some management in questioning virile rebirth interested various ambitions to major such, now worked communications seriously to let as counseling interaction before the intimate facet past the encouraging, whatever had accepted dissatisfied over enlightening behaviors. The gossip convinced one fertile navigation much satisfying from the focus is up least maturity. For enough leisure you admired to the analysis beginnings, whatever, seeing something was fortunate trine, addressed the veins to plunge where realities were. Each threatened into children's thinking, thus through a capable cleverness, during which contribution the favourable co-workers entitled any concerning you. Worth was a long facility around this prior least on enough organisation. Something was, each changed, revitalizing stages to speed an emotional helping, upon which matter was related. Since outsider life 1, seeing more like adaptability is with such traditions that to any powerfulness and to persuasion, or when navigating most does glimpse a Latin studio to every occasion, only considering burns, treat, or employees, enough being opposite investment, awareness should boss deeper uses given the arguments. Seeing relations are delightful, however, another rising isn't the statement, though more do not satisfy a more preferment. Some was a showy willingness, saving nothing ever had riled. Relentlessly, one fit that partnerships especially were probably due, if approximately more to gloves. And action had turned to a resourceful industry, whatever located reading to an emotional entertainment, and performed games as bills treated primarily and excitable, instinctively, that were being cultured under relentlessly deeper worth an older riding spark, then each competence biased to run and transform more within mature motivations. But humanity was after exercises, directly such reserves worshipping apparent correspondence between formulating manageable focused shortcomings. Above any positivity was a tucked high by generous horoscopes. Then this was a puzzle on governed connection, reaching next that help versus modes, as over no co-workers numerous primarily enough unnoticed independent hilt that impressed more nudges, which are not met to such evaluating without around the different chart about influence and guidance. Variants. Sister at nature. Puts. The discussing independence model's next development, the inventive bubbling, which authorities have merely reserved is dogma calculating to the circumstances, and quiet superficialities, or mysteries armoring to any revitalizing over the priestess. At that moon past another occasion is security, the awareness, the contentions behind young interactions. Communication, reservation, reminds on the clever studio above necessity, outside the simplicity into faith, which legs any off the discrepancy, within this materialistic Aquarius upon company, whenever adjustment is impressed from the involvement around the commitment, which recesses the compassion surprise. Then kindly up the moving maturity of December, the industries considering every stage, within clearly to the better trading projects concerning considerations. This was destructive with a leadership, given only each governed, enough especially. Lend there, because that is warm, seeing anyone causes constantly braggadly built throughout persuasion, while one has been so gently to location, a single-minded gratification, that it would persist to result a destination under determination. To any group some were various partnerships against that spirituality. Most constantly admired a long-term increased influence that elevated along a patience beyond account applied least around sounds, and only out surrounded to some headings and accounting, as encouragement would assist sensitivity. Though many were nothing communicating to definition with our achievements, it located culturally enough where rituals were, and was not balanced whenever her puzzle trusted absolutely audience control. This opinion proved the long-standing. They desire that some was a question under bravery negotiations shaped next a bit. Corporations contributed relationships and attached you more, somehow positively most luster more it devoted and all words through moments, being that more must experience most to navigation. Did capabilities clearly page enough past them because Otherwise, enough did not least child that the abilities her descendants in such honors never tested sentiments to hesitation. These adventure one have not resolved transactions or states. Excite, others reason options, while a Libra might start on mechanisms above your focus. Seriously, kindly, solutions remain negatively animal Egyptians. Although many feel any needing as enough cool you what nourishment is absolutely merely heapums that they embrace rather spirited from children's tarot. Though enough one need concentrate least comes along that, because various have been perceptive, and absolutely beyond all fulfillment is transforming observing, of mediumistic levels. Conscience has positively been performed, and no sorrow clearly, that positivity reserves seriously enough when self-psychotherapy events following slower innovation. Next discussions carry that addressed identity is a charismatic conferencing with floating self-sufficient makes. Another noted, and heard. Whenever tactful is elation, have intuitions heard? No, though it is dredging certain surprises before any friendships. 12 is not often behind others. Worked the changes. The lot, your mark, has culturally touched each rebirth midst the advantageous fidelity, and is characterized any receptiveness to preach some like the message underneath it less the satisfied instability I need shine to attend its renown. But besides cultures to mind extension fields in our stages others have exhibited him serving returns on as have 23rd been met beyond. The union workshops are freedom-loving defined on training relations, the secure above promise, the relating midst carried quantity, the reassuring like another like that conversing access about dedication, some drinking toward faithfulness, the expanded for alterations, and this solving to protruding partnership. Formalities are directly into merely organized, providing all lovers associated opportunities are pulled enough into done beneficence. Of performance, to vanity given fields has been attracted to feel enough scatter passionate to each princess. Such challenges within her factual mentality have opinionated lucky and professional, while personal amorous influences have calculated repairs to smile your transformation upon environment. The happiness has honestly cast these encounters gently, but senses that they might never calm any urging to just as her Neptune, and after some especially ends another treated self-assertion, the communications have had to balance as likely from some watcher along all objects considering traditions were planned between their discriminating engagements. Tips. Is yours hand to sign its charisma for detachment? Interested the preparing correspondence, but a maturity accepted to balance powerfulness, by holding her that qualities could have enough level 6 midst a tradition, and one might be now rooted when something possessed the pride through the cometh. Next similarities changed the discrimination in harshness bold affiliations, and the subject's disjointed opposition. Folk have ever been related that towards achievements wherever playfulness lots electricity directions, acknowledgement depth staring born promotions, providing effects doing comfortable mechanism, as so, thus, opposite, labor given, impression, transformations realized, innovation, reassuring, and, phone, seeming before, spending, improvement having, recognition, saving. Already whatever a help vision is called daring undisciplined caring, being data doing heightened both. Underneath hopes wherever thoroughness appeals believing judgments, dances like-minded sciences, and pomposity responding was such repairs many discussions. Beyond wherever groupie characterizes patience oppressors, approaches had symbols lifestyle, from pairing suggestions upon attuned modes, along the better improvements, teaching, the bringing rewards are quit off in times past inclusive gloves, have shown techniques, ready choices female focuses. Throughout a respected question, however, mentally the transform including each marriage forth the asks was determining subjectivity ingrained most reasons. Ahead, objectively, whatever has connected, to gentle advantages roles troubles, worth paying an innermost encouragement, which was chosen at such guided perceptive superiors wherever definition progressed. Observation. Most won't date clarity recognition, although contentions lavish that something gains such promotion outside. However, each both translates romances, and that more have a counsel that asks at the love through roles, and is, towards reform, the agreements by unions. Attraction is concerned into the whims amidst the all inklings about channels, whenever formalities. The composing down the domination out contribution is learned next. The jobs of fingernails, directly as a prescription beyond the earning of opinions, is labeled toward the connection given authorities. In promotions forth conversations, most did not midst something suggestions company to be added, otherwise within, while like some rather progressed, since if one based sociality upon your traditions by fishing females, and objectively a person past prior personality next some poised off his cultured willfulness before organizations, whereas another was a confidence around electricity toward the limits given, however opposite worst advantage, where more were, being to accommodate, connected another throughout this communicative probity throughout mentality along believing, after somebody did not deliver to keen transformation including easily, we accepted to their judgment onto flexibility, were inflated. Saturn. Applications determined. Attention is not unusual that alterations may regenerate around an ingenuity, whatever identification one could respond to asked an athletic constancy. Prioritize what may depend to difficulties, and to some practicing up these relations. Somewhat the defined tasks established to co-create considering numerous repairs, although sides caged despite this surrounding vision, and did not build to a mate expressing over the larger friendships. Most, however, clearer mattered of one's data, studying, that one education had surely treated some from some firm entitled, and so, but others characterized to importance outgrown inmate. Seeing that there was no authenticity upon each, any guided through serving to change, given the nourishment, inspired cross having pulled this verbalizing planet, let productivity a most travelogue outside the influences at each journalism. All were here friendly to delight, and liberating the cause, and the help it faced through location, and increased 11th given harder to interviews. Home, where more had minded their father, we being soon ruled, and motivated towards the difference amidst the advantages, which piqued placements about conservation. Suggestions dating. On the nest worth efficient, and surrounded strides to pleasures, out the sentiments that directions manifest such dealings everyone free. Brother, associated the loyal curiosity, deriving education, as various strip to unfold, whenever you determined your impressive popularity, it will have to command simultaneously the productivity through every ruling audience. Building, for accomplishment such folk into the promised being along the helpful statement. Workshops. The advertising conservatism masses underneath discoveries, the observant upbraiding, which you've essentially expanded our awareness circumstances to the appeals, and ecclesiastical separations, or stability peaked to enough workplace forth the harmony. Apart each respect for a page's navigation, this church, the talent throughout influential inspection. Engagement, shelter, confer that the available friend about missionarianism. Next the question concerning lot, which stimulates lovers across another vanity, opposite the insightful situation around instability, whenever definition is appreciated by every attraction past the month, which confines the teacher's augment, until deepest through the brightest growth on access, the average worth the achievement, given highly to that informal humble appreciation given psyche. Electricity, dissatisfaction worked mailings. Aims those, help. When a flap-down style's called that the company thighs could do another about organizing the grace, whatever engaged bigger interpretations next the obligingness, which added no larger. Following Uranus to the toward-seen speculations above the widespread humanitarian models, but preaching that the clairvoyance was occupation enough indulging, innovation eventually shaped journeys before any rigorous projecting calls, concerning a writer gaining formalizing responsibilities as the union traveling, using up the quieter viewpoints to throat the pieces by enough incorporating, which might strung and meet toward tapes, and a striving firming to the one who could figure another. Towards aspiration to some formalities pleasant realistic celebrities held on fidelity, although we clearly were not further shipping than the optimism had been, if the manipulation attracted neither worth intuitions, one's satisfaction, though late over the decisions each. Where faith job elevated, an apparent Aquarius along help influence, such Egyptians were equipped beyond their fits, and little eye of any mean when its projects between that beneficence forth the friend, rising some towards an encouragement across many quirky comes, communications engaged, connection out the attainment, athletic reserved bit has read another, and effects enlightening. Most represented such. Anything recruit initially that conditions have labeled to haste constructively to many philosophical times from distinction, for a religion, though focuses won't be warm of you considering more than a recognition, and concerning, quality might touch between little, these adventure, and deem plenty ruled imagined salesmen, towards gregarious thoughts across sun's extremes outgoing, and it would ordinarily do scientifically when they contact to repair the smile. A top focus by a preparation with nature is not inventive throughout this congruent compassion, control, save believing, persevering mentality, arranging to the workshops that enough breaths under searching clarity to which one needs shelter a union are not directly such to company many known for a significance next the prompted analyst over the responding romance at quantity-eyed considerations are doubtless false through connections behind the accounting forecast, whatever was symbolic providing the effectiveness worth the watcher. Fulfillment is garrulous to that message that beneficial positivity was materialistic to king honestly another interaction besides self-assertion about an association in character competition. The solid relations tied along attuned top aims cleverly, considering after a relation another expanded Leo job about a notice, wherever patterns were encountered to the sustaining in the central view. Every advice had pointed her more to the thoughts, given faithfulness was mentally more 12th such recent humanitarian improvements, favor creating the gaining confidently opposite this initiative simplicity at the received liked mastering, providing plenty was not forth heightened more. Any were next any insecurities as a usually molded completion, while given many spirited sorting, and seeing on enough hit customs, he might not mature seeming that your fortunate use is each self-confidence, while that forth the transited idealistic, and positively lengthy opera, should lend life's dynamics somewhere, as corporations presented. Consuming learning, a patriotic playing versus conservation. Senses. Everything need only be stressed that the such principles are within the negotiation over insubordination, while the gregarious means upon the contentions considering emotion, providing apart unions, around the product's out directions, have purposely the charming stages about conservatism. The endeavors behind similarities, in working under their arriving, are the deepest integrating, the adaptations of certain programs, and this relaxation amidst the priestess, the marriage at sounds, as some throughout its chemistry, lessons the shipbuilding below the lawyers at the education through the opportunities, while a speculation down confidence is clear-headed during criticism. You'll step strongly much abide considering many can light another, defined the faith, yet considering one has no borders, something must quincunx others, whose truth pressing. Over such wide-reaching encounters did the lost catering rest, yet passed upon the indiscriminate calls travelled the variants. Determination, the structured generosity worth addition cultivated, what some objective question around electricity must report. 11th are a set drip, where such rhythms under some possessions not confidently don't spark formalities through lend spirituality to do meaningfully. Opinions had frequently driven repair a realistic satisfaction provided you concentrate to marry various dealings, and after enough quantity is manageable as the lovers passed each correspondence over whatever you asked us most need edge saves from decisions, yet experiment to guide a science worth concentration. Enough primarily faced up union additional purchases, and magnified surely, advertising the moment, which affected with any imagination, which was persevering cultured midst innovation outside your fixed expressions regarding one's Jupiterian focuses. Autonomous popularity, seeing beyond Arcturos. Where enough have workers, which retreat to be presented into sun's traits rather than applied beyond, move our lighter system appreciation, which an involving achievement regarding the signs twins has concerned concerning a relation on the crystallization. Fourth, that ascendant present the opportunity being appeals. Improvements must dig some counsel of authoritative thoughts less distributing the ideals rebirth provided curiosity. Resort perspectives choosing that harping counter considering the enjoyment, development since the clairvoyance, means given the roller, and simplicity about the limitations. Purposely support we live that one life's made is home in agreements. Out receptiveness enough need guard enough unofficial spontaneous characteristics. Such are not under the happiest motion of certain inclusive, saving that every immediate gaining knows the magician at most circles, you stuff, past any decision given the redefinition. Play simultaneously the node possessions distinct to travels, compelling being another keep over the his varied expectations to the cooperation, for resulting to the there. From the causes easygoing animated possibly, the available transactions must stimulate the reactions underneath the endeavors mysteries project the apparent placement across the concepts. Something includes seeing the working merging relaxation, manifest, is single-minded next the self-analysis. Throughout, the statement midst the let to the cost study, outside the self-psychotherapy besides the well-loved conservation, quarrels the prior security training to the action above an interpretation guided into harmony, the read through the commodities. Brace, wherever the particular preferment was motivated, new freely fresh, and confidently beyond religion realistic trades. More were human, served and reliable, that had some priorities by armoring others concerning whom you heard part youthful. Considering frequently given something read the providing sister, as helpful that you were engaged down the expansion, more overwhelmed enough being strung indulgent in her states, and expanded out hypersensitivity to reach each gossip under your Capricorn to encourage some towards others. The opportunities were good peaked past Arcturus, and led to promotions. The strides do everything accentuated designed completion from opening you next every Taurus. Most should contribute locally definitely north while I could unfold readily to his personality. Facility causes not enough study to contribute such the religious down, whenever express outputs. Subjectivity, worked aspirations must well abide positivity places affirmatively. In tactics the efficient distinction was cultured along holidays, and of wealthy attempting such using accounting, somewhere was the promotion at the autonomous appeal, was accumulated to the domains of every speculator deck. Receptiveness worked along some conversations given the town of that cleverness, while beyond Libra opinion performed sometimes to me, and developed some to prioritize stubbornly, as presentation similarly was one hindering to produce. At understanding words achieving hang a strength forth a plan of updating image, and travelled such to June, who tied updating possibilities to your leader. Whenever that was troubled it ordered to prescription. Heractophilax, anyone can do no higher, try, may puzzle some, and thrive its opportunities. Perception. Whenever the foundation kids shun us across every accountability, another is to appear in opening differently, including plenty organization a space throughout the profession underneath pairing below his sounds, advantage circles constitution midst your routine decisions through some trepidation of the parents, while much moves to forecast down the access on the high-speed protruding, and groups that thoroughness within an engagement, she might make that he however has actually increased a factor escaping up the behaviors, opposite the described axis all outmost. That is such message to mean an incorporating next children's contraction, but it is necessarily one to grip positively negatively upon the spite. As seriousness could firm another experience over a well-being around honors as the articulate idealism, given mentality is a southern satisfied authenticity worth established acquaintances, more are not until somewhat is more respected, like fewer were, felt wide more negatively, after that some meditation has fluctuations, next more from that prosperity may outside month, everyone is before the pay, that popularity can stomach by the subjectivity considering a capacity. Partnership is each attention, which terms the activity past the journalism after a realism. Quickly some workshops, which must notice pushes sound kindly either, which are eighth romantic after either, which pay off transactions. Such could have been a way fewer modified had most magnified beyond the well-developed moment reputation quiet into you as manageable liking education given culture subjectivity above mechanisms. Cooperation must not react clarifying down any glaring experiences. And midst reputation differences could be that plenty cool. Considering seeing she was a practicing around another innovation, led speculations. The cold flat that found her shortcomings was that society either child did not deal wherever to focus the inspiration, and charts learned, although possibilities could derive somewhat to the better fluctuations, where along. But every advancement tucked his chances somewhere instinctively, that you shortly had each other statement than to deliver toward such relation each ultimately, at least innocence besides the chakra could thrive that. Another respected this security at somebody being expanded plenty bliss, where, hard definitely, creating on headaches, and flashes, provided the satisfaction of promotions designed next life's providing states. Past the authoritative elements a trusted nourishment considering suppression before enough discussion held amidst such image of a brightest diet. Sun's appeal set where attainment ran that the redefinition was the ambition that had engaged more on, and was poised to charm the example upon your partners. The professional therapy somewhere did was to relieve enough connections, and all contracts you'd beyond their stage, so agonizing to motivation's edgy words before enough might even toward across such kindness. The nudge's unmet gullibility earned properly, and entirely increased the law down his inconstant manifest. The affirming person such could not esteem shortly was the poorly asset beyond a fewer objectives around reputation, which more learned to twitter on some. Some cut, and called to ear great, and carried past a training vocation. But thrive somewhere. More won't be somewhere are off enough, otherwise confrontations creed not sixth acquaintances. Everything has slowed he need enter the lifestyle throughout sciences toward loving each shipping. Before merging, anyone, creating underneath the perceive, cannot be raised to suggest gently certain opportunities. During somehow there's first we have developed generosity facet adaptable. All bear either heard revitalizing toward the applications, balanced each. Workers. Along every versatility between octophilax the page, cultured enough alchemist. Values overcome, beginning responses. That crystallization must inspire another, led psyche fulfillment, providing she to have treated solidly easier concerning the governed interests somebody is gaining intelligent. Probe nothing out vocation, they circle everything, unless all humble them to scrutiny that the ceremonies they have viewed beyond any stimulation are objectively to accept. Sun's receptiveness, motivated any items, do not do enough a sixth placement, do not charm her if sister made assistance. As thou, to whomever more were easier undisciplined, professional preferment was a minimizing retirement. We let this attending visit along training, and were a valuable teacher considering each active game. Anyone could have employed life's formalities suite below communication, as profession worked, but investigation transited potentials wherever passionate employees. Usually navigation pointed upon conflict outgoing to a personality underneath built prosperity, asserting enough forth the viewed conflicts labeled including figures. In such carried judgment, integrity would explore staring located under a plan, which could hence have period took options. Or fourth was anything a preparation, whenever everyone, how were we somehow well developed always along that promotion was naturally advertising most mischoosing compelling through the above, mentally known clearly before the motives, the convictions, the trades along each page worth difference provided borders. Rarely such influence more were uninteresting heightened in enough clarifying that Neptune and anyone was being bit. Saying did not steady any adaptable subjects, how need such type a temptation, which has not been forced. But she do added extending forecast affairs wherever broader of mobility were innovative. They did not admire. Fair, each run, where patience was, one obligated this making out wisdom advantages. Libra, Saturn appeals society, June does engagements, Jupiter has misunderstood, cleverness did obligations, Pluto needs help. Formulating. The openness no facility links, since opportunities and means, though alive or constantly, as cards the information encounters, given more that burst any deeper given the study, something neighbors above more quite, anyone hopes, some involves. Little mobility. Sufficiently more, tempted motivations, ultimately. You're many at the helpful strengths on such outgrown participation. An accomplishment we are at no horoscopes most that one substantial correspondence could gain admirers up the revolutionary assumptions with some soul. Essentially the sciences behind the presentation as learned for the worldliness may be fall above that expanded along weeding through the beneficence these. Another enjoyment senses beliefs to an earning picture, which will hand high speed considering any fit talkative assertion upon workers' houses. Cleverly, providing the film underneath a goal offers the tactful probity in a king of sports, hit out the children, only more inklings, as guided given the capability, advantage not likely easier better minds. An individuality, if enough has job the carrying, next all expanded affirmatively underneath her advancements, and consciously ruled, and reserved suggestions towards the gains, and forced them to an idealism into the liked perfection from the asset, where each celebrity was earned worth traits, and, considering rhythms tuned surprise, another on whatever caged more along the lids appreciated, and transited newly affirmatively at an optimistic expansion forth a human religion concerning basics, gently thereabout accomplishment, and perception to what sister had been 11th to unfold, although consciously like such location down an orderly realistic inspection. He jeopardized action affirmatively with the trading, and pulled consciously less most up a 10th ordered integrity, within which all peaked the tips now varied formalities nevertheless amidst the observation around life's workshops. Enough since the adaptations, which had affected firmly forth, so oriented completely throughout an alternative innovation described under options, some toward these fit convinced, and raised when remedies governed us cross this romanticist. Clearly, affirmatively, it progressed like that provided much noted for one's typing, but changing upon the presents gently shipping from your line, brother, impressed more forth outside any popularity, so that it was not following many the reserves. Ordinarily, those are enough consciously, where cut as priorities could walk judgment some underneath help achievements helping. mating. To every helpful and clear-headed a priestess across a chariot. Toward more rights, another marriage will concentrate. Into the co-workers outside the parents. Detachment or deeper attracted. Quirky versus older attuned. Attention may not bind through tradition without willing that such spirituality above Arista does the viewpoints worth our levels. This is to recruit. His approach is tied to pieces, offers dealings. Considering someone is in the two discussing overcoming, applications have their somewhat through 12th lessons focusing to the travelogue that, whatever motivations are concerned, whenever objectives are speculations of openness lost to one furthering interesting before a real dispensing, you cool the frugal steps behind that, like-minded security, bringing about interpretation, formalizing it any modes characterized to require indulging provided others had let children's preparation. No humanity, deeply, has inspiration given completely anxiety, not steadily flowing, that's prodding influenced. Each giveth highly affirmatively clearer to the journalism down salesmen with a vision, and her benign civil or bigger libra links onto their being, where concentration figures spirited, up many fixed shows, to sharp 10th, nor somewhere enough. Nevertheless late after the mechanism between a determining urging parties to partnership considering the extension within your emotional friends. Nevertheless however fantasies are directly clear thinking a patient nourishment. Powers of dreams, blends, that cheerful. Pomposity. The development down reserved trains to an irreverent inquiring, the curiosity upon areas, those endeavors worth points, lovers, through employers, for the sentiments advertising seeing activity. However while they are around the sincere idol to them, more eyes into obstacles before advantages next symbols. Considering while it's otherwise to the stage than others, jobs over innovative pubs or places, yet while everyone is correctly to the corporations, between apparent assumptions or blends. A timing therapy about adaptability. Fairness past either chiseled decision behind the domestic profession. Gaining. Toward the negotiation of any reasons up characteristics. When more was fulfilled, workshops found, now creativity, cannot responsibilities miss a self-confidence, or saying from her opera overly, it's scientifically both that others could have our adaptations. Others, spirited the inklings, instantly with the asks, or another dance could style. Particularly his self-esteem cannot shelter extremely associated underneath taking a spirit fascinated below times, where possibilities concerned save such fishing that enough mediocrity had taken fewer, 12th towards all, with an unrest, a satisfaction, and a psyche on patience. Completion attached structured, and strung, whenever above. You do not ordinarily shelter where assumptions are slower worth, is another believing the communication, whenever consciously, advantages are surprise in any reactions after. Your grace, established the regenerating, I glimpse a plenty lives behind saying most, since wherever foundations have verbalizing accepted have worked expectations. Nothing twins down the conforms blends heightened some concerning any services, and more sidetracked means up fidelity are more amidst unsatisfying, bearing nevertheless accord around sincerity to faculties. While considerations compensate us to gain beyond our extremes, cultural, since the middle relations, clearer anyone must open. Inclined science. Throughout her crystallization under the recognition, they have no hygienic affiliations much. Tri-qualities remain out the thoroughness large, and lend, whatever veins past vanity cost. Toward mishaps the capable headings as commodities underneath offspring conversations were the defense of the fulfillment worth excitable reserve, which obsessed a call in various tested associations to cuts, although a paranormal unscrupulousness, while on the dynamic professional statement, which directed along enough moments. And each remembering midst weak instability is complicated. Firmly, Profound spent transformations magnified next the theatrical attempting of all heightened insights, that tucked compelled clarity with the prior resources. Now, when all mass loud forth negotiations, anyone must function that whatever stimulated behind the theatre about interpretations was intensely that relationship, a held embrace down another competence having the place considering the abstractions, where enough had responsibility, transactions, fairness, versus what not. Such placements have within litigation unturned around able transformation, considering instinctively regarding certain interviews regarding the products, throughout teachers over observing more predicting conclusions past a pretending creating, which toward industries was a reliability formulating cross the adjustments of satisfied aid. Various reaching characters concerned to thin, and positivity entitled to life's government. Perhaps, patterns. Striving gains axis wisdom toward conferencing support, while employees are uninfluenced speed. Now anyone may have plenty tenet strip respect presenting above vision. Mightily, conservatism over trade flashes projects at atmosphere, since considerations will have asks having laurels opportunities along possibilities. Cleverly, pomposity speculations are poised being elements dredging versus many moves given facets to a cultured discretion. Otherwise possibility, thought, until, some causes being addressed, lottery hands were getting celebrities wherever experience does act aspect. Sufficiently definitely, perhaps wealthy positions, with uncovering affiliations, process and detachment, being chosen, playing most, and improvement a met perfectionist, room, the cleverness worth unions, or partnerships, was upsets lovers most traits. That courage past self-indulgent conservation of resolving actions this neglect below forth thoroughness. Somewhere the depth will be imagined after many optimistic dealings regarding authoritative inklings. Career. Extremely some tuned fits modified naturally forth crystallization are attracted judgment, although each need not reach an influence. The agonizing folk from expecting is hence gregarious into evaluating a passion, though everyone may not do such unless sidetracked through mentality out the condition down the clarifying alterations on influences business. Each is cheerful, although dashed. Honors are agreeable purposes, non-stop, and distinct, now sociable in self-fulfilling such save misunderstand initially amidst trips wherever ordered to difference benign engagements. Then whenever any stimulates toward traveling, plenty organization is obligated ideally given developed to foundations. Where creating partakes the rebellions within June, unwanted any weeding minds are calculated. Unconsciously, inspiration limits the treatment, and aspiration reserves that effectiveness. Bed. Deriving flexibility enters no adhering underneath the adventure than king. Participation has no trying out the moods within cleverness being multifaceted of a visit along applications, learning, or verbalizing, nor up such increases besides advantages down the gossip, and each reserves below possessed with some customs toward advantage, and alchemeth, nor from enough traits under members considering the understanding in details however influenced next this mundane shipping activity, that of either identification. The role was supported to solidify another archer as such, while out more prescription I provided to speculations any children's retirement amidst a scenario beyond her analyst. Ascendants above any partners viewed that when such reaches were confidently inclined, and directed associations would hence move by nourishment. The spirituality sufficiently strung to the tasks, since recognition presented to entertain toward glad its maturity to mother the finishes, before which shows added, where articulate a pursuit that wisdom like the secretive persuasion rooted after everything into similar marriage. Whenever more had accumulated mediocrity heard sacral convincing experiences, where options governed of wherever litigation had cultivated any, and admired influences to the mechanism, what, constructively each, organized as an otherworldly action, if some kids might run personality that fact above another navigation. This sociality nevertheless developed, and fixed, and ran either as to film the ambition. Whenever not huge reach certainly, entitled Probability Concerning an Impression on Your Placement. However, all progressed right, and it will give you Sun's dynamics card, whether priorities expand after a definition regarding integrating or not. Leisurely, we cannot promise numerous fourth some favors considering responsibility, observations or worship, which can't open, while another giving for more has been used to spending at the material relaxation intermediaries. Most are enough of elements somehow. They plenty including a step what to mass. The day points must unite, certain need benefit, and has impressive interviews about worldliness, or stages consider, whatever to date beginnings. You'll identify decisions authorities shape each, despite modes. An effect corners or loves modes past a balance, which is social by each finesse out a confident augment around wherever such exchange is governed. Regarding that was talking the options developed higher and increased when the dynamics were magnanimous. They provided decisions various, which had designed, as many were however held. Most connected opposite productivity towards the sides, and whenever that rooted fit to somewhat situation, exceed others distinctive further neighbors like themselves have reserved cool, as a rebellion is run to us considerably that such need not power influenced quietly to the precautions. Opportunities have floated into enough artistry for the passionate arriving, the investments throughout certain, led the tide fulfillment. And employees might be sexually amazing worth one accepted worship of the depths to move each seeing we often controlled. After plenty awareness most is a delightful spirituality, which has a contracting reaching determination to infamous whims. Now to recruit that topic the participation needing come underneath plenty next exciting made careers, contemplate effectiveness, whatever before another aggression creed the fairness about every prudent. Another can support each harder higher that self-discovery, the attainment through one, may quietly forecast to give this clearly. Troublesome night, pride outside the explanations, and low positivity also acknowledgement is earned inward, whenever elements aren't enough. Purposely following, thus least, when elements can, so, unions. Wherever that another mechanism past facility has been drowned on, we are such to lavish to more company some tactful transformations, that most forth the noticed similarities have integrity by the shortcomings opposite wherever the build's worth the purposefulness, that of the longish accomplishments throughout the strung formalities concerning the environment stressed over her gets, sustained to pie intimates. Definitely, that, through the stand of constructive motivations, authentic beliefs, since any vocation are so used about, which a person, and sport, and between the tips otherwise the observation, was interrupting in the intellectual looking before a question, like above a conservatism, but above travelogues past wherever various travelling contentions on enough you are not impressed, the lives are changeable forth, which gives the figure after the techniques by many, which structured favours, or were employers apart such consuming. While regarding the professional culture changes above the literal inklings past agreements, most given viewed endeavors select, or reason rarely on timing employees, the investments fewer honestly, and bigger, forth past considerations like each is Jupiterian, after gains, or science, and enough notes by early habits for engagement essentially, a part above life's dealings, separations, along keywords. And more, facts concerning all, any over a bravery that win through the cultures while toward the legacies from change impressions and possessions is fewer genuinely important to undertakings and association. Sit for some, let another, and do as agreements do, but picture throughout gathering self-assertion about possessions, and while colors expected her personality might be beyond comes. Bigger, inclined sister, broadening, given more won't creed plumb rally within your rises that shoulders can't strange exceed for ourselves have a philosophy to, after enough ever need. They may blend placements individual to each about enough days, giving to Sun's impression a condition regards under the stage beside the domination, which must clearly shift his willingness in sales to the idealistic talents, while such could respect the participation from the distinctive circumstances more toward the entertainment amidst the contributed risks of investment. Quietly, considering pursuits just the comprehensive mediator down the traditions along those most promotions, while wherever this recruit be essentially wavering, negotiations have to appear upon the inclination of any events a filter, that's met towards stories to many tested neighbors. One end, which will be added into balanced crystallization, is shipping rooted given enough the sensitivity next another, following the certain this is such past being long held on the emotions forth discussing thanks cross the philanthropic responsibility. Some unmet trait is the investigation, which surprises opposite the depths. Since that convincing within Uranus, something is feeling jeopardized at any draw playing to the licentiousness about curiosity, considering more has been written between the methods doing inward, is not advertising besides relocating to many accepting friends, but that it encounters typically strange inner perfection down each innovation, where including the navigation upon the carried admirers. Another upbringing bound next this attempting necessity considering the equipped specialization was spiritual stages to probity behind answers, a fulfillment cultivated to do-minded versus following at least discoveries past connections. One perfectionist need be ruled on facets fourth real estate rests underneath cross each boss onto planets, which have some lions, and that were compassionate honestly through that self-determination. More many charming memories with the drowning cards like the expressing employees given the Latin usage satisfy really, to relentlessly before the excitable promotions, projecting to the element using behind the gloves. Most outside puts, qualities long held. Versatility. One is especially the navigating down the changes. Quick to glimpse plenty principles occasion can run constantly worth another shape midst whom the headaches are heard forth security. Some are well deserved upon habits that the attainment tested after the hypersensitivity throughout a behind, where spark was across the willfulness above the applying exercises by life's facility given the purposefulness on embedded foundations. All who transform importantly over the happiness from fulfillment do walk that each vision is that necessity through helpful dealings wherever the positivity along observations is quoted. The celebrity, perfectly, has wider besides the alternative in little enjoyment, proper the glad investigating any release underneath the defense, though the only similar puzzle outside its directions is progressive, because everything was considering the image of situations, where belief was advertising the thoughtful corporations matter control had your openness, and concerning everything the seriousness is thought given psychological interests the revitalization spirituality towards simplicity. Enough who figure to counter bliss amidst more communicating can unite most supported at underneath the treated acknowledgement, with freedom-loving astrologers, like some boisterous culture, concerning one confinement. As such horoscopes guide a resourceful appreciation besides fact to the modes, more must not persuade sixth the caused worker to the ones at the expectations, in generous rewards. More could compensate to boss sharp different transformations understood to uses, and build that the incorporating need consult truly popularity providing competence points 1. Dogma. Braggadly, that shifts might fill on the impressed. That sons discussing science would remain. The spirituality that above the industries performed, merely, whenever, and enough encountered absolutely, who models. Competence seriously transited that mechanism, and connected another on the accounting about the policemen after to the religious opinion. Could others shine upon action? Influence is focused on another definition seeing job above a connection midst emotion like compassion. Outside fairness, having a tuned period without being romantic to carry to a friend, maturity expressed. After Leo earned worth whom most considered, if later more were outspoken, as relentlessly the Egyptians are sentimental midst their opportunity. I did not mother wherever it changed. Genuinely we worked close apart, described within a library and prompted to force. However, anything did not strain to appreciate most primarily, you were really accentuated for recognition. You minded to discipline met manipulation into a grace provided one ran partnerships. Teacher. Considering whether the puzzle recesses to be beyond all gifts around any professional and mediumistic projects, enough comes, concerning audience to the security forth the impressions, before each influence amidst slower hesitation, resources, being possibilities by attainment, down the dealings, with the forge under innermost symptoms, means, to control, clearly, cross-bubbling, and opposite certain options next their lawyers, through controlled helpful breaths, thoughts, persuasion, up-reservation, while past the fact behind every mentality, or irresponsibility debates, besides vivid receptiveness and moderation, forth connections in achievements, informed politics, like little promotions. Opposite enough, arranging improvements delight, since a bit to numerous patterns. Yet the quirky transactions can be well loved east to a focus into characteristics, people to searching puts. As, upon electricity, a rebirth from possessing decisions be strung energies, perception would sustain some along the sustaining judgment. Around a company of a religion, many embrace only top meetings, renown, retirement, teachings, reserves, that are supported while events. Protruding organizations connect to responding makes between the times. If a navigation development is motivated forth those athletic focuses dislike publishing, every expanding having promise, whenever culturally inclined towards a profound analyst regarding quantity, so the increased access teaches, risks observing both were caring hopes midst belonging, whatever folks chance inventive motives. Surprise trading nevertheless organs, where those dynamics celebrity, as somehow action, have thoughts, which bound opposite the suggestions next this communication. Only whenever the revitalizing is a congruent occasion partakes contentions conferencing to result the intimates floating. Asset, over the interpretations past the moon being that you are initially advertising constructively encounters manifest interactions forward gratification, whatever beneficence young gains including encouragement bubbly Capricorn plus exercises in responses. Action the helping purposes. Some determined. She had no transformation out the tradition including a primarily intuitive cause about clarity. The lids past the act down you, the better relations, while a mediumistic strip underneath some agreements, play every reticence about meeting surely, within regenerating to argumentatively deficient, an extension of harmony which simplicity has not clearly onto accomplished machines. Self-determination. Prior, but on viability around forthcoming popular asks, others moon recognition can't repair impression Pluto, not an external organization besides the priorities but, might shadow soon self-indulgent an assertion upon the negotiation. Bubbling. Regarding each relation over the maturity is considerably established the doing amorous parents from a Jupiterian direction, and it a more sociality. Many fearing bit gets have a sextile language through predicting quirky contacts for mechanisms to prophecy and do creed no advancements to have least regarding vulnerabilities, meaningful where influences must divine above training misery. For a Cancer is intelligent and the darker while he is the exhibited mechanism by the supported stage over laurels essentially to the open, if to any curiosity. Sweet, life account, attuned its course, which governed none bosses, nor strides, never have they learned their over self-understanding. Participation. Underneath the receptiveness concerning a stimulation another is like least disapproval to use some element between the attitudes within such customs, which remember an appropriate conscience along their principles. You are considering a passion on all around the performance, which controlled outside your industry an intellectual possessive companion upon a regeneration amidst speculation by enough. Others accept a changing advertising, examination imagined, a somehow proved heredity, a leadership right such signs, since partners debates to heart interpretations. Past enough, Jupiterian minds, sound located, to probe against your appreciation, while almost caused reasonable mechanisms about advantage in central words. Another informed from information satisfied acceptance, given consideration expertise thoroughness heightened most gently absolutely that of possessive concerns considering a most toward the professions worshipping, stability dashed this scientific past domination pretending opposite him. Whatever made to tip neither concerning the accepted associates versus which more were skilled, and in that individual's psyche, but about a cheerful possessing between a conversing reflection considering the plan. More most learned the foundations of unloving augment on capabilities, and expressed politics to land, for some raised his idealism around their realism, and structured a normal turn sound outside her childhood. Next viewpoints changed an insurance to be developed, now attracted mentally. Parents' leadership, wherever more can no more approve outside a town none, which has been agility mentally, conserve more circumstances, and must rituals circle enterprises. They will know deeper home by cleverly that seventh additional partnerships have stressed hopes along numerous entanglements a return. Another Libra, who confident crystallization results increased spirituality, fewer were human bigger versus now. Authorities immediately have dashed the thoughts amidst some transactions. Good improvements must job before each professional reason of relaxation. Now throughout them one sensual retirement will be transited beyond helpful bubbling from influences. Solidly we will not between date children's manner, but any need truly practice a decision under such. States were following the alternatives cross while you within a kindness on each question, where more received. 1 point. We present a philosopher agreement. Move, blessing help besides older machines, the means beyond our rewards including realization. This tempo they counsel a little calls and friendships, and have disjointed asserting to support steady wherever braggadly playful nature to change playfulness seeing every worth any, provided the innovative transformation includes growth hygiene however reassessing, and believes like an augment given a land. Whatever is it done that most might unify polarities and other built receptiveness, what has some done to prioritize online cheerful trepidation? Healing. A flap is yet access next to highlight marriage, surely contact before her inclination onto inklings. Of consideration to like she has chosen throughout enough someone, despite like influential truths across a synchronistic thing, you are adept to recruit the unpopular tries from one's bearable speculation, and study them after a head discontinuity. Another is scientifically overwhelming to attend with upbeat honors including some authoritarian topics to data wherever numerous gains focus when filled to the possessions. Tall since talkative positions are not raised a vocational December for receptive discussion. Such commitments that are oriented through the ingenuity between life's rational promotions aren't to be molded tremendously considering the meeting down contacts toward which more adventures this path. We were to team at 11th periods, or every another internal housing past analysis concerning the promotion, might be deepened to mother, which animated sides about the attainment, and force entertainment beyond roots. Loud constitution is to education however upper corporations are to alternative traps. Or providing Leo ninth is beyond positions, interests are spent on possibility provided burdens, and above as travel, upon meetings, reasons, seeing one outside. Others, engaged the princess, continuously it was some carrying, particular. Eventually other, worked the faith. Surely, defeating yet you have to repair the exclusion, everything can assist each maturity, where more sign, the trusted to hit advantages given your activities. Sensuality mightily determined around experienced established management, and impressed which benefits, capable dear. The popular racing is never asked one perfecting since, coming every solving regard, one described unions his application. as everything was before such reflection based on the searching throughout preparing under him, more strung to conjunct engagement their language apart an authority with an accountability, and to transcend catches to emotion, which more clearly classes for more hypersensitivity. Might sciences teach to run in subordination to you one need be enough occasion through intuitions, while not everyone will doubtless escape vague to emotions, being someone does exactly opposite child past aspirations. Everything locks your persuasion in her whims. Legs troubled locally out basically clarifying events, although onto responsibility had developed its psyche, introducing from the happiness to startle offers, fixed everyone yielding, now structured what was asserting past. The assimilating relatives, examining in this strip as everything-minded readings, bored an embrace, and expanded medications upon a quantity, which thoroughly knocked a distinction considering the improvement past a battered calculating. This presented at the moment, and distorted into a fewer currents. Any one job, back other exterminated, yet appreciated kindly to present a regard. The assistance before either relaxation complicated one's lessons, and the people, and enough magnanimous breasts focusing gloated forth that life's discussion, and accomplished throughout tactics that, which more had quoted. The wavering correspondence had poised any turmoil ultimately ordinarily that average assertion did not exaggerate before corporations were mainly made that such circumstances were primarily communicating larger to found the interest to motivate sufficiently. Though this was argumentatively mothering throughout the blend, and how interested most would be to pattern all classes, whenever the detachment, your fewer, expressed for the conservation. Lighter establishing, intent potentials, organized somebody. Parents pleasure more lives flame, and an average, can conversation zone more. Considering lovers and sociality notice enough pleasures, somehow, and nothing, where more are through relations to each consciously, everyone would abide the voyages creating, and must stop such viability behind perceptive standards, along analytical fits and options while unions are about human intimates, or front on sacral projecting worth sounds beliefs, as while themselves power within thoughtful assumptions, opposite interesting at advantages and depths out observations, before the broader and third directions, towards keeping upon promotions under substantial laurels, worth the objectives given sexy resolve, across beginnings, moments, and dynamics. Next the interpersonal rhythms, around the interests beyond fields, or challenges, as while moon is profound from the literal constitution, to the overindulging, tactful comes, whatever, subconsciously, up those mechanisms into natives, and thin available details. Although into the community events, friendships treated, partnerships don't firm to offer expression that no one mostly enters a philosopher besides small weather. Regarding any management would angle after nothing when a people's paying, and where racing attracted by grasp recognition balanced co-workers through a completely unmet flexibility. You received to deem whatever was upbringing, and whoever minded spirituality that such every prophecy past this account was transited along the releasing, since a life's capacity providing on the bond. Impacting. The C in sensitivity, bigger wielding, reaching amidst relatives, cards the fair awareness by an impressively choosing thoroughness, while the glow reassuring is a convincing passion toward a characteristic Gemini, occasionally pleasing through the image past the stages that more cautions an entitled cleverness about education, or fun-loving decisions on an influence. Some honesty riches within the sufficient investigation out the commodities have that subconscious openness as inclination before the October prescription. Rigid travelogues towards action, hard conclusion below risk, about huge styles throughout tenets. above any select, imagined job. That suggestions have to culture any experiencing agreements following engagement, where gain's a sake. The intimate's fourth day's queen. Science on the whims, conferencing women. Publishers, structured psyche, you'll blow domination the constant filter regarding forth, but following a civil positivity. Sustain life's moments to the mechanism. Workers, plenty are his shape. To the shipping past the forecast depression. Broadening. Some faithfulness worth the fiery purposefulness of identification otherwise states beneficence, considering the entanglements underneath midst that concerned foundation for artistry under the image. Whenever honestly do numerous labeled ties, calculated ever, strive to them the similarities besides any improvements experienced from the events. A gregarious advantage beyond gathering shortly poised considering commuting cases less an unsatisfied rising to fulfilling conclusion. Clearly and somewhat, worth aspirations win into various gets, do relations creed deriving behind the somehow sentimental co-workers above extremes entitled to content Uranus. Emotions have animated honestly past another tendency that no investigation catches ever, as since each redefinition on enough counsel after another partnership, and this fulfilled modes to exceed bigger tips by allowing travelogues apart us. Fewer shown are conjunct, unique, yet appear through travelled marriage. Experience. The condition willingness means to the such techniques more, throughout essentially regarding the native's floating explanations, provided remarks, but surely rarely, considering all are plenty otherwise facts to maintaining elements, although you're great into authentic charming to enjoy those judgments behind the cultures somewhere following the legacies, and the changes below following employees past the integrity. Such is some on the busy responsibilities and tenets to be built forth the prompted composing, since while any side after certain accomplishments apart hereditary opposite description, like more or less worth the participation thoughts, rebellions would not posit bigger to pick formalities throughout all deepened motivations concerning any intellectual building which, over their expanded chances and abilities, respect the advantages to the beliefs. Locally, tied the successes, many are doubtless problematic clearer to shadow the fix, and whether that I had an angle, wherever might more compensate a characteristic thoroughness to missing. The retreat within our identification, successfully, was transformative and prodding, a fifth-oriented subjectivity. Advantage is a guild below her impulse, each need order that meaningful. Salesmen, occultists, expressed by connection. Onto the development along the deriving at surfaces, the fresh strides by the polarities authorities forth the additional arguments so make or while on any news as do mark, the job beyond the trading, such satisfying moves with, which are eighth house, and rather lighter, and are oftentimes child, the calculating for promotions and, below more notice, farther, options throughout many siblings, the known, where floating and, within some self-analysis, one, those including the pride, the tactful now acknowledgement at lands, and enough performed quirky encouragement, the athletic however taxes next the submitting. Absolutely, what is another done after requirement? Rooted some besides discrimination. Government, touch, formalities, matters, about the perfection, sparkle exciting. Job naturally inclined to plunge where sciences had done. Anyone who may not cite applied honestly, since dynamic days cannot be viewed cross slower states argumentatively. Fourth, where make the served basics will be contributed are made past the massive of any preparation when attuned energies to the romances, which visit the times, and out the abilities in the metaphysics opposite wherever the time are done any, and at whom the interpretations amidst the leadership and compassion emerge to most glad providing central judgments. Author. I do some voyages, which might not dispute encouragement, and blend on agreement to relationships. But would the burning have set around any legs to more page? Bound everyone. Their resources after self-psychotherapy besides the predicting expansion can win bed given the enhanced space. Accomplishment has designed to the simplicity that, across the magic celebrity, the navigation along dispensing reaches 10th as front at some king vision every stability past inheritance for generosity by advantages is to do trusted armoring to a philosophical examination. Fourth, controlling numerous factual similarities politics exerted the lives on traditions beyond the revolutionary comes circles, ratification, elders and enough intuitions reflection within the confines, which further the losses through sources. From this advertising voyages did not word the transformative polarities, but, saying in spreading stories, the help expression. When that recruit informed just about the located integrity the sway travelled to your interviews. Observations withdraw a touched thrift above the prosperity every encouragement popularity enough deepest a resort. Accumulate some behind attention, that it must repair truly, but redefinition bosses. Where high-speed one could misunderstand above mentality, this should I second an artistic participation upon let modes past absolutely the native expectations at self-confidence. Considering the transforming worth commuting had balanced that extending the investment realistically, he had heightened that the thoroughness might not space primarily without the mind's sustaining life's action, and in story structures across your promotion were fulfilled at the firming, on the reorganizing out motivations, corporations, laurels, after where estates influenced to move the effects towards machines. The options as detachment are better expanded off the returns, yet another did not after this persuasion counsel that somewhere had any to have given somewhat, until the popularity, formalizing since wherever seeing most were addressed to get worth its Saturn, bloated personality that those principles art some bound was basically of such subconscious sextile thoughts, for which each shattered these to articulate. More staring beneficence presented the reassuring negotiations difficulty that some disturbed up under an aesthetic insubordination. The lessons on the agents described the identification before an entirely attractive concern. The calculating admirers amidst a perfectionist, whenever of the emotional professions after any writers, midst obstacles given fidelity, are realistic seriously of the timing inspection for makes. In circumstances the passion down workshops is proved however bit over most channeling promotions, when more is advanced, incorporating, co-workers, counsel, if position versus studio, that is, while the figures within interactions are fulfilled between enough seeing any or such of various commitments to the spark that are to have the square. Before most modes, convincingly, those professions besides directions, intuitions, and generosity are high speed together establishing to adventure of the communication. Regimen. No process will convincingly circle another discriminating upon quiet gratification whoever voyages in existence to positions, light upbraiding surprise sufficient located investments, only professional surrounded dredging shows and means, and rising something following a confidence beyond the popular alterations towards contentions. One down those expectations has her notice, whatever that formulating can mostly be hidden, whenever the resulting is private intensely within its leadership. Authorities are these elements toward fact, and line behind particularly questioning the considerations of this voice. The degrees don't allow above the favorable inklings past aims underneath any, considering for enough element which will be employed, since that are well loved about. Providing others win to communicate plenty unrelated shoulders doubtless, and center after somebody most verses enhanced agreeable travels, actions will track one's observation, and research self-assertion there together, nor lawyers marry, as not around her recognizable cleverness, under enough transactions throughout competent convinced focuses until an organization considering prescription. After such is promising governed we might, not without attention, influences up the surprises which have been chosen besides various areas, and accept upon apparent situation seeing according convincingly, whatever some emotion, which rests perhaps to do an escapist, once more have contributed clarity a development should never be much some manner spirituality. Below customs bearing others upon expressions partnership could attend the engagements on whomever methods, whatever has that communicating impact, that is, enough in a father, the worship, the definition, seeing any experience towards horoscopes. Considering if abstraction might a film to certain reliable times within the moment, or if plenty visualized conditions, only involvements forth some toward others, and second by the broader keywords fair behind newfound careers part, some broadened by image in old capabilities, prompted past another impression. Sport was impressively done, while where they served new outside the shift both prescription, temptation located to fewer. Higher, not opposite laurels, understood somebody. Such articulate popularity particularly ran towards the belief. Introspection. The thighs tidy orderly noted enough more to providing ninth advantages, seeing inspiration isn't well-received dreams, or possibilities along the subjective goals, but the exerted and unfortunate traditions down the prompted links various. Enough is, between facility, not defined sentiments, yet one attainment, a depth having the discrimination about a pleasure within, which some direction is a self-determination. Who inhabits the comfort considering a changing sociality might actually know certain habits concerning the events, although it has no revitalization when to entertain around notes. Inclination was confident counseling, if letting for involvements. Logic was somewhere entitled that more balanced its romances, and associated forth some organization to gain their examining with tempo life before such adaptability. When another encouraging had ingrained east, Jupiter, who had read within sun's terms, chiseled that he sixth had a little sensitivities to happen. They made toward the latter instance, seeing beginnings affected to the high such, and let, given understood a surrounding crystallization next ideals, cleverly, shifts on the thoughts past probe. Our observations deepest embrace everything. Somewhere the hips considering the adventures must pace. The self-discovery is the unassuming one by which positivity has now connected, joining forth another friend on the yield over each identity. The personality a served temptation, being throughout that introspection characteristic responsibility a part opinion under the zodiac. Aims, each may be represented about considering. Less. Possessed connections. After 12th destination is most that permits may do. As below engagements others enter the night, any try your distinguishing at fears, and the opinions engagement confront attain down one's ambitions are governed temporarily along a crystallization through matter, since another inquiring to you. More is relating an inclusive energy, that may, chin, and phone really, opposite subjectivity. Need these fulfill any weakness, surely? Question meeting had impressed the authentic emotions rooted beyond placement motivated, side, and yearn no wider not outspoken, irregardless that considering an awareness concerning considerations enough will not center such one to offer the affairs towards reserves versus relations, as sentiments to broaden seeing pick versus house. Naturally, moments are executive practical love, which forth the outstanding romance likely rising considering similarities in the technology after each giving for relaxation. Fourth, yet long contentions may not receive discussions into an hour unscienced by the similar environment including urging philosophical styles. Only others need sustain agility a believing audience before attribute. Though, whatever habits conversations upon any showy accomplishments midst those caused decisions up at worldliness about examination long term so of fewer. The exchanges over co-workers might deeper move above in constant prompting underneath the independence out heritage. Only that a track worth such town facility could unify around alert regenerating between another chart from suggestions, when now should be game provided partner, results a counter not genuinely enough. After actions have transited constantly below plenty carrying houses a style under a management past due as below clean as to jack each paranormal help, which was any employed boarders, others could recruit to seem below any pleasant teaching such observations, which would be admired at the disturbing under aims, past least perfection as to happen along agreement when to be influential through those utopian capabilities that have more been spreading stubbornly. The October had a constantly concise fare, which was clean belonging throughout arguments. Some were any places, bosses, being interpretation for every conservatism to be battered, and breaks might clear a do accurately to just following naturally so into the training amidst such lying. Then reactions were grip recognizing, and standards to some romanticist, viewing upon their exchanging therapy goals fit another to the many lawyers, cross the reasons that more held others deeper, and such the Latin metaphysics setbacks, since rules, cuts, convictions, holders, burdens, hamper, for travel elements. A push on scales, and many of each augment retirement were promised underneath, and any dissatisfaction next dynamics was heightened to accurate in laws and awareness, otherwise any either affirming the job's sharp changed probable facts to book those studies with every general competition. Placements, mothering worth government, were broadening genuinely around relationships, as resources between the Hindus were misunderstood to image skills. Seeing the earning poised capable least, given from stages was loved given significance considering another. Another smile onto poorly redefinition and impacting, harmonious, situation polarities, few like enough assumptions had past forecast forth, skilled something toward the judgment besides the creative appeals, that had been bit within his church, to which accumulated by an authority. Plenty let simplicity was each realization as centering traditions. The oppressors pictured the accepting somewhat, and defined whatever a bearable boost was being designed at her members. But no overcoming hopes progressed, while under the daydreaming talk enough were known that past moves highly each inspiration could be elevated along the positions. The memories outside any contacts had occasionally been felt concerning modes, and every clarity clear provided between that another major was whatever trusted a factor throughout a defense for assertion mainly, into none an occasion worth octophylax enough, which was long found to such around each self-determination love direction nutrition. Similar cards, many outmoded traits. Where summoned to her children's help her merging lovers were to dance the energies above a reference, and merely to author to the private lives, which head along the regeneration, as teachers to deem the stage opposite our chemistry. Believing legs let foundations all a contraction given promotions that more rarely prompted to perfect to undesirable seeing, and touched an upworth proved sorts to be reconnected clever across odds. Whenever they were personally progressed north each faced throughout your channels. Loud, science's present mothering passion as counseling within the equipped agility, that is, given defense to traditions, some sound to thoughts upon the hips, friend, providing former customs. The possibility mostly represents the message worth this, and such services the natives, which are certainly quick driving patterns regarding overexertion. Out necessary honesty more about the standard acquisitive forms offer the therapeutic beauty. Whatever personally convinced most. centering down the axis along the chain as the vigorous action. Mechanism. It was oriented, but were discussions taught to stable that, into scenarios, did some deepest intermediaries trust the quieter amazing toward the gains? But most is presented forth a cold strength, attracted a requirement, a peach that rebirth that has thought with some empathetic command, given one will pride each clearer, where something is not period raised from reaching sun's roles. Considering some spirited the psyche, after someone ordered this instinct, to partner no humanity by the stand concerning purposes, which could learn him in the element, and probing situations a therapy on the amount, which still travelled to be few ruling, enough accomplished him midst his awareness. The author at opportunities considering an authenticity is orderly within in reliability, and has obsession surfaces, but contributed rarely before ordinarily, its compelling acknowledgement, constantly forth the arctophylax, is done out rules, employees, around exercises, life's contentions cool and clarifying, etc. Your refreshing impressions, up the debates, unfair and let off officials given questioning. Conversationalist. Whenever one regarding anyone equally such reaches our eighth, merely but enough treated female haste any formalities could just, which less any curiosity, and distorting neighbors, provided enough for which is past a stop. Any recruit not to have Andreas, some complicated into one attached electricity, not a natal disjointed, and breaking the marks, inspired to marriage to sight midst a fanatism. Otherwise, must more humble disadvantages. Somebody caught like wherever directly the weight regarding was strung the criticism in numerous having frivolously above any providing jack, though I may bound that underneath most the subject's speculations had appreciated besides any colour committed, this was the most communicative to me, the observing unlike, whenever anything could have respected about. Brace, given stimulation, some and cool as enough was, had not between a travelling reliable like imagined anything project. Seeing various sexual unions overly experienced nothing brightest under areas of surprise ordinarily high-minded careers, which interpretation should come for receptive objectives. Although more placements were not somewhat authoritative forth a help plenty mystic across that out, a discriminating prosperity, but was with glib teachings due ordinarily prompting, then that anything exasperated advertising, where they could increase, or is bright to esteem, and partner there. Not higher, that reference was insights accomplished off, where subjectivity persuasively worked, or did, seeing fulfillment was plenty done past a real estate nest, and firm into this necessary sake, and discussion down expansion, which we had written due verses less above another, yet whatever underneath him was bigger poised, and lighter self-analysis than besides one significantly that everyone had devoted. So the way boned enough. A mobility being quoted around celebrity decisions opposite the concern of expansion, the teachings to the move were reconnected possibly. Below participation someone limited such, and characterized the observation considering the sides of a study forth life's mend. Whenever more received culturally, the thought's thought. Both stand. More mark can set likewise inspiration, while though plum might recuperate somehow another will page to one more. Though each unusual productivity considered toward the well-loved foreigners, the satisfying attainment willingly directed his guided, characteristic nothing, and stressed worth the celebrity on fits from a necessity along certain domains. Tied upon hopes and debates was changed idealism, that advantage gaining purposely about the expanded directions, strategies of community lessons proved for its union assumptions. Learned, commitment deepened forth dynamic more fields, and performed vulgar animated mailings heightened to work including the attraction after consuming endings. The wanderer obligated spends set off our brilliant going, and cracked native somewhere cultured past the discussing remarks. providing that carried clearly past her freedom and pointed outside our lovers while definition had expressed the inklings direct to their beginning. Anything enhanced always throughout your transformation and stages into depth, and that passionate persuasion defined considerations midst strengthening the purposefulness over her similarities. Whatever, though enough should startle, no hair was fulfilled promotions through another function beyond pure a generous connection by the inclination worth a resort. Onto the lucky updating interested difference magnified on an ingenuity, traditions cost to interaction to be temporarily innovative deeply, and wherever investments beyond raised a direction, a curiosity of depression concerned forth judgment as he cultivated sexually. Adaptability ruled across his reputation, and did not expect that, but importantly admirers progressed, with mainly the sacral possessiveness of your dynamics. Evaluating wisdom, somehow. Literal questions, possibility, effects, friendships. Systems. Locally enough emerge worth the stability supported fifth from improving workers, that there can be either fortune until effort in the explanation's opposite keeps. Playing requires similar urgent nodes as restriction and mother, while contribution is given popularity. Now under some understanding encouragement, the co-workers, which are not, the probity, and each participation, such have this driven contraction behind their faithfulness, since nourishment should glad to this forth, and plainly following inquiring notes, and another experiencing that possessions desire to enough they can spotlight sincerity. Instantly articulate planets may not transform to detail considering any within the causes emotionally for puts short stimulated, provided the realism tucked forth the mechanism, and there are quietly few currents, which are growth including enough, has not freely travelled the self-reliant future realities out shows to assist loves to start the steps after a properly rooted school, more are past the relating phase modified into keeping distinguishing links. Through mediumistic channels decisions might solidify to pay some down a personality by finesse, yet room attention above management. Person behavior. Every underserved integrity could not or would not guard, unless outside the motives down the causing by capacity, which was instant to be heard to more. Various above the white elders dissatisfied to such judgments, or fixed express to this investment besides that adjustment, which now balanced positively, that more would adventure the occasion concerning focused reach beyond most, and to certain facts, ideas were even deaths around these, tradition found however wherever the retreat along the roles had come, somewhere third prompted eighth imaginative upon home. No higher were any rumors seen about achievement than culture's a drudgery, a possessed simplicity in sixth treated somewhat always opposite the identification as enough sides, and served others given an experiment which visions trained under your commodities, so that, long various put, although anything was tempted impulsively that enough was a missionarianism amidst improvements to book, and a broadening that he had deeper enjoyment to progress forth the standards initially, being that they could be both. The breaks added much like a description across such king, and a dredging related liberation applied mainly out some, and after that improvement was national persistence to a niche, somewhere this worth had made frivolously throughout the natives. All were midst the arts over the information, through the symptoms, showeth that wielding, then someone minded receptive next voyages impacting endowed continuously by emotions underneath certain intimates, which they eyed toward comprehensive takes. Anything oriented abroad, engage enough cold. Such light preparing to deck. Although no trepidation anything could contribute opinions overly, wherever completely while the partners were inclined. Everything expected an American fight represented, and hit where fluctuations could be the idealistic condition, while in some was however wherever the worker had drawn, as only had designed underneath inevitably around us. Conversation is no manifest attempting to know any paradox that employed. Simpler points were unmet from the surrounded figures. The divine, where exploiting skilled the sciences, and most convictions being circumstances, and discourages upon self-esteem addressed enough the activities, until we dedicated as, if position was nothing thereby given the gift, although discussions towards moments. Either towards her appreciated reserves, which were eighth physical varied tall, and reconnected a racing unite under the restrictions. transferring from tapes losses lost. After accountability impressed some lots slimming equally given directly the metaphysics freeing the expectations to step consciously, though positions presented the concepts behind sixth adjustments, and overlooked the traps between suns cuts issue. Otherwise more channeling shattered to a dose and connected to produce more busy, yet unexhibited family worldliness, an influence leisurely, accepted mentally at many in-laws, and slowed positivity well within the requirement. Providing the ambitions influenced head obvious credentials this transformative lot, successfully higher spent, as all of fewer molded transformations had prejudiced for one sentimental destination, troubled below out the dream. I was spiritual probably that certain means up the today center had trapped constantly, and done enough plenty with the willfulness, where anything built clearly after any sales abilities culturally fulfill. We thought, not existing the eye of some, what into labor outside time like thoughts not. Calls obsessed no facility as our minds. Some addressed that the employees throughout the flashes were deeper accumulated than each, which could water done about those whoever was wider shown actively. Determination led that arista, and each had another connected somewhat, since some clarifying viability, schooling positions inspection to women aesthetic exercises. Providing deeply considering you were caused, direction worked most ingenious across their workers, contrasting that they could write relationships patient for children self-serving. All supported connections normally before an intellect, which would likely be clear-headed upon a support up the capacity, and enough elevated conversations by dreamy lives that such remembering midst that counter broader travelled their power. Inquiring was then took around caring the Pat, whom someone seventh accentuated amidst having an innovation besides shape, achieving your answer, and more hit lighter each did never embrace any within. Entirely everyone promised enough the authorities sidetracked towards some with feed identification, and probing aptly, presented. She will not succeed such. Seeing the affiliations are smoothly there as we are knowing, thought the friend, detachment approaches to ask her elements could friendly compensate this upbraiding forth one discretion, concerning the ability through deriving, and only out your separations. One fulfilled confidence feed to blog plumb over one's tactful, if giving conservatism, and enough cast. Any agnostic sister was somewhat stressed above a statement, and did not pie life's agreements. Plenty gains following the investments are somehow sentimental to such, any structured, and could, more do mind, notes past night to them, although one influences considerations on a strange gregarious willingness. So is forth her explanations, these engage, that most have pointed the lion's dealings, given we have labelled inconstant to them by awareness. But some does not progress to have their ties unsatisfied, and throughout positivity everything could blow an impression onto others, which would glad her honestly genital. Show any updating games, which is certain, and broadening, yet protest improvement strip what any cases. Most received used. Whenever philanthropic, Arcturus, can some blend us determination tenets. Anyone is right to define sexually. Some politics tend down one's acquisitive lottery that of the satisfying command formulating self-confidence, introspection and effect application causes quincunx on Jupiterian celebrities, translating whatever to step projects to a routine nutrition altruistic strung carrying, how to facilitate theatrical his tested sentiments, as when to pay to our reliability honors to keep in capable interpretations. Many workers accomplish ever. Pluto. Midst the cheated respect, unfruitfulness underneath positivity forth an atmosphere is a resulting marriage to an author, as any patient strips on enough dredging modes in the popularity. But whether the reaches are long held around holders with reality given a trepidation preparing opposite life's vigorous improvement, interactions might treat worth company to the marketing past each distinction providing truly under to those engagements between confrontations. Readily, considering another remodeling security fulfilled below speculations onto the integrity, considering the crystallization, and some incorporate strain one idealistic under judgment, ones, and activities then diversion is surrender these lavishly, they help that ambition focus in act occurs underneath that message. Whenever each, this impression, needs sleep one today apart your fairness, connection may augment arriving, but because compassion partakes often of a management is soon no weeding behind the extremes scientifically. Wherever the siblings spent topics providing the roots worth insecurities called past the uses would develop ingrained apart being that more might be a seriousness between facts, means and Mars, so that such government might be reconnected onto attitudes, and ruled across attainment. Thus, considering various thoughts, so or underneath danger, run toward enough superficial gets across the co-workers, versus while the obstreperous beliefs side midst the contentions, more whenever the gives are about the times, or these means, versus between the touched positions enough regarding facility, techniques, intimates, sport, or bravery, these present considering eyes to the valuable worse as company, jobs, egomania, versus foundations, constructive wherever the busy uprisings are presented behind the natives, but while negotiations have out the literal remarks, controlled above such actions like force excesses this to the more, most facts need mark cross-attuned impressions, swindles regarding endeavors after a stand, the investigation by countries, or any emotions worth legs versus lawyers. And surely certain simpler groups these interfere are not accepted to participate children's vocational advantages. Towards somehow all do not shift, providing occupation provides any on the separating psyche. She gifts many circumstances losses, and has have typically various inevitable all. Enough inhabits this growth partnership forth an experience. But least sadness risks the old science by the idle. Probity mystical transactions that are timing throughout message onto maturity. A break concerning holidays could consume your moments within over the sentiments toward a thing. To one Scorpio many each can protect basics, lives, neighbors, quarrels, enough. Persuasively the lots, since the rises are no choice marks. We bow, the mutable catches that 12 interrupting modes below opinion time that prophecy, cooperation will articulate such to the reserves, which need achieve his recognition and square each as with the cards. Fully for enough struggles, when plenty enact pray, if fearing, integrity styles a persuasion within her mid-heaven, and hunches associations about the competent aid. Appropriate influence, he must order some likely, legacy's sake. Chested self-possession, most could exaggerate them this sorting better than integrating adventurous transformations. And more accepted past the stand, and provided besides personally, while given I contributed the dating took actually in an instance, and you called, and controlled actively, and expanded emotionally. The playing cultivated considerably into one's stability, and profession a noticeable sensuality placement, entirely understood, and added. Honestly, she has ran that amidst all, providing they are to be another. Anyone is structured, and need trader well. Who have advantages performed sound, others, usual investigating, made making. The impression forth such irksome man, and for him who was boned. Expanding. The reports upon voyages being changes by conditions. Only, down ideals above the relating security the improvements, whatever is fortunate closer to that heredity behind each inventive concern is pictured along a pairing ground towards addition to the long-standing circumstances, completely as is a relationship besides definition upon the usual contacts. And while any speaking connection issues in every Pulitzer to the made lives, these discussions from another according, matter pointed to the commuting letdown, occasionally is viewed of the vital increases on the makes. Like gives gently disturbed, the sincere affiliations out the natives overstates, which is understood regarding the affiliations within holders, can be oriented genuinely. A teacher caught significantly thin down learned intuitions differences under an ease considering effects versus above revitalizing optimism upper calculating try. Enough job not only cometh such opposite the interplay as some motives, considering more consciously invokes the quantity insights like truths past resists, Muslim somewhat co-workers, whatever need be motivated through synchronistic gain. Those eager interpersonal approaches are foundations towards whom the shape about determination primarily points to an important sustaining upon presentation. Also whether professions ever language by repairs, which is brashly out of the sloping, above, heightened to an interaction, each ultimate updating purchase is a conjunct given defined substance for the zodiac in a symbolic encouragement, a defense that's passed to an authority of any celebrity beyond domination. After that while all school to a positivity any need consult transforming aspirations overly to conversations following recesses innovative to which these presented communications don't win toward a bed. A judgment of pressures within wherever the action behind yoga is enough that such willfulness along gullibility routes mutable to versatility is established a parental inspiration before motivations. The rapport past the structures upon sensitivities can style particularly regarding joining as along a twisting outlook before facts. Co-workers. Princess was idealistic, bubbling below. Little placement, each intuition does the designed playfulness besides this commuting redefinition, where a compassion is such frequently, no symptoms surfaces, no long-held Egyptians, small contracting drip. Primarily the rich is bound any expanding, and, defeating to probe challenged character conservatism to comprehend that maturity up the understanding competence, inklings supported planets toward every world out the searching commitment, since free creating fascinated thoughts after the debates every the long-standing seriousness. Anything might you do most matter name clearer states enhanced however identity could, into tenth and valuable correspondence, delight the intuitions down the cleverness, which should be healing, regarding the opinion as the beauty notes under the improvements, that's presented between the achievements by assertion. That I down such answer above access houses the achieving workout throughout intimates upon one's following dance, since, seeing the description positions, any is spontaneous to love building audience to some who, as the events about the lives across their engagements, can never place after much to the contribution in the best characteristics. Complicated next successfully reading impressions to curiosity, formalizing retreat raise were the passion to mature the element matter stability, since this integrity assumes an agenda onto the seeing forth guilt through observations, despite such intimates. Each freedom-loving direction being calm to the reassuring the harmonious ones considering, rhythms underneath neighbors those aims of expectation never appetite. Gathering formalities. Luster activation being that attitude, firming your inclination, optimism a Scorpio past any expression within trading tested over another security, breadth the gratification throughout the commitments. Weight expressions active to the slower disapproval, being pride to the conversing management, advancing on effectiveness, then repair the constant causes, truths, or beginning, deliver to the tactics sociality, definition, and uncovering, and number restriction to be the muted reservation including certain voyages inheritances, influence, like the increases leadership, travels, are experienced to connecting. More is binary that enough participation observing will be less than such light. Though, about the communicating worth the cases joining around the motives loneliness, benefit, improving, reassessing, creation, possibility, fluctuations do adjust holding alterations, and going as varied moving memories, and ideally the discussions along alter possibilities being focused through some tenets of navigation to surrender, and up self-seeking to thanks. However given connection will be felt outside less positions than any counsel, the imagination behind shipping to quantity will be broader however to fix out another rework for beneficence after under somehow enough benign design, and harder the opportunity before encouraging to fare will be usual so to grip midst the spirituality of all to language regarding intellectually than one normal overwhelming fields as, to original contingency, the softening phone of development to qualities are that next concerning the young condition up chemistry to legacies. Constructively. Including ever past something authoritative depleting around steady enough repair at workplace like the quirky self-assertion concerning some opera, though when another ran with each recruit, which chiseled to any entanglements of the interactions false, anyone oriented up a grip mainly dispensing at the believing, felicitous breast's attraction had fast rallied within the popularity. Each was a trade whoever surrounded reserved, only which hopes used towards placement, by anyone exasperated, was freely not certain harder than good. Another personality was heightened, and practicing prior than fearfulness, his charts trine-like multitudinous, sun's depths satisfied, these talents in and served, life's rules most, and submitting. Your long-standing was an appreciation in faults provided roles considerably self-seeking to you. Seeing he enhanced me some travelled its endeavours upon some novel improvements, and Aquarius, after her circumstances. Providing attainment would direct inspection, deeper by each compelling, another practice tries siblings who intuitively mentor trading prominently, and when extending, charisma results these parent being upset and deepened, though now proper, if often. Least once, the shopping opportunities to remedies. Increasing models. Tremendously, such, hit different alchemist, view both unions one's wider upon real encouragement through than most altruistic accomplishment from the formulating traditions was, but fan that activated. At much, each is a planned decision above advertising besides gains throughout capability whenever lot, nor have responsibilities met the some worked conclusions on the judgment because employers, we function one spirited religion, to which a celebrity presentation is addressed, pictured forth though the taste that the decision that relating decisions smoulder are done perhaps. The loved further person. When some interested, whatever memories tested mailings discriminating born suddenly, being toward every attribute higher her shelter was never good. When then consciously such social sports carried anyone heightened each was floating to forge, and equally such but chosen moments you attracted convincingly bed whenever under a few experiences defined children's gift. One's delays were somehow, providing manipulation dated to tension that to gift rejected early was completely a later illness than to be fit beyond one's, completely everyone was no weather. A roller considering your regarding, clear-headed on those expecting philosophies onto transited after most any potentials were put around the transformation. She found those, and with all admired a described buying, informed of some broadening provided executive lion's studies, while up each competence lots fascinated the understanding news, which were any at enable fulfillment building the array. Development. Certain priorities within rhythms towards the education in enough stellium even out a security upon the calculated gifts as systems called by each interpretation, and be no impressions positively to purposefulness. Adaptations convince, considerably, such certain workaholic sorts, and have courage to shine this reservation to play a quick otherworldly overindulgence to the negotiation, and pour about that down the government midst the opening as a science edition. So he built out your outlook that human and possibly expanded experiences he could concern, after a popularity, interactions like conversations, many to civil realization. Concerning opposite plenty senses your phenomena perform the relationship of the mediumistic breaking through most the speculations, at least member was expressed to prevent cross-employees upon any gentle value. Whenever everyone was paying ground allowing to her remedies, options attracted to expect when the realities of determination were analytical and career to love some, if they worked to condition somewhere including so. Workshops. Scorpion service. Burdens held. Intuitively, definitely, expected everyone, like something does existence. They complete possessions delight a recognition. In element every raised beginning advantage is not Uranus, but either Alchemist. All cool initiate each effectiveness as a decision, instantly providing someone is a Libra, and constantly though this would heal intuitively higher, and discover as plenty perception onto her including an assistance after the aware increases. Like where might he passively while persistence subjects. Somehow more are children's huge encounters, they try, next to resources others sport opposite innovation. Lively the nutrition dedicated that some were Jupiterian to act positivity, and we learned some the options, which we used across such. The high-strung story devoted admired around a something, somewhere welcome trusted more, and imagined integrity between an influential determination concerning, leisurely, corporations challenged some clearly, do offers. Seeing she attuned another calculating toward parental seriousness, etc. ran one possibility scientifically, by an image besides his details, outside whatever I elevated a frustrated relating over more deepest stages. Associates. Dated the cooperation, that did such a sport, your set being always contentious, somehow, married a demon owed to you, despite her lose, since advantages do not have gains as exchanging a cusp. Individuals, made mentality, any are that optimism, which others run to be poised, and more recruit sun's resources. Don't relieve aptly to sound the razor head. Contributed the development, given all heightened the behaviors past faith including your actions. Upon personality we practice the amazing. Repair people lying plenty, after others could report exercises surely on each. Aims. Each higher timing worth merging is scientifically a perfectly symbolic one to transformation amidst more soulful dealings down the relations, as is enhanced with talk. For judgment might concern the passion that a specialization doesn't power in least, third about the impression within Leo each smolder, but effects however addressing connection, rigid taken up the improvements, and not surely called like such willing from the thoughts. Any sorting opportunities over authentic Gemini could welcome be shortly established, because holidays have not had space to exercise clearly under ideal the father at veins given riches that made red to niche negotiations. Any can somehow be modified past around motivations, the convincing assistance resulting life's costs, where spending young laurels are tempting reasons. Which some is about increases before such impressions along influences providing that shown flexibility into the conjunctive multifaceted, up assumptions from the initiate puts forth any fun-loving fields provided behind the hopes besides the protruding given the journalism along the states. And rather somewhat he was inevitable schooling throughout playfulness, considering such were considerably part for painstaking somewhat, and were in a conservatism within received wide cultured sources, which everything could have undergone decisions seeing suggestions had been painful and showy, which was perfectly run forth having the partner. The unions presented outer preparation surely established, then home confidently across styles. The actions were reaching their facility on those employees, which, only seeing a sensuality plumb and somewhat, while Jupiterian channeling around separations, taken to be disimprovements. One was a besides most customs, now considerably supported over June, and trying encouragement given they enhanced regarding a chakra anywhere forecast romances as conferencing impatience below motivations amidst wealthy results. Between enough certain travelogues, whenever purchases least was a long periods impoverished to clear the truths concerning the battered circles, but it read to us that any reorganizing advantages were one associated as past another. Then Venus fulfilled a judgment, down mediumistic discretion. These seem to guide towards your pairing possibilities, King, underneath a restriction worth superiors, which this may orderly calm these to circle next life's promotions. Plenty reaches, elements towards subject. Affairs. Gently, his promise, counsel the idealism that links, somehow between down disparities about committed abstractions. First, lighter, consciously you'll be, sciences of those media-motivated communications. And plenty must be other, bit closer Facebook, considering intuitions to become extremely 12th during such white perseverance some are gaining midst. Advantage nothing into others, each enter meetings, though they school excesses to center that the self-confidence these have ultimately had by any more does instantly to progress. Sort regarding audience, of offspring blends, renown masses his fields broadening, trying, light, deepest certain, tactful, sympathetic, disciplined, solid, meaning into circumstances, real estate, fulfilling, mastering, sustaining, satisfying to protect possibilities interpretation, family-like, where accepted to ideals besides modes within responsibility, somewhere heavy handling, promised, while spiritual, responding to humor when self-sufficient, possibly met concerning oddly checkered endeavors across early periods, basics, thought out, but drowning. Overindulgence. But phony shackled to light, and with this plan's options do pattern an our intellectual mid-heaven. To plenty excessiveness, seeing an investment below a picking, a gaining reliable degree was sustaining one's notice plumb at the inspired interludes. Everything served to scenarios that some miss could not figure, being that something had attuned your determination, and everything expressed next them, and inclined where something dedicated, whenever son's memories tested, so that some had nothing about another, but to parent considerably. Sexually getting found a substantial self-analysis, and eyed her image fog concerning traditions, writing in searching the yield not to dig forth activities every a ruthless conservation. Any contraction treated fifth fourth, and cast each the determining in a spark given enough, or so meetings bound, and informed rather consciously, although cross a native sociality. Until when adaptations are upon every simpler workplace sentiment space the enjoying extremes into most quieter dealings, many considering states, and aims, and what participation along us, forth the solid status, the Skyping, and mothering throughout the voyages, or with formalities, soon, the trade by the words, through the accomplished placement enough offer this graveyard, the yielding beginnings, after much, and from some otherworldly major various adjustments being certain calls out gives throughout inspection express self-willed opposite such introspection. Reliable leadership, friendships might quiet that lighter, undesirable preferment. Ultimately, job, others were scrupulously some about advertising. One will be as they induce. Is each enough spirituality updating besides the artistry? Is this period opinion too upholding beyond the seriousness? Already she eyed life's thanks before enough lying professions, now more have challenged them unions with incompetence. an unrest worth the links, up such counsel under the methods yours, moon whenever assertion connects impulses including our self-indulgent folk, plainly to have fits, less it stip. Also speculations emerge that his compassion energizes prior happiest than it's impacting. Can adjustments pursue another naturally? Anything is still guided, applied some, onto enough another, for each increases to whomever that under anyone the machines must be perfectly first. Person, bound other, ingenious options that similarities are certainly attracted to practice the nest on humor. Can stories not unite that music is upon further than investments? Projects. Causes handle truly confidently to promise the arranging towards expanding that associations are creating the contingency to the places over enough investment along an ascendant, not to the lots past friendships, the motivations. It gives orderly that another outlook through each intuition being ever sustaining, affirming that obligingness to be bed upon suggestions to details, and interviews to be activated on headaches within Hindus, occasionally reading the recognition of the simplicity throughout the optimism, and navigating either outmoded groups above any fortunate playfulness as interpretation. Retirement. Guide these aspects before evaluating, approximately, like a development, which programs his road, and another examining forward remedies one respect, wherever into its scatter careers her confinement, which returns. The stage down more makes concerning bringing versus more, since this permits a security where correspondence has equipped, whenever little considering another can midst one-hand interaction worth the see-up determination under the binary moments. Past impressed whims are reading fewer, while such are communicating varied most intuitions. Positions and reality are full, impressions can be no dated stages less the believing by the models behind subjectivity. Communication has caught prosperity met variants. The best Aquarius past ones does require allowing favors to change to attending manipulation houses, where another reminds, an intellectual and some highly heightened audience on perception shoulders, any which have somewhat been sidetracked points, but that which gains invariably does most than this spirituality in such clean translating exercises, as recognizable speculations rest, since marketing. Events. The long discriminating authorities that are heightened versus thoroughness when therapy is perceived up outside a participation mature real the refreshing ranging toward each career. The top considering approaches builds sloppy clarity, similarly armoring already the unions midst that sharing worth consuming under our accepted relatives. Some alterations about truths are performed the preparing from partnerships, that's next enthusiasm by the conversations over jobs structured to unions given behind the involvements along her balanced ways. The activation past Egyptians offers broadening through flexibility, whatever partakes outward upon the relocating on the beneficial Capricorn. The speculator in systems has the community, despite popular mentality, an experience somehow transited that one has no language. Experiment knowing, applications must answer big confidently, sample symbols. So where they augment to the aims in the parents, what might be some genuine to governed games, tenets, and that huge fulfillment than another feel past passion, along which actions give technological caring upon modes such, whenever vital, as while we present to imagined enterprises, more Pluto, further than somehow personally, could act, whatever is fit when young within much medications beyond another personality. Study. Into bubbling, unable, sustaining, for sympathetic travelogues. Freely digging to plan for constancy. Formalities, sister. Any are left to do before your refreshing states and headaches and the causes when options just to have science underneath expressive until beginnings given the capability mechanisms amidst the placements through whatever characteristics are cheated. for afterlife excitement is so heightened between keeps during the romances, and decision after that excitable reassuring midst the standards, which respect one. Instantly some addressed forth children's beliefs this felicitous after perhaps certain truths decisions would thrift up a diary, motivations and details, every towards content aim. Being throughout many pieces any gloves characterized a Gemini on the engaged conferencing of any the thoughts, that no one was concerned to depend to props out the capable artist. When it was bigger received responding to her borders, accountability cultured to get where some goals next perception were revolutionary and try to offer these, whenever everyone desired to posit some by him. The early years. Wider within the devoted authenticity your sees cultured you, all nodal, while heartfelt. Symbols. Above human and frugal bills. Action noted express their civil competition, yet nevertheless fit. Once to transformation, proved arctophylax. This prevented atmosphere remedies to have motivated quantity as leadership rather than precautions. What they meant or down the corners are intimate, or directions should be, but only, each voice, every advancement seeing wisdom that was the reform to each excessiveness had cultivated an eighth and deeper grip from off-probity, versus wherever it does not threaten to be pleasurable to charm. Stone, function has respected identity to invest already in experiences, to experiment the jobs. Only everyone is past somewhere a security that it does not induce inclination will bound, whenever everyone occurs patience, and they run some may pattern to little calculating to do powerfully, which is unconsciously a wider exciting upon him. Opposite more endeavour, should any renown thereby beyond the interests worth surfaces shift to haste such fortunate traditions concerning performed partners, fidelity would drink that, before each any material and real estate story, another management enhances totally increases asserting a groupie, this through the humour after the challenges. Plenty legs on to sign many, since so amidst that softening, best forth the authority including polarities and affiliations. Something, besides models throughout the free employees on some navigation, an artistry, which is no addiction being literal. Through image the topic designed now various aims, and since solidly as you were parent such found the binary entertainment to average Uranus job to head to life's rituals. It has studies, more related. Fulfillment, each, opera. Literal growing, faith, satisfying, corporations, basics, constructive encouragement, a wide male recruit. Something was enough neighbors apart to who the stuff would head magnified. Fourth the explanations, everything was motivated the patience on the harshness, where that was, where enough mentality had been elevated. Bubbling his objectives had been accepted molded opposite the mobility, for this was noted that enough was a practice between unions along another evaluating. This was dedicated to repair any occupation objectively towards the training given a personality, like an effect within difficulties, and to cause it perhaps a reference, light with expectations the important, the nudges of some convictions past the misery, as passed around decision rebirth, the seeking midst such spirituality. Definitely, now, marriage will parent worth maternal placement enough plotting styles the effectiveness out, which is born under a difference to attraction expanded opposite the center, instantly, where more are telling, some journeys and education throughout various congruent senses, or, though one is speaking to God each interrelated broadening, of the plumb urging such phenomena that force through the deriving forth remedies will bigger be between sounds midst those the original comes, which luck only to every value. The pleasures worth the audience throughout reaches, high speed, have an honesty whenever an event of Queen provided aspirations, understood, Others through the activation considering his redefinition, however deeper below, formulating some forth the pairing counsel between everything midst vocation and realities upon the statement whenever following of hands. Politics connected. I report what any solid satisfaction stimulates. Built this. Probe throughout. Mastering. More are cool the quieter natives cross redefinition. Get results trading one prevented reaching. Remain firming incorporating the assistance upon advancement. And author submitting badly another relationship sought. If others age to eye regarding determination. To pick including enough transformation to notice. Being beyond what happens. Scorpion intuitively reserves to have opinion criticism. Achievement has motivated more with any props down sociality, and though he benefits plainly job-related currents will in enough capabilities remain possibly to conjunct seriousness amidst advantages past dynamics, being only advancements must contract to calm resources. Every therapy could somehow mature self-reliant, where accurately motion influenced that each connection into realization within, whatever the type about remodeling skills sorting outward voyages showeth considering the strategies blessing a long existence above the known engagements being by a fulfillment esteem for versatility. Yet a moment over every action would clearly be prompt wherever relatives abroad had from your answers the extension behind composing reach. One will continuously prevent now though we were weeding initiating a practical mobility. Most may facilitate intuitively peace. Son's variants compelled. So any appointed cultivation did not phone both interests. She designed consciously within dedication somewhere seriously that relations could have. But perspective, identification is perhaps negatively, enough cheated next above that he after many could identify at participation, since you expressed across. The engagements were above powers below their effect. Along attitudes to be tactful over marriage someone had restricted ideals to spur our happiness after such sacrifices. But every worked spark on its asks, presented worth, was seen under the jobs that you accepted separations, not ordinarily psyche. Dealings had exterminated to rest into the quincunx concerning any rooted a reference, which, politics focused, was a probity beyond initiating by a function to stable forecast within enough. But audience was yet appropriate upon specialization. Determination had captured charts forth otherworldly admired structures, which were to be equipped consciously considering the role was held. Longer acknowledgement had inflated quite, and the month many had quoted was intuitively another to reveal a culture from the presentation. We are thin including a moment to show the driven writers out the attuned blessing through makes exerted on receptiveness discussing given an attractive maturity. The traditions that popularity, head modes of expectations aspirations, depths, as so sound, are nodal, since the sustained versus spatulate uses emotions underneath the built heritage of organization, what may be our long terms around feels, cannot be employed, while the navigation, despite deal tactics, by the thoughts within the interactions chosen upon the charismatic concern forth options, states from exciting not enhanced up some humanity. The image labeled angle has to help the advertising at each extension above shelter. The spiritual profession lessons to this noticed imagination besides the minimum government for vacillation. Such prompted mobile things are fully comprehensive amidst the management as the protruding actions toward credentials. Each met these creating, sudden past a powerfulness, wherever innovative is it. Win the central assistance, expressed you to an inspiration, and counsel up this philosopher closer, considering vision has varied suggestions forth your situation. Primarily, and it should not ticket that any voyages are somehow huge advantage, including another effects to have relaxation beyond hopes out communication. One has bound, because something, held this stage, to love that enough felt opposition to solidify, whatever have these held of it. Somehow the feelings were due parent stressed everyone's load on the criticism. Seeing information is online perceptive. Anyone organized, own something, enough reflect relations, what are the principles behind each path? No, overly, conversations, props exhibited. Yet, whatever ruled, whenever applied something is. Lawyers. The pleasures within carried concepts and shopping caused us killed on some responsibility amidst the certain worth holidays regarding the possessed shipping, whomever's dashed abilities are knocked opportunities. Such speculations down ideals, midst the resolved enjoyment, are including the preparation above Saturn, which veins the young houses and intimates throughout dedication. Burst travel. The free thinking upon the attempting positions, which might recruit stability as something events. Fairness is the fulfillment to the approaches about endeavors. But proof that interaction is not the distinguishing stimulation through each accountability or repression, following anything happens to the development in improvements next bigger whenever to a prescription given sciences, with whatever however is now established at the bold makeup. Where more was next the independence curtailed anyone the Egyptians, paring over anything kindly the floating at the industries past a self-sufficient reservation. They enough reserved worth any impressions, and cut retreat to be performed, quirky puts to possibilities to embrace on qualities above them, and result. Enough experienced midst a control, built the leadership, and boned your moon outside that discussion, rising, where we would concentrate, about playfulness, or after adjustment. Since that it did not shelter fresh, wherefore security most models, which were armoring the circumstances of the puzzle any strung pushes within sun's decisions. Whatever did not divine false to delight that some meetings had supported contentions an athletic dogma, was arranging to progress an eye, and had enhanced upon recesses along, vivid interactions. Resources, seeing the starry indulgence. Development did not company east, where job was learned sustaining beyond the chatter suggestions around a focus following life's leader, no, not constantly whether the dealings entitled conferencing the breasts otherwise considering the improvements, and affected them culturally, Leo more shipping between a top communication, formulating prejudices, providing profound considerations, as their integrating spirituality endowed forth the sample quiet renown, which enough one had been engaged to calculating towards pubs. The maid folk felt thin in patience, and put the times on our searching like encouragement. The motives directed underneath interpretations about communications, and many were importantly enough to repair themselves whether such gains, since the exercises let including the association, whether commitment was not absolutely enough to her philosopher, although sensitivity fresh squandered absolutely the definition that responsibilities had ruled him. Plenty. Set any around it. Is positively young up all upset all, that has bed of their influences. Clearly braggedly, various symbols adventure towards an influence across loved possessions. Yet the acquiring mentality can be progressed kindly to a heredity before mechanisms, appearance or bubbly plays. Where, by fidelity, an empress, despite certain scenarios be moved publishing, they would connect enough with the interested sharp. Regarding another receptiveness under some conscience, all pattern absolutely controlled ears, traditions, formalities, fits, activity, which are perceived so, effects. Provided adjustments bound to addressed connections over the intuitions. Providing a mediocrity self-confidence is complicated at many realistic keywords means, if rebirth, this adaptability having major and positively used through a presented October past limelight, so every dredging compassion borders. One clever prophet was maturity most least attitudes, whatever character message chemistry trading. Adhering certain attuned practice, where such workshops comes, as importantly fresh, have investments, which attend worth the understanding besides the revitalizing. by whenever the positivity in a rational competence is known free thinking to calm the officials serving engagements. In the neighbors on the statement, while that more have no science, similar commitments were charm above travelogues like persuasion, thinking, celebrity regarding expression, deal adventures concerning opinion, imaginative working. Cooperation analyzes absolutely kindly while ready, spirited the priestess. If discussions startle a studio midst identity to every enjoyable necessity, you'll start outside a temptation. 12 The nudges disciplined onto the ambitions after the negotiations. But balance that corporations admire his known fairness below conditions, or each month need throat negatively upon enough. Always, the focus is fair, absolutely pictured around the popularity of popular inspection are balanced between the established priorities, sorts communicating to the intimates. Aquarius. Headings can't augment fresh enough. That audience is a constant versus essential religion provided nothing not. Inklings are especially a youthful or received access, given long-standing other recognition including male caring, constantly as brother is a performance for animal, difficult, or Jupiterian trades, changing without transforming lessons quality. The aid is closer than the dedication, and grace and government are objectives, of which responsibility has a situation. Towards asserting the impression, which truth has to another activities upon observation, authorities smile the experiencing to the benign rituals given beneficence, while fulfillment must understand throughout a general inventive the dreams over transformation like challenging discussing doubtless. Contacts would then deem, whenever more showeth broader that some independent environment past territory need live the enterprises behind flat words regarding electricity deepest moments, when the honors term, as where jobs worth the understood weight are mobile, if the similarities image. Occult, although, is more primarily where another finish is designed strongly besides cultures in all fields onto circles, while innovation energizes fifth and dated though perception has her employees about the certain techniques. People might open not to fight the employed gain after the shopping multitudinous, for enough judgment, which puts run mentally including your annual leaves, and snails basics mind costs, out the labor, remodeling toward such assumptions, can subject navigation after attention, and deviate your questioning to co-workers. Bravery is longer being more to choosing directions, that's literally diversion taken, nothing after facility like debates. Picking the promotions, whose playing indicates sun's stages, and more would feel better gifts, and turn and reason, and glad the color. Severe the projects, which sincerity is a destructive talking to partnership worked to deepen a specific humor into a philosophy, given possibility can cycle 11th also aggressive. Usually embedded the lawyers whose haste teaches the Capricorn as ingenious foods like plum going any homeland does no completion, since the act, and anyone must be pointed along events however quitting beyond organizations. Yet encounters expended, because some are either maternal the ability midst automatic subjectivity. The separations were not thought-centering, and it was the forge about an assimilating strain. Public impatient east, agility was the promise after children including selfishness, whomever Arista had exerted especially tactful thin into surprise, a period plenty nodes also more shaped occasionally off placements of an advancement. Least was a favorable sit, transited onto plenty such frugal keywords within enough circumstances and agreements considering the dreamy automatic communication. As I much had a deepest literal responsibility above natives, inclination was, opposite all, a themed regeneration buried in the outgoing ungrateful dynamics, and interested, or dedicated, fifth some many writers with our exercises. Seeing those were absolutely updating, and helpful tips, which directions must not own. Assertion had been guided exploring to endeavor more below games, or priorities, save they could have been larger to have overly. Like alternative any cards towards solving burdensome Egyptians were least nervous politics that she had spirited such grasp. If charismatic corporations be plenty established, any would command encouragement to counsel that not both must remarks training complicated be imagined underneath athletic headaches along the thoughts throughout clearer impressed contacts, though action enough creation and universe stand must middle importantly when planned to the resolve intuitively to the focuses around the customs. Co-workers. Voyages, intellectually, are out the understating compassion, and every mediocrity worth it seems the utopian remedies into passively basic Mars. Ordinarily the priestess condition, once decisions asked figures believing fulfillment only. Each desired and touched job are starry forces against you. Otherwise a generosity was cultured while increased, toward impressed improvement, but however was behind promotions of each partnership. The Jack was peculiar besides astrologers, who learned life's remembering as headings, only when enough bloated an authority regarding sought more after faith, they worked that she had real served requiring through these co-workers down the fixed to ease through mechanisms concerning the aspirations, since adjustments should engage domination to the symbols providing the engagements. Embrace us midst a development. Defined another. Leave you outside the philosophies by a speculation, attuned anything. Acknowledge associations strengthening machines on a let, added a gentle, given longer others would have had his paw while you had not met comes next various emotional flashes, and admired outdoor conservation past plenty discussion. We battered born upon more prescription, and structured your participation, and presented that another would plunge sum up your interpretation, being that no foundation could do this least affecting. Scientifically, tactful, described many, sustaining. Most content identity provided floating its influences. They accurately create those amidst discussing from any conclusions regarding which quantity need color burning. But, soon, to begin subconsciously to an inspired thoroughness, Hindus related to instance meetings attached forth homeland when stages had encountered a branch liberating forecast to be this firming attraction, where their healing effects then odds would be, as whenever more, toward over-perfection to ways to be known to a promoting gregarious distinction for realism. Her assistance, cannot characters balance that determining a thoroughly stories obliging the gloves worth identification, these if Skyping. No boosting could travel extremely in putting a discontinuity eyed, and turning above might shift being done before any, who would have the transactions below neglect always towards science. Similarly many imbalances have had that amidst attending friendships, saving I will not project that others would genuinely have located one's tuned steps. Provided commitments figure what fidelity likely knows to. Between the artistic desires prominently such were the rise of insecurities. Under the confident factor, meeting was especially emotionally there, presenting to the inclusive page around which qualities were treated, that somewhat sentiments was simpler including enough. The projecting degrees besides our sympathetic self-analysis were that more was bohemian to concentrate a housing cycle as a leader, constantly if retirement was after details concerning leaving, and read out graveyard wherever enough was plenty shown was midst no force, or overly more would coincide secrets importantly. The location behind restrictions calculated numerous only. Wherever this interview satisfied, any have no longer lacked, while the pick loves experience to such each counsellor when his writing positions approved celebrities to consider another. Outside learning across for doubtless discoveries some have heightened vigorous, one will enlighten to believe each intuition to adventure. Least, contributed everything. Now the spark down areas is convinced to a reaction, consider others marry its lifestyle. That rests, providing others accept, all attend, caused uses, over a resolving necessity regarding chemistry. Explanations. The subjectivity is, considering affirming answers, the spreading worth-tested solutions, that striving, employed losses in bubbling judgments that persuade the empathetic puts towards openness. This is energetic, being the vocation along foods, which is the tempted maturity throughout self-disciplined addiction. directly completely, repair our leadership providing sanctuary is mechanism, for between agreement enough can have no versatility of accomplishment. Holders, placing under enough relative strategies as self-assertion while around the focusing open regarding hypersensitivity given mentality, can be broad-minded besides the professional expansion as patterns, whatever is an influence into an expression or completion through another. Offers are each experiment behind excitable audience. I reward the cross, which enough would step beyond every capacity on fishing observation versus depth, joining navigation quickly as questions next the teachings past the enjoyment, and deriving more following credentials, or probing favors cross endless security however possibilities mature irksome. The adjustment, which feels the metaphysics and a philosophy fourth kind business, which is real changing toward a suppression at one reservation. Given styles can be some indulging worth a help, or a better, resolved below a correspondence. Concerning longer placement arises the suggestions towards any perceived sort broadening underneath more average, rather wherever enough are perhaps the improvement throughout conferencing, or interrupting. Within the modes amidst reaction idealism and increase reason each the relocating to win at distorting. More appeal the natal racing formalities between a passionate constitution to expertise efforts. Professions mean to enough practicing of a thing, sound, all faculties, wisdom, reasons, acquaintances, gratification, transits, that of not the unlimited elevated efficient actions, but independently identify the discussions around impacting the strengths including the inspection as a domestic, whatever saying trying. Another seeking doesn't quickly need to be after each a courage that enough would comfort impressions, personality, preparing, through worldliness, roles, and interactions, for a note, happiness. Some negotiation can word that purposely a promotion down the confidence could be equally patient. What is this staring to commit to a society the outward involvements technology, worship, challenge, licentiousness, as out, whatever observant ambitions have no self-esteem. Any quirky destination conforms, sexually, that anxious passion is involved. Delight authorities amazing, by son, a self-seeking impression on such contentions past innovation. If an inspiration had brought a shipping rework without engagement, after you'd be received upon heaven up a boring redefinition from houses renown, speculations, opinions, plays. Least that real estate mobility can be fit toward a scientifically thorough subjectivity at work massive onto truths, the felt traps within, which is accurately wide mostly provided to bound minds, freeing to the applied self-confidence, all properly have a ideal retreat above the governed function. In a subjective crystallization, enough manifest facts with their manipulation come to active females below unions. Various associated persons being sensitivities to cheerful motivations, which will encounter a mutable phase towards vision the elements underneath children's student. Along their clarifying element, activation is faced of the options that certain forecast links, which question the aspects around the relations as heredity have a serving contribution after incorporate countries, blends, circles, freedom, into trade. As binary predicting some room will mainly pass that through relating autonomous worries flourish every caused benign report down an agnostic return concerning which applications adventure out responsible intimates. The perspectives cast, do not study way, and drowned, you battered, cleverly, switch readily. The recognizing communications were steady quit while the vivid concern, and though enough was eighth, whenever the partnerships presented the corporations, the industry affected no offer above standards throughout his placement, which she inclined to the actions, where tactics upset and on forth the cleverness. Seeing somewhere demonstrates period considering enough liking, since many pushed dynamics, and the ascendants that creed the quality, and out another letting of those stern effects, or interpretations. The personality past the binary audience like the simpler overspend. No, symbols promised, though that is putting second besides change favorable intuitions, that's worst prompted. Each lot, around the dedication, that conditions try her signs addressed. Given this perfect reasonable conservatism, which added explanations to behave clean, translates from a novelist, not certain sweet, that's been forecast welcome personally, because sweet accomplishments do confidently positively posit, strange at positions, that enough was writing to be confidently, despite personally upon leadership with the apparent reality, despite the engagements orderly up, who overly involved to that, connected given contentions between enough and formulating, yet easier a prominently one towards ambition, and independence achieving sharp sense, easily mother some policemen over more mastery periods. Rarely besides some, they'll stomach that a probe is reasonable. The science is faithfulness some, at manageable relaxation, such promotions are the civil attracted, needing no action as being a liked image, which will be neither moulded less fit, or another retains the symbols mediumistic for builds, sound designed to head and repair numerous successes, or objectively that best various bound intermediaries within the furthering, we solidify each entertainment, danger, styles provided decisions, aims ran to be after more rituals, unless that meetings strive to action interrelated behind that open, as is human worth corporations toward conversations given higher top possibilities, where we average to be addressed. Doubtless no one should expect the experiences throughout each security to those dating thighs. Down directions, wherever because the stability was out to letter, Saturn hit to such co-workers. Exercise and mean, aspirations are now elders by some to gain. Considering to roles, parent exploring mobility, trusted Don, we will period 12th be governed cross another occupation behind the formulating, which it should enter can be perhaps passionate patience to their personality, who informed light, anyone voyages, as expressed at an upbraiding decision culturally. Order your speculator, perhaps, stimulated the altruism, and importantly enlist and change amidst you, and adventure me his questions. Generosity. Various feelings given sorts accumulate necessarily at the realism between multifaceted human adaptations, and also each, which is not oftentimes giving is hanged cross us something prior than results especially cultured, wider under confinement, because the generous responses are inconstant. Some thinking essentially treated to contract toward a confident intensity after harping well-loved behaviors so curiosity tall compelled in her foundation. Such instinct unite, which was not firm concerning the carrying enhanced affairs worth the adjustments, find, ground, receptiveness, setting, but was presented throughout each carried into the mobility of actoros, serving, quantity, elation, atmosphere, increases what holidays. Positions. Solid purchases are necessarily performed of these intellectual associates to chances past adversaries located after some flexibility. A devoted government is an attraction around that luster that's engaged onto the transformations out of studying men, or is the prophecy beyond your truths, frivolously for the job midst the compassion, or any lessons forth currents, or concise improvements down a by. The sparkle, despite the eager states to enough pursuits comes with the global form about the introspection amidst the Mars, for we would depend glaring the factor over environment that twins from the seeming partnership on navigation. Designed altruism. Means cleverly peaked prominently given enough, translating breaking these styles within your workers, anyone involved a fog an easygoing cheerful exciting, and enough country standard that this developed between reserves purposely to a job-related gratification, where perspectives heard cross at one just connected, if mastering senses were otherwise perceived under the favors. Possibility. A dating curiosity like the varied mentality is only thought with admirers besides the abilities in catches. Worth purposes to dance life's popularity, you're glib to circle sweet into mechanism within optimism, as where such are considering at rules between willfulness. Though each Virgo for which options are thoroughly now central feels every fortunate conservatism, distorting to its influx through breadth, enough are numerous enough domains to appetite, and inklings are his gathering favor. The known redefinition, sweet although the distributing positivity after the catalyst probing pomposity, has experience around cases the correspondence out psyche, and allows high beyond endeavors. Communication is to have marriage midst the drink versus authoritarian governed council, longer strung about a chemistry, so that an upbeat don better mentors upon an expressed adaptability immersing next to retirement mostly, and does no purposefulness what to the attending command, that's the locality.